sky fall and the sun turned black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another dream, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give the bones of my trepidation. We survive. Oh, alive. I'll take you off on another long let's shake the
Area he's not done yet. He picks up the hook after the flash. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here for today's absolute banger of a match. Our second one, also absolutely fantastic, but it can't help but be overshadowed by the enormity of our first one.
This is the match of the week. This is the big one, and although there are some things we will have to talk about, we will get into, of course, Ruler being out, being subbed in is Ophelia. It is going to be a good matchup tonight, I think. We saw that even though there was an even less complete Gen G against T1 last time, that first game was very close. Second one, not so much, but the first game was close and competitive, and I'm hoping that we will get a great best of 3 tonight, regardless of the circumstances.
Yeah, I agree. I think, like, last time it was 3 subs, right? So you basically just didn't have the team at all. Also, ㅣ2022 was playing top side of the map, so technically you've got 4 subs. And it was just Ruler that was actually in his correct position. Now he's the one that's out, so he gets a break this time around. So a little bit unfortunate, but we will do our very best to persevere. And of course, T1 13-0 on the line. This is a team that are absolutely crushing it right now. Last time we had a lead like this, it was Griffin that got to that 12-0, and it will be eclipsed tonight, potentially, if T1 can take down Gen G. Let's get into points of the match here as we really get into it. It will be Ophelia coming in, and look at that guy's main. Oh,
I believe his solo queue name right now is Man with a Ponytail, and He got big shoes to fill here, whether he will be playing the mid role, which he has actually been assigned to, or whether the bottom role or the mid role, because he was actually assigned to bottom, but he is listed as a mid player here because he is a mid player for challengers. The AD carry player for Gen G's challenger roster is not of age to play in the LCK, and that is why a mid laner is being called up instead.
Yep, exactly right. Speaking of mid laners, this is an opportunity for Faker to get to 2,500 kills in the LCK. Only needs 4 more in order to get there. We'll see whether he makes it in this particular game. Will the topside priority determine the game is the question here, and I don't think so, because if you're T1, you have the best bottom lane, in my opinion, in the world. So that will probably help determine how this game's going to go.
I think for Gen G, you have to play weak side bottom, regardless of who's playing it. In most cases, you know, regardless of whether it's ㅣ2022 or Ophelia, and try to actually play stronger top side against Zeus. I think that is going to be the name of the game here, as 2022 T1 to challenge the 2015 SK Telecom record, right? And we talked about this earlier. They're looking for the 14-0 on their way there. And Faker is about to hit 2,500 kills. As mentioned, we're getting a lot of records broken this year. And it's cool to see Faker is going to hit probably, very likely, another milestone here in this best of 3.
Exactly right. I'm not sure why we're mentioning a KT AD carry, but that's absolutely fine. It's actually really cool how this kind of works, right? Because you've got that Griffin win streak, which was the most recent ridiculous win streak that we saw in the LCK, which was 12-0. That could potentially be eclipsed tonight. Then you've got the 14 wins in a row. And then, if you add them all up from 2015, you've got 23 wins in a row for T1 to try and get to as well. So certainly a lot of things to aim for.
And notice in this team statistic that Gen G do not prioritize Herald very much. For a second place team, they're second actually to last in terms of Herald control. They look for 2-plate plays on the bottom side for their AD carry. Ruler, oftentimes they ignore Heralds and try to play around getting control elsewhere. Whereas T1 will fight for Herald. They will get a macro lead from it. They like to take turrets early, so it's a big playstyle difference here. Notice also that Gen G in the late game, their Baron power plays are extremely good. Second only is T1 here by 1,000 gold though on average. So Gen G making big late game plays. Will they be able to get there in this series though is the big question for tonight.
It's a tough one as we introduce Gen G to Lowell Park. Ophelia actually looking like he's in pretty high spirits. Lehen's sort of a bit distracted by something. Not entirely sure, but he's generally pretty jovial himself. Great to see that Ophelia is feeling good about this situation. Lehen's actually refuses to wave to the camera like Doran did because he's a little bit embarrassed by his top laner. I think that's what G-Sun was translating to us just there. Well, absolutely adorable though, and hopefully these guys can stay in high spirits as we get into this match because they need all of the help they can get.
The thing about this match for Gen G is if you take this one, it's your toughest one to take for them for the rest of the regular season. So it would be a miracle win for them. It would be such a great statement for this team to make. And it would really solidify their position over Damwon Kia because, like I said, this is the toughest points to get. No one's gotten points against T1 all season long. So if you get this one, you're very likely going to get that extra top 2 seed lead, which is important for playoffs. Is T1, there's nothing special about this roster tonight. This is the 13-0 roster. We haven't seen the sub all season.
You say there's nothing special, but the fact that there's nothing special is all the more special.
Exactly. This roster has been so extremely dominant, and going into the series, regardless of whether Gen G had Ruler or not, it was going to be the big favorites, right? This roster was expected to win this series tonight. It would have still been a huge upset if Gen G could pull it off. But now, you know, you're walking out as T1 feeling pretty good about your chances. Gumayusi is always looking very confident, looking very smug, I would say even.
He's definitely a confident man, and why wouldn't you be? You're going up against a mid laner, one of the two, potentially. Just ridiculously powerful is the Gumayusi carrier bottom lane, and they just don't look like they're slowing down in any way, shape, or form. Faker as well has had an absolute renaissance this year. Owner and Zeus have been fantastic. I think Zeus has been really showing skill above the amount of years that he spent here in the LCK, which is not something we expected heading into the LCK. This, though, was Chovy really good at stats. The guy, if you just won the LCK based on stats, Chovy would win every single year. Unfortunately for him, that is not what actually gets you championships. Faker, on the other hand, his stats looking pretty good, but he has been doing a lot of facilitating for his team, on top of the fact that some of his outplays have just been spectacular this year.
In recent times, for Faker, he's played a little bit less of the Victors and the Corkis, which are his 2 top-picked champions, so he does a little bit less damage per gold than Chovy does here. But Faker's ability to get picks on the Ahri in particular has been his biggest standout pick recently. And I think that's going to be a pretty highly contested pick between these two. Remember, the one thing Gen G does have going for them is that they are the home team and will have side selection. So if they choose blue side here, they could dictate the pace of the draft. And I think where we see the priority, whether it's going to be on a weak side AD carry early or if it's going to be on the mid lane, will really tell us, I think, where Chovy is playing. I think the draft will pretty clearly show what Gen G's plan is going to be in this first game.
And we could see some awesome dude play as well. It doesn't necessarily, like, you can also allow some of these hyper carries to go through and then just, like, do something weird on the bottom side of the map. I mean, who would be the better support to put alongside some weird play than Lehen's? This guy plays elite support on purpose, Wolf.
Yeah, he does. I think that, you know, there's been a lot of sentiment. I saw LS tweeting about it earlier. The situation here might call for kind of desperation. Chovy playing a mage on the bottom side of the map, using his skills on that champion pool in a different role, throwing T1 off, you know, doing something that's surprising. And all it takes is 2 games in this best of 3, and then, you know, T1, next time they'll be prepared for you maybe in playoffs or finals, which is, it looks like where these teams will next meet. But by that time, you know, Chovy's back in the mid lane, and you've got Ruler back. So throwing a curveball is certainly one way Gen G could approach this. The question is, have they had enough time to prepare? You know, Ophelia was announced very late, and I don't think Gen G were, you know, necessarily ready for this plan last night even.
No, it's certainly a very recent occurrence. Of course, you know, Ruler would have been feeling unwell leading up to this. That's why he got tested, things like that. So there would have been more internal leeway, I guess, as far as time is concerned. But still, that is way less time than you need in order to prepare for a match of this scale, right? This is a team that we haven't seen a team like the dominance of T1 this season ever before, outside of maybe Griffin's miracle run. But that was thwarted by Gen G at the 13th time of asking. This, once again, we get to the 13th time of asking, but T1 have like, there are no signs of them slowing down, right? Like, this is a team that we have not seen for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And let's see what Gen G actually decide to do. I like this as we get into the draft. The Caitlyn to be taken away. I think targeting the bottom side of the map is exactly what you want to do.
You absolutely do not want to give the ability for Kamiusi and Keria to play the strong side bottom, get early plates, get early advantages on the map, because if you're playing Ophelia bottom, or if you're playing Chovy bottom, you probably just want to play a farming AD carry, hope that Chovy will be able to carry in the late game, or Ophelia can survive through the early game. So if you're under that much pressure early, you will struggle. They'll take away the Zeri, which is the opposite side of the coin here, so just really limiting the AD carry pool at the moment.
Yeah. Rise to be taken off the board here. I think that there will be a lot that will be left open that we saw banned in almost every single game yesterday. Things like the Lee Sin might sneak through with the fact that we are focusing on the bottom side of the map, and also taking away Faker's Ahri. I think Chovy, although he was, you know, serviceable on the champion, it didn't look like it was his natural fit. As the Lee Sin, like we were talking about, going to be locked away first off here. Peanut can grab that one for himself. Could, of course, be flexed around, things like that. As the Jinx was left up, and I think that T1, there is no reason not to just lap this one up. You can also collect yourself a Xin Zhao if you'd like to lock down the decent jungle choice as well.
The only reason I'd say you don't necessarily have to do this as T1 is you could play around a more aggressive jungle pick here. The Xin Zhao is still open, and then try to dominate the bottom side of the map and shut Ophelia or Chovy out, and play a little bit of a harder style. But we do see the Ziggs hover here. Now, this is the kind of style that people are expecting.
I knew it.
And now,
oh, man.
Now you've got Ziggs Leona, and this Ziggs pick is not going to be a flex in this case. It will be played by whoever is sitting in that bottom lane. And this is the one way you can really take control of the lane as Gen G.
Well, okay, so I want to talk about something here as well, because back when Chovy was playing on DRX, they had this fantastic thing where both Deft and Chovy were fantastic Ziggs players. So they flexed the Ziggs between mid and bottom lane quite often. When they played at mid, Chovy was absolutely fantastic at, you know, knocking down turrets early, things like this. So this is a flex pick, but also makes me feel like Chovy playing bottom lane makes a bit of sense.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, this guy played for years alongside Lehens. They have a lot more built-up synergy together. Theoretically,
it's also a pick that has been played by Gen G earlier this season by Ruler, so something they've scrimmed before and something they have playing around, even though it's not the most common look for them if you look back in Gen G's history. But this is a different roster. As we see Tryndamere banned away, one way that T1 could lose control of this game is by side lane. With Jace being their pick, they will not be able to match the Tryndamere in terms of being able to push deep. As we saw, that was how Gen G almost beat T1 in that first game last time they made matched up. So Tryndamere banned away here. They'll take away Yone as well. Take away these carry champions.
bit of a Chovy special there, going to get rid of that.
And Faker's champion pool is getting thinned out here a little bit, right? The Vex is gone now. The Ahri is gone now.
LeBlanc could be looked at.
Zoe also a strong option with the pick potential they have right now and the poke that they have with the Jace and the Jinx.
True. Syndra also fits into this composition relatively well, but it's not one that we're as excited about. As let's see, Gen G going to take away the Thresh from Keria.
I like that.
Yeah, deny the extra protection for the Jinx and allow the Leona to be a little bit more valuable in that particular matchup. Bottom lane.
Pretty tough to play Tom Kench into this. It's just not really an option. The LeBlanc will get locked in. And that's the reason why we didn't see a mid-ban here, because Faker had so many options, whereas the Thresh was, I think, the clear best option for the Jinx down there in the bottom side.
The thing that I'm a little bit worried about is the fact that Karma is still available. And when you've got Ziggs in the bottom lane, it's not necessarily the most power early, and Jinx Karma would be able to get a lot of shove down there if they are there. Is Chovy going to lock away the Corki, or Ophelia going to lock away the Corki? One of the mid laners has locked away the Corki.
Yeah. So, I mean, Corki is a champion that, as long as your positioning is good, you can pilot very well. It's Chovy's most played this season. And here we go.
And it's crocodile time on the top side of the map.
So you have a lot of power on the top side of the map and in bottom, and then you have the Corki, who's going to scale up very well later on if it could survive through the LeBlanc pressure.
Yes, the classic Zac support. Love it.
I think that the Karma on the bottom side could be a nice answer, but you're not going to win as hard as you'd like.
You also don't have any engage options if you do choose that. So the Nautilus comes through here just because they want to be able to take the initiative if they see the opportunity. I respect it.
Yeah, you got to lock down this Corki. You got to peel against the Renekton a little bit. Jinx needs to get that first pick. And then the kills start to roll through, and then T1 get the front to back. They have so many threats, but Gen G have a really strong front line with this Renekton. They have a Leona on top of that. They could peel very well and keep this Corki alive. There's also a lot of power in this Lee Sin pick early. And Renekton having that guaranteed CC setup for Peanut means he's going to have a lot of power, a lot of opportunities in the early game. But T1's comp, I mean, it is just the more well-rounded one at the moment, and it looks like it is going to be Corki mid, Ophelia playing the Ziggs bottom, and it's not a shocker here. I personally expected, I know the fans were thinking, oh, it's going to be Chovy AD carry. I think your strong point here is going to have to be Chovy playing the mid lane, what he's best at. Instead of trying to avoid a weak link, actually strengthen your strong link instead.
No,
and at least in this first
agree.
game. In this first game, that is going to be the option they take.
And also, like, this was still a flex the whole time as well. They didn't need to do this, right? But the Corki was available. Chovy is a great Corki player. That's why you saw a lot of #1s in those stats, because he likes to pick up this champion, farm things out, and then sort of organically win the game. That's basically what Gen G did. I think it's a decent idea going into this match as well. Allow yourself the ability to scale into something. Yes, they do have a lot of magic damage, right? There is a Lee Sin and a Renekton, but they will fall off later. And so theoretically, MR is going to be extraordinarily valuable here for T1. They can feel free to build Merc Treads all over the place. Locking down this team will be more difficult. I think T1 definitely, when you look at the tier list, have a better draft. They also have a lot of range. Like, man, there are a lot of good things to talk about when it comes to the T1 draft. But late game, pure damage with big old rockets. The Corki still exists and still can do that.
And it's Chovy on the Corki, so, you know, that part of this we will trust. And the poke is great on both sides, right? You know, you have the Ziggs poke, you have the Corki poke, but then you have the Jace poke, the LeBlanc ability to engage from far away. And it's Faker, right, who's shown with his Ahri and his LeBlanc, both this season, an insanely strong pick-based style of play where he's threatening 80 carries. And the Ziggs here is extremely fragile. Can't be blown up so easily. If he gets hit by a shock blast, then Faker just has to follow where he is and finish him off. And he has such insane mobility in order to do so. And the only champion that could really stop him is the Leona. Renekton, if he's chasing down a LeBlanc, then you know something has gone very wrong.
Yeah.
So it's a hard time here for Gen G. There's so many threats on the side of T1.
Yeah, and you can see it's almost illustrated in the fact that it's press the attack Renekton up here as well, because there is so much range on the side of T1. I don't think Doran is expecting to be able to do too much brawling and wants to be able to get as much damage down in a short period of time as possible. As Chovy has taken the better looking skin choice instead of the pay to win skin choice, and I like that a lot. Of course, Rocket's a little bit more difficult to see with the Earth skin, and that's why we see it so much. As, Faker and Chovy just going to be shooting one another and things like that, casting spells. I do want to talk about one of the stats that we didn't really go into, and that is combined kills. Both of these teams have been upping their general tempo by so much over recent weeks. And yes, Gen G are probably going to change a little bit given the fact that they do have a different roster, albeit just one person.
And it's a quirky Ziggs comp.
Yeah. But both of these teams have been playing so much more quickly, so much more proactively. And I think that is going to add even more pressure to Gen G with this Corki Ziggs composition that wants to be doing things later in the game. When the Ziggs is going to be doing a lot of damage, you can take down turrets instantly, things like that. The late game is going to be great for them, but whether they can get there or not is going to be a big question. And I think the way T1 have been playing recently says no.
And the way that T1 play around macro is so fantastic that they will almost never lose out, even if they give up a Rift Guard, which they don't usually do because they're so good at setting up for those fights, that you expect that even if Gen G get a few small wins here early on, T1 will trade up and will be able to get to that late game very freely. And, you know, they already have a winning lane here in the early parts of this with Zeus on the top side. He's using the fact that he can outrange Doran early. The bottom lane is going extremely well for Gumyusi. Which, you know, with a lot of other supports for the Ziggs, you might have seen this go a different way, but as it is right now, Ophelio's playing off-roll, and he's just getting a little bit dunked on down there, and that's how it goes. Yeah, I mean, how it'll be.
This is kind of how the matchup goes anyway.
Yes.
You're a little bit giving up the lane anyway. Leona's often picked alongside him just in general, so it is a decent lane, as Ona's going to walk over a ward, and Doran's like, well, I mean, I ain't going anywhere, so may as well stick around, and they're not going to go for any dives or anything like that. Doran only level 3, so no Dominus available, but did have Flash and things like that, and could have gone wrong pretty easily.
Yeah, definitely.
So
heavy
much
risk.
vision, though, as you can see. So ㅣ can continue pushing like this,
Without-
and I love that.
Yeah, without any ability to be punished.
Yeah.
What's also exciting about this first Rift Herald fight here for Gen G is that if they can manage to force Gumusi out, if they can actually keep control of the bottom side, Ziggs will be able to destroy plates so quickly. And if they can delay it, that's going to get more valuable. Plus, they'll have the ability to then get that package if they can actually buy time against T1 here. T1 not the team that ever really walks away from a Herald.
Oh, well, Faker's going to land the chain here, and as his stat comes up to trump Chovy, he's also going to win a trade, which I kind of love. Thank you, LCK, for that level of coordination. We got to see the fact that both of these players, absolutely amazing win rates on the respective champions, a lot of comfort here. 15-4 is the win rate for the Corki in this matchup, though. Of course, this does go back quite a few years. Things have changed.
But also, a lot of that's from this year where the LeBlancs have not been able to punish the Corki, and Corki's win rate is just really high.
Yeah. As Carrier is going to move back down towards the bottom side here. Let's see whether Affiliate does have the satchel charge there. He's going to use it as Carrier dashes forward, lands the dredge line even after the flash, but the sidestep is good. Flash still used, though. It's bad news bears. So,
Yeah,
I actually like how the satchel charge was used there, because Affiliate was pretty safe as far as his position was, and he used it just as a zoning tool instead. It was actually kind of cool.
Yeah, he used it very well, and then Lehens was able to flash perfectly there and avoids chompers, ends up getting out of there just fine. So yes, he loses his flash, and this is significant, but at the end of the day, it was well played, as Peanut will be seen on this ward.
Yeah, who actually parks himself for just a little while, allows Doran to have a bit of respite here in this lane.
Yep. So I'm curious to see how this first Rift Herald fight goes for Gen G, because they don't need to take it necessarily, but they do have a lot of tools that do extremely well around early Rift Herald. Like they have a Renekton who's going to have Dominus. They have Ziggs ult, which can, if it hits on multiple people here, just straight up turn the tide of battle. Like if you hit a big Ziggs ult, it's just like, oh, well, you can't fight for the Rift Herald anymore. So there are ways to do it, but also they could just avoid it, stay bottom, and get the Ziggs ahead that way. So I think the power of decision-making is on Gen G. T1 will look to fight for it regardless.
Well, Peanut's going to get chained. Lehens is here, tries to stay out of vision for as long as possible as Carrier will sweep him, finds out that the Leona was lying in wait. Sort of seemed like a potential bait, but T1 wins out on all of the trades all over the map anyway, and so it is just fine for them. Still a lot of tussling, a lot of jockeying for position at this stage of the game.
Yeah, a lot of fighting around this early Drake potential, because if you end up taking that one, get a reset off, then you could get two, objectives potentially. And with how volatile this bottom lane can be with Leona and Analyst, we're seeing a lot of attention given and a lot of respect shown around that Drake, because you do not want to give that one over. And something, again, that Gen G don't want to trade either here with the Rift Herald, because the gold that T1 could pick up is inherently way more valuable.
Yeah.
So they're, really just trying to keep one eye on whether T1 are looking to take that. As here's an engage.
Yeah, Gumushi going to get stunned up, is going to cleanse. Great satchel charge, that'll get the flash as well. And Peanut didn't even need to give away his position, as Carrier's going to move back into lane. And this is honestly very dangerous. Peanut's going to come through now, finds the safeguard. The T1 do back away successfully. Carrier gets out.
That might be enough pressure here with the wave to start Drake up, or at least try to force a reaction out of Owner to look for a team fight around the Drake itself when there's a lack of vision. That Scuttle actually being so valuable right now for T1, because they could see the rotation over, they can see they're not starting Drake. This is always scary when you watch a Corki versus LeBlanc here.
I do like that you see the essence of what a Corki farm phase is. It's a bit of a fight here on the top side of the map. ㅣ wins out in the end, as Doran does still have Dominus, so will be absolutely fine.
Needs to be really careful about taking trades like this, though, before this Rift Herald spawns. It spawns in 4 seconds here. We're seeing a lot of resets. Neither of these top laners do have their teleport available. They both used it, so there's no time for backing here. Teleport coming in from Faker after buying his boots.
Yep.
And now, this is where the fireworks start here for Gen G. They're going to decide to fight for this Rift Herald. They will contest it and try to control the choke point. Of course, on this patch, Corki does not have the ability to package for this, but they have a Ziggs ult in waiting, and that is going to be almost as good in a lot of these situations if it's used correctly and if they can control this choke. Love the positioning here for Lehens.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how this is going to be navigated. Chovy sitting at half of his mana bar. Now moving back, regen is starting to come through as Doran did have to get himself out of there. Did use the slice and not the flash, so will still have that tool at his disposal. Ona moves up towards the top side as all 5 members of T1 in the area. Pincer maneuver, possible. Peanut, a lot of mobility as Doran is now dealing with the minion wave, and T1 with the man advantage get to move in and try and get control. Looks like they will be able to take this, and I think Gen G not fighting is a smart move because they have the Corki rate. They want to be scaling, and T1 want to accelerate their lead. Certainly works out for them.
Position is not great here for T1 to hold on to this, though. Gen G have a really nice angle here for the bomb.
Yeah, the bomb is certainly a dangerous one as Doran comes on through. Oh, the big one barely missing onto Carrier there. Certainly good news for T1. If they avoid all of this poke, then they can keep holding on to this Rift Herald and start trying to go for these fights. There's the Flame Chompers, great position as the depth charge comes down onto Peanut. He'll get knocked up immediately. Lands is just dead, and the Rift Herald will be taken down as well. Excellent engage there by Carrier, and T1 will get exactly what they wanted.
T1 were so decisive here. They had the Chompers placed exactly where they wanted them. You see the engage come through from Carrier. He's the one who ends up picking up the kill here. But Gen G can't react fast enough, and the Crescent Guard itself means that Gen G are not able to actually commit in with the Renekton because he'll just get pushed away and blown up if he goes on. And positioning of Owner in this fight also means that T1 don't have anything to fear in terms of that Renekton engage. And what they did before this even started was put the Renekton down to low health. That's why Owner was on the top side of the river so that Doran could never engage. He was constantly zoned out. Now you see he desperately wants to get in here, but if he starts to go in, Owner will Crescent Guard him into the back line and he'll just get blown up. Then, when he's on the wrong side of this fight, slowly trying to transition away, the second he walks away, Carrier pulls the trigger, and T1 pick up both the Herald and First Blood.
And that was also on control vision as well. He knew that when they put down the Chompers, that was the time where T1 burst the health bar. That is when Gen G are going to be moving in to go for a potential contest, and they'll be standing there waiting for those Chompers to wear down, or theoretically possibly walking into them so that they could actually do something about it as Chovy packages over just to get some damage onto this dragon. They will be able to secure that one for themselves. But just that passage of play, absolutely beautiful. Depth charge also used on someone in the back, guarantees as many knockups as possible. Peanut, unfortunately, stands near his teammates, and that means that Lehens is going to bite the dust. So, First Blood and the Rift Herald is going to go to T1.
T1 just used the power of their composition to kind of win the stalemate, win the neutral part of that exchange. And these are things that we see T1 do so well against every team in the LCK, and the number 2 team, Gen G, is no exception. They just have utmost confidence that every engage they'll take will be basically perfect. There's so much trust.
Yeah.
And, you know, for Gen G, they tried their best, but Doran was too low, didn't have an angle. Eventually, they ran out of time, basically straight up.
Well, Owner's going to come in. Peanut's here for the counter gank. Can he actually stop this one, though, as the Crescent Guard comes in, faking out on his own, but Peanut, no health at all. The flash forward is going to get the safeguard out of Peanut, so not actually worth, as Super Mega Death Rocket flies down, is going to hit Chovy, and so not going to grab the kill onto Peanut, but Rift Herald will come forward. There's the ulti from Doran, but he's going to have to flash out of this turret, and ㅣ not going to go down this time.
Felt like Doran just felt desperate to make a cross-map play of any kind, but he was alone trying to just ult under turret.
Yeah, Peanut, ooh,
Nice
doesn't.
sidestep.
Yeah, really nice sidestep, but also not able to land the Sonic Wave.
T1 just picked up a ton of money on one of their carries in the mid lane and almost eliminated the ability for Chovy to farm.
Okay, oh, the bait was so good from ㅣ.
And Doran, 2 back-to-back aggressive attempts get punished. The second one will be lethal, and now ㅣ has a massive lead too in this lane.
I have like Steve Irwin ringing in my ears right now, teaching me how to deal with crocodiles, and he's ㅣ in this particular game, knows exactly their tendencies.
So he shuts down the Renekton. Meanwhile, Faker gets tons of plate gold mid and does have the ability now to easily follow up and take this turret, which means farming for the Corki and later on the Ziggs is going to be so much more difficult in this long lane with the composition that T1's running that has so much pick potential with the Nautilus, with the poke that they have with this Jace. You know, you end up getting hit as either of these farming AP carries, the Corki or the Ziggs, you get by one accelerated shock blast, and you're no longer allowed to be on the map. Faker can kill you, can find you, and T1 just have so much control now after 2 decisive plays and a big punish there. 2 back-to-back punishes, honestly, on Doran.
Yep. Chovy is going to be able to get the blue buff here as Peanut jumps onto Owner. Carry is there. Solar Flare connects though as the Zenith Blade comes down as well. Instantly, the Crescent Guard comes in as Chovy will help finish him off. Peanut grabs that kill. Gumayusi though, dashing forward to flash out. Lahan's extremely low, and now Zeus is trying to lock them down. Chovy is going to be able to flash himself to safety, but in the end, T1 are going to be able to equalize those kills as long as they don't die to random poke coming through from Gen G on the retreat.
So decisive turn here from Gen G, but it is punished at the end of the day. And, you know, this means that T1 will get a lot of extra control over the top side of the map. 3 control wards down there. This means Gumayusi can farm aggressively on the top side. Notice that basically what Keria is doing is oscillating between these farming solo laners, and it's the Jinx who's acting as one at the moment. And you can just protect Zeus here, protect the Jinx, as this was a really aggressive play from Doran, just hoping that Zeus was looking elsewhere. And Zeus kicks him back here.
And
that's the end of it.
The slight sidestep there that got him out of slice and dice range was actually just so important. It was just a small amount of movement, and it just showed that he knew that there was a possibility that that play was coming through, and he knew that he could win.
Yeah, he also had, you know, just enough mana to actually pull off the turn. It was like almost exact what he had left there. So Zeus playing that extremely well. And you know, as Doran, you respect the attempt, you know, the second one in a row, first time on turret, second time there, but you're really just hoping your opponent isn't ready for this when you make a play like that. And so if you make it happen, you look like a genius, but if you botch it, then you look like a fool. And now it's 1,500 gold the lead for Zeus, already with the lead he had in the early part of this matchup, starting to balloon now. Yeah,
large amount of the lead, in fact, is there towards the top side. And Jace getting powerful in the mid game. I don't think we need to tell you how dangerous that is, especially now that you've got mid-outer turrets falling down. This is a composition that wanted to turtle a little bit as this game went on, and it's going to be more and more difficult. We mentioned again, I think we can bring it back up, the combined kill score for both of these teams. T1 have been so much faster. More recently, Zeus could be in trouble here. Solar Flare will get the slow onto the Jace. He has no flash. He is likely to die, but he's going to get the boot back first, and Faker's going to come in. Doran's not even going to be able to secure the Jace. And he will be able to take down Doran there. And now, even more bad news for Gen G, as T1 will follow down Lahen's and grab that one as well. The punishes are just absolutely ridiculous from this team.
And I don't want to make this seem more depressing than it is. At least Gen G will trade for a Drake, but it's also the Rift Herald here, which is going to be basically a guaranteed turret off the map wherever T1 decide to take it. But was Zeus ever in any real danger when Faker has teleport available and you have the rest of your team coming up? Owner and Carrier were on their way up there, which is why Zeus felt pretty safe to continue to push there. They were looking for a turn regardless. Now the timing for Doran there was so close because obviously the Faker teleport came in just in the nick of time, and Owner and Carrier were just a little bit further away. You could respect the play here from Gen G, but T1 knew it was coming. They were 100% set up to punish Doran again, and now he finds himself 0-2 in this game. They're just trying to find this Jace, but I think he's too strong at this point. Punishing him is going to be such a challenge.
Well, Carrier's going to come on over, and that is going to mean that Zeus can even go on the offensive. Chovy gets over the wall, and they will be absolutely fine for now. So, game not over yet or anything like that, but it is 3.6, 3.7k gold, and T1 are approaching the part where they're the strongest in this game. And yes, I say that even though they have Gumayusi on Jinx, who just generally is a late game insurance policy by himself, but also they're reaching power spikes, so it's even worse, theoretically, than it could be with a different composition.
This is the guaranteed turret wherever they want it. I was talking about they're going to look for inner turret gold and a lot more map control that comes with it. And sometimes taking an inner turret this early doesn't end up amounting to too much. It's temporary gold leads, but against the comp that is so fragile that Gen G are running that need free and safe farm with the Corki, with the Ziggs, it's so powerful to remove a huge part of the map and a huge, you know, bastion of safety here for Gen G. Look at the deep vision, all the jungle that's being taken away. T1 just decide, okay, I'm taking bottom side now. And yes, Doran will trade back a turret, but the value of this on a Renekton versus the Jinx getting all that gold bottom side is not even close. Like I said, are you really in any danger? Look at the 3 champions in the river here that Zeus has coming up to his aid and Faker. This was basically a setup play, a bait from T1. They're able to turn this around so quickly and so freely. And it's not just 1 kill they get, it's 2, and the Rift Herald they use to get inner turret. It's a huge turning point in this game.
Yeah, and it's not even necessarily a turning point, it's like a slight veer, I guess. it's a veer towards positivity of outcome for T1, but they were already in a great position. As
I
that
guess
came through.
It's I guess a more solidifying lead.
Yeah, no, right. And it worked very, very well. As now Peanut able to get out with his blue buff. Certainly good news, but I love how T1 have been playing around their vision. Because you saw, on the top side of the map, they had so many wards in the enemy jungle, making sure that they could rotate between top and mid often. And as freely as possible, right, with as much safety. But then they just move all of that vision towards the bottom side.
We're doing this again?
And now they've done it again, right? As, okay, Doran is going to dive on top of him, but this time Carry is in position. Depth charge comes down, and if at first you don't succeed, maybe just keep going. I don't know. I guess that was the
Now Chovy's caught.
Yep, Chovy does have the package of it. Oh, no, that was just a Valkyrie, and he's just dead. As we're looking for a kickback here for Peanut. Wants to try and save the rest of his team, as Carrier is so scary on this Nautilus, and Peanut is not going to be safe from that giant anchor, but Ophelia will be able to lock him down and grabs that kill for himself. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down as Peanut is going to finish off the Jason, gets out. The Zap is going to be sidestepped as well as Doran tries to put himself in front, and in the end, it is an even trade outside of the fact that Faker is looking to take it into turret.
Yeah, he does have a blasting wand here, a lot of AP sitting up, so he's doing quite a bit of damage to this turret, and looks like he will take it out, but the 4-1 for T1 is so incredible. He's 2 levels behind, and then also doing this around a Tri-Brush, where Zeus can actually hit him with the minion he has here, but he cannot actually even see Zeus. And then Chovy gets collapsed on here because T1 were always planning on making the rotation up. This is the second time this has happened, where Dora looks for a play onto the Jace, but now the Jace is 2 levels up, as you say, and T1 were even closer. They don't need a teleport from Faker to save this play. Then they get a little bit excited and overextend a little bit here. This is extremely well played by Peanut and Ophelia to punish back, but what you gain here for Gen G is just, I mean, it feels like you're putting pennies in the bucket here for what the lead is that T1 have right now and how much control they have of the map. T1 did get that mid turret as well. Faker picked that one up, now has his Void Staff online. He's outpacing a Corki in this game so significantly that these team fights just get they become such a momentous task for Gen G. At least they do have the 2 Drake lead, so that can buy some time for this Corki to go online, but T1's not the type of team to just sit back and wait.
Oh no! Peanut's not even able to get himself the red buff as he gets the good old Rammus thumbs up from Ona. But yeah, this is the thing that's a worry though, right? Because T1 gives away the first 2 Drakes and then it's Infernal Soul, and so they're like, oh, cheers for the 4-stack, because now we've taken down your inner turrets in mid lane and bottom lane, and Gen G, it is so dark moving towards this dragon. You can see they've got a line of control vision, which is basically just outside their base. And so that means that this should be the first of many Infernal Drakes for T1, unless they just win the game before they start spawning.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the one way this recovers for Gen G, the one way that they can get out of this situation is just a miracle stall-out fight on a Drake where every big one hits for Corki. Ophelia has a big ult, and, you know, the Leandries he's built with the Shadow Flame really just burns through someone's health bars, and then Gen G get to win that fight. Or this game goes 15 more minutes, and then the Corki damage just becomes so insane that the game's volatility level goes up super high. But like I said, T1's not the team to sit back and just go, well, we have a lead, so I guess we'll just play safe and slow. They never do that. They, you know, push their lead so aggressively that getting back into the game is so impossible with no inner turrets really up to speak of on the map. So much vision control over every important objective. Yes, they lost control of the bottom part of vision, but there's nothing there because they just took the Drake there. Where's their vision? All on the top side where the Baron is, which is the important objective left on the map.
Yeah, they immediately moved their vision as soon as they've managed to take down the last objective. And I absolutely love that. Shows incredible discipline here for T1 as they are moving up, now looking for the last remaining inhibitor. Inner turret. It's not an inhibitor turret just yet. Getting a little bit ahead of myself as Carrier was just seeing whether there was anyone lying in wait. Chovy trying to find some of these blocks as Peanut just going to get popped by Faker. Hops over the wall, secures the kill on the jungler, and that means that there is no smite to stop this Baron.
This is why Faker should not be allowed to be playing champions like LeBlanc, like Ori, but they only have so many bans as Gen G, and he lines it up perfectly here. Now they actually have an opportunity to take this Baron. There's no enemy jungler, as you say, in T1.
They have to win a team fight 4v5, otherwise this is just going over, but it's not going to happen. Kerry is even going to go golden, keep himself alive. Ophelia is going to take so many autos here from Gumayushi, who is absolutely untouchable right now. We'll even find the zap there onto Doran, who's trying to slink his way out, but Guma, he is going to get excited, run back towards that Baron and lock that one down. In the meantime, Faker will just create some handbags here in the enemy base.
I would love to see this replay twice, once from T1's vision and once from Gen G's vision, because imagine the terror. Okay, they're doing Baron. I could see they're on it. We've got to get over here. We've got to go through this choke. And then Keria flashes over the fat wall and engages on your Corki.
Well, Peanut is going to be able to get a kill. He's dead, but that was cool. Managed to get himself a kill.
Package.
Oh, okay. Chovy going to be able to mop up Gumayusi. Ona trying to stay alive. Good Valkyrie. But that is going to stop the Baron, actually. So a huge play. In the end, I thought it was Peanut just going in for that desperation steal. Chovy's likely to be dead as well. Oh, my God! Oh, I'd forgotten about the Corki damage.
The Corki damage is real, and trades like this, when you are behind as Gen G, getting all this important shutdown gold onto the Corki is a slow but steady way back into this game if you could pull it off several times. As this is Faker just instantly deleting the jungler because they're playing around way better vision and going for this Baron play. Now watch Keria here. They see him over the wall. They do have a ward here, in fact. He just goes over the wall and looks for the pick onto Chovy. If they could stop the rocket damage here, that's basically a shoe-in for this Baron fight. Gumayusi has the insane follow-up here. Ziggs is down, and you win the fight. But after they turn back on the Baron with these low health bars, they do end up getting punished. It was just such a decisive play from Keria. It was the biggest I don't care about you at all, I'm just going to kill you of all time. Like, Keria's just like, you're dead, I don't care. Now, Peanut does come over here, the health bars are low. He cleans up house a little bit, and Chovy gets a ton of shutdown gold. His package usage here is fantastic. Zone Zeus back out of the fight.
There's 1,200 of shutdown gold between Gumayusi and Faker.
Yeah, it's massive. And now Corki's like, okay, like maybe we have a path back into this game. So, I mean, just watch Faker attempt here. The big one hits.
Oh my God. Ophelia was there to add some damage as well with the bouncing bomb, but still, I mean, phosphorus bomb, rocket, and bit of Gatling gun, it's just so much damage. As now, if Chovy's safe, then he can be that one-man poke composition that we know Corki's can be. And the clock is ticking. It's 25 minutes. 35 is generally that sweet spot where your Corki really does get online. But right now, Gen G, with control of the mid lane, will be able to take down this outer turret. They are still extraordinarily far behind as Keria trying to get that Hex Flash over the wall. Faker wants to lock down Lehens, gets a little bit trolled by their knockup. The fact that the model did move position, and it will mean the chain misses, and Lehens is going to be okay.
So what Gen G want is to group up like this and start taking turrets off of the map. Get some of that standing gold, the mid turret being the easiest one and the most important one at the moment for them. Because if T1 are given the opportunity, as Faker is going D.
Yeah, Peanut was looking for it, but isn't going to find the Q.
If T1 find an opportunity where Gen G is not grouped up as 5 or split, then they just simply will destroy Gen G's composition. Because they have a Blanc who can one-shot somebody. They have the Zeus poke damage. Gen G need to be moving as a unit with the front line at the front and Corki hitting rockets from behind with the Ziggs hitting that slow tick damage over time. The longer any neutral fights happen or any scuffles happen around vision, Gen G feels great about that. So, yes, they gave up this Drake here, but that's the advantage they got from the first two. It means this is not sole point. Yep. It is starting to stack up, and that is very significant because it's Infernal here. But Gen G, I don't want to say they're fine with it, but this is the correct move, is to not contest, just sit back, reset, buy some more items for the Corki, and get ready for this next fight.
Yeah, get more time. That's basically what Gen G want. And yeah, I think Gen G absolutely want that standoff scenario, right? But one thing that T1 have been doing fantastically well, and it's largely on Keria, is this guy has just been starting as many fights as he possibly can. And that's exactly what you need to do, because as soon as you actually start the fight, as soon as you get Doran in there, exactly like this, right? A Solar Flare is going to come through, Faker, immediate follow-up, Super Mega Death Rocket, and that's a dead Crocodile. This is precisely what we were talking about, because now the flow-on effect happens. The other engaged choice is going to be removed.
You don't have a front line.
Exactly. What are these poke champions going to do when you can just run at them and they die?
You don't have a front line anymore, and that is, you know, one way to approach this is to try to kill the back line first with your LeBlanc. The other way is just engage on the tanks, take them out. As Peanut's looking for an angle here.
Oh, Keria, he's going to get the kickback. That's going to mean that the chains connect, and Faker takes Peanut for a walk. T1 looking to lock down the Baron now, and that whole passage of play, just beautiful.
And you know, Gen G just had no real options here. Faker, or rather, Peanut is trying to find a backline pick here. He's like, maybe I can get Keria. I know he's low. Maybe I can find an opportunity here. Maybe we could delete some of these potential Baron buffs. Maybe we can actually defend this play. And I don't hate what he did there, but, you know, the risk was extremely high. As Keria over the wall here gets the hook on the door, and then there's the follow-up route, and then the rocket. Perfect perfect setup play here from T1. Everyone's on the same page, and then they end up getting the Leona as well. Lehen's just not able to escape. Red's line's perfect, and Keria is 100% the frontline runner right now for POG. With how well
if he doesn't get all of the votes, I mean, Faker will get a few votes, but I think that Keria's engages have been
He's got a
so
ward.
good.
He knows that Peanut will look for him, so he has a ward over the wall, makes the play happen, dredge lines him, takes him out. No jungler to speak of. Oh, this is clean.
Yeah.
And I feel like, I'll be totally honest, I don't think any of this game has to do with the fact that it's Ophelia. You know, maybe the Ziggs comp that they picked because they felt they had to does limit Gen.G's options here quite a bit, but...
No, I think this is, like, honestly, Gen.G have been playing well, and T1 have just been playing better.
Yes.
Like, and you can tell by the way that they're playing that this is just as if this was full-strength Gen.G, because it's been disciplined, it's been coordinated, they've known exactly what this composition is supposed to do, and they've executed accordingly. It's really beautiful stuff as Gumyushi going to get tagged by a bouncing bomb. The zap comes through as he does manage to Gale Force out of the way of the Solar Flare, but still takes the Mega Inferno Bomb. That will stave off the push. Almost a Caster Curse. I apologize, everyone, but thankfully he makes it out alive.
He makes it out alive. Gen.G now keep their inhibitors alive.
Secures the inhibitor turret. Like that one.
Very well played. He's got his death cap now, so he is doing a ton of damage. Gen.G keeping their inhibitors alive means they keep their chances of ever having the ability to fight that neutral fight and that poke war in the realm of possibility. Like, there is a chance that they could actually look for a real slow poking team fight, outdo the Jace damage. Because, you know, they have 2 more chances, arguably, here on Infernal, as long as they don't get wiped, because T1 will just end the game.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, like, what does the Renekton do now?
Well, he's not doing a whole lot.
Well, he was trying to back, and he was discovered, so he's just going to keep slithering. That's what he's going to do.
He just needs to stay with the backline champions and try to peel more than be an aggressive force. The problem is if he's doing that, then how do you get the vision cleared up? How do you actually get on top of these Drakes? It's a catch-22 problem here that Gen.G face.
Yeah, well, Chovy's going to speed out of the base, does have the package available for a potential defensive play, but T1, they've got an open front door, and Faker is knocking on it right now. All these knocks actually hurting it quite a lot here as he's going to break it down. Inhibitor going to go in that mid lane. Bottom side is where T1 are then focused on, but this 4-1 is working out exactly the way they want it to. Super Mega Death Rocket absorbed by the Crocodile, and maybe that's his use case at this point in the game as Chovy tidies up the minion wave and T1 straight up don't care. The flash dredge line comes in, package comes out, and that means Gen.G do not have that anymore. Who's the best poke champion? Maybe it's the Jace, as half of the health bars will evaporate as Zeus dictates it. And Gen.G, now they'll be able to get rid of these minions, but T1, they've already taken exactly what they wanted. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, Keria takes a lot of damage, but here might be the turn. Gumyushi, not a lot of mana. Zeus,
they are
trying to fire these as Lehens goes in for one last-ditch effort. There's the dredge line. That is a special delivery of the Leona. Doran's going to go down as well, and it's once again the same ordering. Now the front line is completely missing. Everyone on T1 is unlocked. The flash forward from Zeus. Gumyushi's flashing after some Ziggs, and now it will be the Nexus's turn to go down. 19-6 the kill score. T1 with a masterclass of how to play the mid-game vision game. Oh man, just utter dominance here from T1.
Zeus was level 18 for so long that game. Absolutely dominated Doran, and those were some of the ways this Faker will get 2,500 kills, the LCK first player to do so.
Yeah.
So much of this game was decided by attempts in the top side of the map from Doran that were shut down, because that really limited the opportunities that Gen.G had to take mid-game fights, because the Jace was doing too much damage too early before the Corki became online, before the Ziggs came online. And there were so many ways that T1 put vision deep in the jungle around the objective, then traded to the top side of the map, then traded back to the bottom side of the map. They always had way more that they could fire at, because if you're the Corki, if you're the Ziggs, and you can't see what's going on, and Keria is ruling the game, where do you go? Where is your angle? Where's your opportunity? And like you said, and like I said, this game was not about Ophelia subbing in. This game was about Doran being over-aggressive on the top side, and T1 really punishing him hard, playing a great bottom side, and abusing the fact that they had Prio in basically every lane. The LeBlanc versus the Corki, Faker got ahead. I mean, there was no part of this game where Gen.G looked like they were in control.
No, they absolutely weren't, and that was because T1 were able to hold on to that level of control throughout most of the game. I think that if some of those all-ins from Doran had have worked, then maybe we would have seen a different situation. But ㅣ was just too good this game. I think his way of navigating the Jace, the fact that even when he was going for that bait in, just to make sure, like, he knew the spacing just so perfectly and read that Doran was going to go for that play. I think that was a big highlight for me in that game, showing that T1 just read them like a book. That is not a lot of Chovy damage, and as you can see, ㅣ was definitely the king of the poke today.
I think that there's going to be a split vote between ㅣ and Keria here, but you know, Faker might pick up a few votes because he also blew up Peanut and had a great game himself.
It's ㅣ's Faker Keria, and I don't really care who gets it.
I don't think anybody is really going to be upset.
Yep.
It's T1, man, they look so dominant. Even against, like you said, a Genji that is playing well, is playing to their win conditions, is trying to play around objectives. This team is so terrifying.
Yeah, they really are. It's just ridiculously well played. I don't know what Genji are going to be able to do moving into game number 2. Do they just choose blue side again? Do they opt in for some of these counter picks? We'll have to find out after the break and the analyst carpet space as they break down this game.
나 잡으면
안 하는 게 낫긴 해. 이거 연가죠. 안 하는 게 나아.
오케이.
박으면 볼 거야. 박으면 박았다.
레오나.
잡았어.
레네톤.
레이톤.
왼쪽에 콜 이거 노텔이야 이거. 리프텔. 야 포킹 맞아. 총알 없다 돼.
나 초식에도 있어.
끝내 총알 없어.
노플. 그렇게 노플.
끝내면 될 듯?
끝내자.
그렇게 노플이래.
나 Q 3초.
미신도 노플이야 아직. 끌었어.
어시 좀.
아 뭐야?
뭐야?
줬다.
아 평타 안 쳐도 됐구나.
이게 내 없이.
야 초랑 조심.
나이스.
롤도 보고 LCK도 복습하고 영어도 배우는 레알 월드 클래스 콘텐츠.
새학기에 인싸가 되고 싶은 당신 제대로 찾아오셨습니다. 나만 아는 롤 영어로 힙해질 수 있는 찬스.
울프쌤과
정연쌤의
레알 클래스
지금 시작합니다.
매주 LCK 중계에서 나오는 표현을 가르쳐주는 Call of the Week. 영어 해설 듣다 보면 경기에서 나오지 않았는데 언급되는 선수 한 명이 있는데요. 과연 누군지 살펴볼까요?
Now going to get hunted down by Lava. Morgan lumbers his way towards his mid laner space, doing the same thing. Henna, absolutely fantastic. Captain Jack loves that. Lumbers his way towards his mid laner space, doing the same thing. Henna, absolutely fantastic. Captain Jack loves that.
Absolutely fantastic, Captain Jack. 갑자기 캡틴 잭 이름 나왔죠. 영어 해설에선 정화 쓰는 반응 속도가 엄청 빠를 때, CC기 푸는 타이밍 엄청 좋았을 때 캡틴 잭이라고 해요. 2012년 롤 챔피언 서머 경기에서 캡틴 잭이 11호로 CC 4개 한 번에 풀면서 이런 재미있는 표현이 생겼어요. 이렇게 어떤 선수가 슈퍼 플레이하면 그 선수 이름으로 해설 표현이나 스킬 이름 만들어줘요. 예를 들면 인색킥도 있죠. 리신이 와드 사용해서 배달킥 하는 걸 인색 선수가 2013년에 올스타에서 보여줘서 생긴 말이에요. 이제 캡틴 잭과 인색 선수 둘 다 은퇴했지만 그 사람의 멋진 플레이는 아직도 캐스터 컬이 남아있어요. 이후에 생길 다른 재미있는 표현들도 같이 기대해봐요.
롤 챔피언 대사로 영어를 배우는 챔피언 세스. 이번 주는 꽃피는 3월 개강 시즌을 맞아서 교수님 한 분을 모셔봤는데요. 바로 요들과학자 하이머딘 겁니다. 아무래도 과학 발명가라 그런지 대사에는 코사인, 벡터, 엔트로피, 문과에게는 괴로운 단어들이 많이 나오는데요. 그중에 이런 표현도 있더라고요.
Try not to get toasted.
Try not to get toasted. 한국어로는 토스트 대신 누룽지가 되고 싶으신가요? 라고 재밌게 번역이 된 대사인데요. 토스트라는 단어에는 우리가 흔히 생각하는 토스트빵 또는 노릇노릇하게 굽다는 뜻 말고도 다른 의미들이 있답니다. 게임 시작한 지 몇 분도 안 됐는데 미드에서 솔로킬이 벌써 3번이나 났어요. Wow, that looks bad. I'm toast. 라고 하면 큰일인데? 나 망했다. 라는 뜻입니다. 비동사에 토스트를 쓰면 큰 문제가 생겼다, 박살났다, 망했다 라는 표현이 되고요. 토스트에는 또 만취라는 뜻이 있는데 I got toasted after my graduation ceremony 라고 하면 나 졸업식 끝나고 만취했잖아 라는 문장이 됩니다. Try not to get toasted. 맥락에 따라 여러 가지 뜻으로 바꿔 쓸 수 있는 토스트였습니다.
협곡에서 자주 쓰는 단어나 표현을 딥하게 파고드는 rolling in the deep. 가끔 게임 하다 보면 자기 마음에 안 든다고 막 던지는 나쁜 유저들 있잖아요. 운 나쁘게 그런 외국인 유저들 많을 때 야, 제발 그만 좀 던져! 라고 하고 싶으면 뭐라고 해야 할까요? 바로 stop inting입니다. int, intentional feeding 줄임말인데요. intentional, 의도적인, 고의적인, feed, 먹이다. 두 단어가 겹쳐진 표현이에요. 우리 팀 지게 하려고 일부러 죽는 트롤링을 feeding이라고 합니다. 한국어서 길 먹여준다랑 뉘앙스 비슷해요. I lost the game because my teammate was inting. 우리 팀원이 자꾸 죽어져서 상대 팀한테 골드랑 경험치 자꾸 먹여줘서 졌어. Stop throwing도 번역하면 던지지 마라는 뜻이지만 throw는 무리한 플레이 하느라 안 죽어도 되는데 죽었을 때 줄었어요. 예를 들어서 우리 팀 이기고 있는데 누가 계속 죽어, 계속 던져. Hey, stop throwing. Why are you throwing? Why are we throwing? Why is he throwing? 이렇게 쓸 수 있어요. 기분 나쁘다고, 재미없다고 절대 인팅하지 말고 다들 꼭 매너 게임 하세요. 게임도 보고 영어도 배우는
울프쌤과 정연쌤의 레알 클래스.
오늘은 캡틴 잭, 토스트, 인트 배워봤어요.
다음 시간에 또 만나요.
See you next time.
Welcome, everybody, to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. We're going to break down game number 1 of Gen.G versus T1. This one wasn't necessarily a stomp, but I think it was still in total control of one team, this time being T1 from very early on in the game, Chronicler. What was your take on this one?
So, honestly, I really liked the initial first half of the draft from Gen.G. The Ziggs, it's a bit predictable, but if you don't really want to interact with your lane opponent, which if you're Ophelia, great call. Don't try to actually play against Kobayushi and Carrier. It's not going to end well. The Ziggs is great. Leona, obviously, I don't think it's necessarily an amazing setup, but it Does very well out of lane, and Leona is always going to provide a lot of value. And then the Corki Renekton, that is really what kind of got me, because there is a couple of issues there. Whereas I like the idea of Corki and Ziggs, I think that as we saw, Chovy was online way too late and wasn't unable to have any impact in this game. And then of course, Jace is punishable. This is a thing that can be done. Picks exist. Wukong, Malphite come to mind. And if you pick the Renekton into Jace, which I don't think is a great matchup as we saw, and you don't play for the lane, I think Peanut was up there once, then you're not going to get anything done. The champion doesn't do anything, it doesn't scale, and then you have two scaling lanes that get kind of bullied and pushed in, at least to a certain extent, and a Renekton that is in the head. And that's basically it. And that was honestly pretty much what the first 30 minutes of the game, and like barring a couple of okay moments, Genji's comp never really got any time because T1 played their aggressive comp out very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, this is one team that we can absolutely expect. Okay, we see this kind of draft. We know exactly how they're going to pilot it. You know, there were times where I think a worse team, not as good as T1, of which there are many right now, if they are playing into this much poke, they might drag out the game longer. They might struggle to find engages, but T1 are like, nope, deny vision, crush them. And that's exactly what they did, which was really cool to see. As we are going to jump into highlight number 1 and talk a little bit about this Herald fight.
And this is a precursor for many a thing to happen here. As we can see, of course, you know Carrier's there, but that's not really going to change the equation. Just so well played with him finding the hook, then also using the depth charge on someone behind, I think it was Peanut, and knocking up multiple members, which in turn meant that there was no way to ever engage. Honestly, Genji, just let that Herald go. Like, this is not the type of comp where you actually want to fight for that Herald.
Yeah.
The poke isn't online yet. Just try to get plates. You have Ziggs. Ziggs loves being alone in a lane with plates, right? And that is something that obviously we never know what the actual impact of Ruler not being there is. But that's not a call that I'd expect a team with Genji's caliber to make, and then T1 just ran with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned the ruler bit because, you know, it is unfortunate he isn't here, but at the same time, he never struck me as like the main shot caller. Definitely his presence is missed on the side of Genji, but at the same time, I don't know, like even with him in the roster, obviously the draft would have been a bit different, but I'm not even sure if, you know, with T1 looking this strong, if they would have been able to overcome them tonight.
Yeah, we don't know, right, how it impacts the way that they were played, but I do think that even missing Ruler, this was just straight up a mistake in terms of trying to play out to your win conditions, and that shouldn't happen.
Definitely true, but guys, we are going to jump into highlight number 2 and talk a little bit about this second fight. Also mentioned by the casters, the vision control in this game.
And that is something that I think was played around so expertly by T1, is weaving in and out of the vision. Because if you are on vision, the poke from Genji at this point in the game actually does become an issue. As the engages from Carrier, which is impeccable the entire game, right? And not only were the engages good, but they were always immediately followed by either LeBlanc poke or a J shock blast. And this is exactly what you pointed out. A worse team than T1 might have lost this game, because they would have not been as decisive as T1 is here and has been the entire game. And even with some okay moments every now and then, this is just, look at that. Like,
I mean,
you think Carrier backs?
That sequence of plays might even be on par with, you remember that one Thresh game we had last year. Like, how can this guy keep getting away with it? It's incredible that every time we see T1 play, it's like the support player is the one that's getting the highlights over and over and over again, and it feels like he's only getting better. It's kind of insane.
At the same time, also huge credit to Zeus. As I mentioned previously, I think he navigated the matchup expertly. He was able to absorb so much pressure. There was multiple attempts, and this is a player that is so young, that is so relatively inexperienced, and he's playing like someone who knows that if you're a top laner, you're gonna get ganged up on in side lanes, and actually respects that.
Yeah, it's really cool. Absolutely very excited for T1. It's hard not to get excited when they are looking this strong. But guys, we do have our POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up. It will be Faker on the LeBlanc. You know, I mean, he did get 2,500 kills, but to be honest, Carrier was my big favorite for this one.
You know who my favorite fan for was Carrier as well. Felt like it was between Carrier and Zeus and Faker. I think in terms of overall impact on the game was very important for never giving any opportunity to Genji to kind of recuperate that tempo, right? Like picks like this meant that Gen.G was never able to stabilize, was never able to actually get anything on. But I'm very curious to see what the vote is going to be here. Like maybe it's
Free media for Faker. Absolutely.
You're calling it early, Valdez.
You got to get that 2,500 kill narrative point in there, you know? They want to see that interview. He is going to be up to second place here with 900 points. That's 9 POGs that he has carried so far. So very, very nice to see. There it is. No surprise in my mind that we do get that there. Also on the Korean cast, it does look like there was a lot of, you know, showing towards the side of Faker. He did make a lot of great follow-up plays.
Yeah.
And you can say that a lot about a lot of players on the side of T1. But either way, guys, we're going to throw it back to the casters, Atlas and Wolf, for game number 2.
I just think they're biased against Faker. I don't know what they're talking about. That's actually just ridiculous.
A braver man than me to say that.
But, you know, that's all right. Kerry did play well, but no. I think that, as we said, Zeus, Faker, or Carrier, you're not going to be too unhappy with any of them. And Faker hitting 2,500 kills, definitely some icing on the top. But Carrier had probably one of the best support games that I've ever seen. So it's probably worth recognizing.
It was pretty insane. Like, I think Faker was definitely number 3 in terms of my list. You know, it was Carrier, Zeus, and then Faker. But it was a team effort, right? Everybody played well around the composition, punished Gen.G equally. We'll see what side they chose. No surprise, they chose blue again.
Yep.
And morale, obviously, on the team, you could see here, not too great. We saw Score kind of in the coaching booth earlier, giving the kind of, well, it's just one of those days kind of talks. It looks like he was just trying to tell everybody in the booth, like, hey, like, we still in this. We still have a best of 3 to play, but, you know, circumstances are hard. And I think that's kind of how a lot of people will remember this series. But I think it's been pretty good so far.
I think this is exactly what we wanted from this series, and it was T1 demonstrating their excellence, and they absolutely have done that, right? What we didn't want to see was a messy game that T1 wins against Gen.G that are a little bit hamstrung, because then you have question marks popping up. After that game, I mean, no question marks.
It was an earned win.
Absolutely.
Like very much an earned win, no doubt about it. Let's see how this draft evolves, or if it doesn't, because we could see Gen.G try to run almost the exact same comp again and try to play a little bit early, or a little bit safer early. Looking at you, Doran, some of those attempted plays really backfired, unfortunately. And, you know, like you said, if he makes those plays and they work, Gen.G have such a easier time in the mid-game.
Ooh, Zeri actually going to be banned here, which means that the bans could change a little bit.
Something like a Rise could be on the cards here, potentially.
I'd like to see Jinx taken away, personally. Just to allow Gen.G to have a little bit more wiggle room on that bottom side of the map against the best bottom lane in the world. But I don't know whether it necessarily works, but we'll see.
There's a lot of options.
Taking their time. Yeah,
they will do it. I like this because you definitely don't want to give Gumusi the opportunity to carry later on if your mid game is going to be, you know, just a little bit shaky with a substitute here. And, you know, Gen.G have a lot of options now. Like, Rise Twisted Fate could be traded here for T1. They will actually ban Twisted Fate. And you're basically saying, Chovy, you will play mid again. And you will play Rise this time around. It's one of his favorite champions, one of his best historically.
Yep. It's likely to be locked in here. They still might keep the Lee Sin priority, but I don't think that it's a good idea.
But then you get Faker Rise, and that's really scary too.
No,
it's scarier, right?
And also Rise and the Xin Zhao is an even better combo.
Yeah.
And then you pick Rise Xin Zhao, and then, well, here we go, Rise Xin Zhao, and then Gen.G will pick a bottom lane, and then T1 picks Gwen, and then T1 have this absolutely amazing 1-3-1 composition that also team fights probably better than most of the others. And they have one of the most flexible bottom lanes in the world, and therefore they will be able to lock down something down there that is going to work out.
Now, if T1 do take the Rise here, they will give away a lot of that pick potential that was so strong.
This is interesting. With the Jinx ban,
yeah,
the Aphelios stock does rise.
It does rise, and it's, you know, best Gumusi is the best Aphelios in the LCK. Could be in the world. We're not going to find out about that until maybe later on, a few months' time, but you know, if you do take the Rise here, you lose a lot of that power in this meta that Faker has dominated with, you know, LeBlanc, the Ahri, the pick potential of these champions that give him really great control over the map.
With his classic hover.
So, you know, I would like to see a pivot, but no, it is going to be the Rise.
I think the Rise was like guaranteed. They just wanted to give themselves a little bit more time.
Now Gen G can play the same style of composition. They could actually go run it back, run the Ziggs Corki again if they really feel like that's something they're kind of priced into with the Ophelia substitution here, and be a little bit more safe, because Rise isn't going to pop over a wall and blow up your jungler or your Corki, right? So, no, just gonna be Yone Chovy, just gonna be Chovy Yone. That's what we're gonna get. 100% win rate champion here in the LCK. We're just gonna go down this path instead. We're gonna change it up completely. This is just how it's gonna be.
It is definitely how it's gonna be. We're gonna leave that bottom lane up to fate, I guess. As, yeah, the Gwen will be locked away. That does give a little bit of magic damage here, but I think physical damage in the mid lane makes a lot of sense, because now you can freely run whatever mage you want.
You also pick the Gwen here as Gen G into the face-up Jace. Like, you face up into the Jace. So now T1 have great front line, great side laning with a Rise. The Jace is going to be able to win early. Ziggs ban, no surprise here.
Yep.
So that seems to be the MO for Gen G, and with the comp they have, the magic damage here on the bottom side is actually pretty nice for them.
Yeah, I wonder which awesome dude Ophelia is going to pull out time around.
What if he just does the boring Karma Ezreal?
I mean,
I would like that.
What if he just plays Ezreal Yumi?
Ezreal Yumi,
like that.
Karma Ezreal, you know, I think these are great options. They're going to choke out some of Owner's remaining jungle pool here.
I like that. I think Syndra is probably the next in line when it comes to awesome dudes for the bottom side.
Yeah.
I like that.
I don't think
awesome
he's...
dudes also, just to clarify, is AD on the bottom side of the map. It was Pups maybe who came up with it back in 2019 when we just had so many of them.
It's a bot player playing a mage. And so this gets really tricky for Gen G from here. You have a really nice set of engage options. You have the Gwen frontline, you have Yone, who has a lot of utility in team fights, can wombo combo. And T1 will probably pick the support last. You'd have to imagine try to respond to what is going to be the path here for Gen G. You could pick a strong jungler. Honestly, Poppy, totally fine with this. Just pick the Poppy.
I think Poppy would be so strong right here.
They're going to go for Diana for more fun, maybe?
Okay.
I mean, this could set up so much for the Rise, the Aphelios.
It feels a bit off theme to me, though, because I feel like you want more AoE CC, more circles. And yes, they do have a lot of AoE damage in a small area, so if they do get a Moonfall to go off, Rise is fantastic at capitalizing, especially in mid-game. But it's not necessarily my favorite. Victor going to be locked in here for Ophelia, most likely on that bottom side, of course. Chronicler has mentioned this, but he is largely inclined to playing more of those control mages. And so Victor,
it's his most played.
Yeah, Victor does make some sense. Let's see what Lehens is going to pick up, though, as I think Carrier is going to insta-lock support Galio. I just have a feeling that that's what's going to happen.
Nautilus is still up. And we'll see. It looks like the Tom Kench here for a little bit more survivability on the bottom side. Now, call me crazy, but there is also a possibility that we see 80 carry Yone on the bottom side of the map, like every solo queue game on the Korean server.
True.
And let's see what Carrier picks. Pike into this is also very interesting because it can punish a lot of Gen G's engage. Then you have the turn for T1 that's so beautiful. You lock down a target, blow them up. This is also another alternative way to deal with the hard engage that Gen G is going to be looking for with this Yone. Is just make sure the target that gets dove upon is res.
And it will be locked in. So the Zillion to come through here does mean that you do get to keep someone alive if Gen G does lock them up. And I do very much like it. Zillion just also extraordinarily strong right now, just in general.
So let's take a look here. Chovy on the Yone, Victor on, or Ophelia on the Victor here. So this is going to be mid Chovy. It is going to be Victor in the bottom side. We have to imagine.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we saw the Yone, it was gonna be Chovy.
There's no way they're gonna put Ophelia on the Yone. There's just no world in which that happens. So.
Yep. Happy birthday to Chovy as well. Do need to make sure that we say that. It's not necessarily the situation that he wanted to be in. So right now, down 0-1.
Atlas, remember the last time that Gen G played against T1 with subs, and the first game was kind of close, and we had the exciting Chovy Tryndamere, but then in game 2, we had the Yasuo top.
Yeah.
And it didn't go well, and like the first game felt a little bit tryhard. The second game was like not even close, even a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm hoping we don't have a repeat of that, because what we're looking at here, kind of face up across this composition, is a comp that lacks a lot of synergy, does have a lot of scaling opportunities with the Victor bot. You have a Tahm Kench for survivability. But T1's comp is meta. The Diana does stick out like a sore thumb because it's not necessary in this comp, but it works so well.
This looks like T1 going for a fun game to me, because I think that there's a lot of stuff that is a little bit off theme. Yes, they have a lot of range that they can add with the Jace, but the Diana doesn't feel like she fits all that well with the composition they put together. But I still have no doubt in my mind that they'll win. That's just sort of how I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, the follow-up for the Diana is insane, because she can get sped up to go in for the, engage, look for the ult. Then she can be ulted, so she can't actually be punished or die.
Yeah.
So
There's also the fact that you do get to give a lot more experience to the Diana, who does like to scale, utilizing the Zillion. So that's definitely a good news story.
you can also, get value out of it in the Aphelios too. Like, it's just going to be great all around here for T1. That extra passive from Zillion. And like, T1's draft is weird and off meta as it looks, actually makes sense. Whereas Gen G's draft looks like we might have a Chovy situation on our hands where the Yone pops off. Really great around early game team fights, has a lot of power, kind of locked into its initiation and early game Drakes and stuff like that. But falls off very hard. Even though we do have a Victor in the game, it's a weird 80 carry Victor situation. It's not going to have the same amount of farm that a Victor would normally have in the mid lane.
Not the same amount of levels, definitely.
Yeah, that as well.
So it is going to be a different story, but Lehens will be roaming a lot, so likely that Ophelia should still be able to get to a relatively decent position. Chovy going to charge up that queue by smacking some popcorn chickens. And Zeus going to fight Doran here. And yep, Gwen doing some Gwen things. Zeus fighting back nicely.
Yeah. Early parts of this, you take your dash first as the Gwen and try to get a little bit of trading done. It is going to be very terrible, though, outside of these initial attempts, because Doran is going to give so much health over. Even attempts like this, like, you auto him once, but he gets to auto you as many times as he'd like.
Yeah, as you're running back as well. It's just a bit of a rough scenario, but Doran should be able to chug through some of these potions, get those snips online.
And he pushes
stuff done.
Pushes Zeus back a little bit with the early trading he's doing so that he can actually farm. So it's a risky play, but you have to just kind of trade your health bar for CS. If you're the Gwen in the early parts of this, it's very frustrating.
We just saw the fact that Gumayusi is now 9-1 on the Aphelios. Aphelios last week went 1-10, or is just 1-10 into Jinx, like things like this. Aphelios has not been doing very well. Kind of different when Gumayusi plays it.
When you're on a 12-0 team, sometimes those numbers will look like that.
Yeah.
And he's also just been so fantastic at it.
Well, Doran, not exactly looking fantastic up here, health bar-wise. He's going to back himself out, and Zeus is going to retain control. And Doran just trying to get towards that point where he is immovable inside lanes, which Gwen certainly does get to.
In this part of this lane down here, we haven't really talked about what it's like when a Victor matches up against an Aphelios Zillion, but the early parts of this lane can be disastrous for the Victor. Before he can evolve his E, he's, just going to kind of end up struggling under turret, and will try to CS as best as he can. And obviously, the more this problem compounds upon itself, like if they get a pick down there or somebody makes an error, you can actually just get your Crescendum out and get all the plates.
Last time we saw it, it lost to Aphelios as well, a couple of years ago.
It was deft against
It was. As Faker. Okay, let's see whether Peanut can lock this one down. The flash comes through. Can they actually grab it? They do. First blood goes to Chovy. Probably the best start Gen G could have hoped for.
Yeah, this is exactly what you need to do with this Yone early, is look for the potential knockups there. Peanut needs to be constantly vigilant and always surfing around this mid lane. If the Yone gets ahead, gets his first item up early, becomes very difficult to kill. And he has a lot of staying power in early fights. His biggest enemy is going to be the CC that T1 do have and the Diana do have in the roots that Faker can provide.
Well, Faker now fighting against Chovy and a whole bunch of minions, but the Unbound Soul will bring Chovy back eventually. As Doran has teleported back to lane, Zeus as well, so he's got his serrated Dirk. There is a shield on Doran and some ring, but otherwise not too much more. So certainly, as far as the back is concerned, Zeus very happy about his situation. Will continue to trade pretty well, as we can see up here towards the top side. That hammer boot certainly pretty handy.
Yeah. Keep an eye on those Aphelios levels, as we are going to watch how this one played out from Chovy's pro view here. It's a safeguard in to get the Q. He gets that final auto. Was never really in danger. Nice juggle on the turret there too, if they had to go deeper. So onto Peanut, not onto Chovy. Well played. And getting an early punish on the Rise is exactly the start that you're looking for, as you mentioned. And now you want to turn this into a really big Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, they can see whether they can do that. And of course, Chovy's ultimate will be online by that stage. Still just under 3 minutes away. One of the things that Gen.G did have to give up there was double scuttle that was secured by Owner. We also need to remember that Carrier will be delivering potentially more experience over towards this Diana as the game goes on. So the Diana spikes are something that we will need to look out for.
Yeah.
As it's basically a quad carry composition. As, yeah, into the Lee Sin, Diana has done pretty well. Historically.
This is also, you know, there are some kind of asterisks on that one, with a lot of Canyon playing it recently and having an incredible win rate on it himself.
Also, the Lee Sin win rate being down when Diana was so powerful as well, so it's one of those situations. There's good vision here from Gen.G. Spots Owner moving up, as Doran's going to throw out the needlework just to tidy up the wave. Peanut turns up and will just try and lock down this kill, but it's not really going to work. Owner trying to get after him, but does not invest the flash. And Zeus will be able to get himself back.
It's so incredible how well T1 play around Zeus.
All right, bomb's coming down as Ophelia just stands his ground, gets himself a stun, but Lahan's a little bit late on the Abyssal Dive. As Faker's rotating down, doesn't necessarily commit to it.
Yeah,
T1 retain control.
If there was a Gravitum and a little bit more damage there, you know, he had Realm Warp, he could have come over. He's just going to come over and catch this wave, which is what Rise is so good at.
Yeah, another Unbound Soul as Chovy going to try and get a bit of damage down here, but does not manage to deter Faker from getting underneath his turret.
Will deny him some more CS, and does get a little bit punished for the potential Realm Warp setup there. T1 have so much control over the bottom side. They're roaming mid with their 80 carry.
Yeah, carry is also running real fast. Flashes forward, looks for it. The ulti comes down. That's going to be safeguard just to make sure that the bomb doesn't kill him. That's a support Zillion, so it's not going to do enough damage.
Yeah, he hold that thought.
Okay, Lahen's battling this one out. Ophelia is going to turn up. Death Ray is going to connect. They get the heal. There's no flash on Gumayushi here as the Tongue Lash will connect. The stun comes down and Ophelia grabs the kill, but the Realm Warp will deliver death to Gen.G.
Peanut will come down here, so T1 can't push any further. Lehens did have to flash, so flash is traded back here. Because in the mid lane, you know, Chovy did not have to flash, and it was a flash from Carrier, so big trade up there for Gen.G. But they do end up getting a pick bottom side. As this game is very quick to have a lot of action compared to what I expected here.
And I got a little bit overexcited. That was like actually just a 1-for-1, so not really death to Gen.G or anything like that. But you know, sometimes you get into match of the week and so a little bit excited.
This is really well played here from Lehen. Stun comes down, the follow-up gravity well. They are able to pick off, unfortunately, the Ophelia here, or the Victor here. Ophelia playing it in the bottom side, and that means Victor's pushed out of lane, losing a little bit more CS here. Very unfortunate, as I think this is definitely a big trade up for T1 on that bottom play. You can see they're already starting to take a pretty big gold lead. Now, Chovy does not have his ultimate because he had to use it to escape, and that's quite critical going into this Rift Herald fight because that's one of your best options, one of your best tools. The reason why you want to fight early with this Yone is to set up a big wombo play. Now, with the enemy Diana having hers and them having the faster setup, you just don't even want to be anywhere near this.
Yeah, they learned from last game, as it turns out. So not going to be contesting for this one. It will be a trade for the Dragon. And I think that that was the right call. Gen.G now behind by about 100 gold. That will extend as this Rift Herald is utilized, and Doran has to be very careful with this rotation towards the top side. Owner turning up with Rift Herald in hand, and Lahen's, I don't know whether he is going to be enough to protect this one, but they do have the cavalry on their way. Bombs flying down as Carrier looking for some potential stuns. Not going to find them.
Faker just playing very safely right now without any information about where the enemy setup is, right? Where is the Victor? Where is Peanut? Now they're getting a little bit more information here on the top side. He feels very comfortable to continue to farm. Bottom side, a lot of pings going down as It's tough for Yone to farm in this game. Like, he was laning against very briefly the Jace here in the mid lane, which, again, as long as the Jace dodges the empowered Q and doesn't get knocked up, it's hard for Chovy to trade it well there. It's hard for Chovy to lane into a Ryze in the side lane the later the game goes on, too, unless he gets fed, right? And you can see he's building some magic resistance here because he wants to be able to survive through the side lane that he's going to have to force his way through right now. But it's just a really tough time for Gen G the longer this game goes on. And have they gotten the tempo lead they really need? The answer is no. And weren't able to force that fight because he lost his ult from a really proactive play from T1. So Gen G are going to have to take a little bit of a back seat here, unfortunately, through the early parts of this mid game. And it's not what this comp wants to do.
I mean, I think I'm kind of okay with it because their side laning is going to be very strong, especially with the fact that you now have this awesome dude on the bottom side. So if you're in the 3 and you've got the wave clear of a Victor, you're like, well, we get to perma clear waves in the mid lane, while Doran and Chovy, if the stars align, will be able to get to positions where they should have control in side lanes if they can get things navigated correctly. So there is an avenue for victory. Whether they can actually get there is going to be the question, because T1's siege, team fighting, so many of these things are going to be better, but in certain game states, Gen G do have an advantage available to them.
It's just so easy to play around the Yone side laning, and the Victor is so significantly behind, the Gwen is so significantly behind at this stage. And I think even though the potential side laning is amazing, as Guma will just casually take a turret shot to get that plate, the potential side laning is good. Like, will it work out that way in reality against the best macro team in the LCK is the real question here.
Yeah. Well, Peanut turns up to the mid lane, looking for an opportunity onto Faker. He has flash as the Rift Herald will come down. And yep, they know where the bread's buttered. Usually going to be delivered some plates here. Carrier also going to forego that just to make sure that they maximize the amount of money on the Diana and the Aphelios. And I like that a lot. Peanut's still here, setting up a tent, waiting for that opportunity, wanting to grab another kill onto Faker here. Last time he was able to grab the flash and the kill. This time flash back up again. He'll have to have a repeat.
Faker just showing so much respect right now. And because Ryze clears so quickly these waves, he can just sit under turret. And as long as he doesn't put himself in harm's way, like, how does Faker lose, you know? As long as he doesn't die here, he's feeling fantastic. His relevance is going to be much higher than Yone's, who only has 1 kill at this point. If Chovy gets a few more, then that story is going to change, right? But as long as he doesn't die, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, you know, you're sailing right now to the path to victory as the Ryze player here. So it's a tough matchup for the Yone because you don't have good kill pressure here. Now they don't have vision.
Well, Chovy going to dash on forward, spots Carrier, who will deliver the experience over to Diana like we were talking about. And it means that Owner is just going to continue getting to that point a little bit quicker as this game goes on. 1 minute until the next Drake. It will be an Ocean. Opportunities for a Cloud Soul this game. Absolutely love it.
Yep, Guma down here on the bottom side just continuing to have full control. And Ophelia just doing his best to keep up and farm, and he's doing a good job of it, especially after he was left alone there in the lane for quite some time, caught up here, finding himself only 10 CS down right now, and a few of those minions coming through at the moment. So he's very slightly behind in terms of farm, but has stabilized quite a bit. Top side of the map here, though, is really starting to fall apart for Gen G. As Doran is unfortunately in a bad matchup.
Yep, and also is now dealing with 3 people. There it is. The Moonfall comes down. Jace is able to the skies, and now Gumushi's in trouble as well, as the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike combo not going to be there because, in fact, hit a target that was dying, but still able to grab that kill. And in the mid lane, Chovy looking for some plates here.
So
teleport comes in. Faker will turn up, but Chovy does get a plate.
This is actually kind of a trade up in some ways for Gen G because they're getting plates in multiple lanes here. They are able to secure a kill. They're taking the enemy Aphelios off the map for a second time here, so removing his ability to farm. And this is giving a lot of gold over to the Victor, which is going to be one of the big win conditions for Gen G. Now, yes, it does put Doran down quite significantly, and Zayas does pick up a lot of money. This is not the same kind of Jace game it was last time. His lead isn't as massive, even though he's dominated the lane. He's not sitting on 3 kills at 15 minutes saying, okay, this is a free win, we take this. Gen G also get the Drake with their control of the bottom side here, so that part of the map was more important to take over at this moment in time. This would have been disastrous for T1, or rather for Gen G, if they couldn't make a cross-map play happen, but the real story of this is on the mini-map. Like, what's happening while this dive occurs topside is the collapse onto Gumayusi, who is showing respect, but is still looking for a Gromp and will be punished for it.
Yeah. not able to get on over here. And of course, it was a little bit greedy, the positioning, because Carrier did get advanced knowledge of Peanut turning up, but they didn't know that Lehens was making his way out of that brush. So good play from Gen.G.
Gen.G is still behind in gold, but what they got on the map there was very significant. Only way this could have gone better is if Chovy was the one picking up the kill. Not to be the case here, but still Victor getting scarier as time goes on, and it's not burst Victor in this game, it is going to be Leandri's because they want to play that longer extended fight, deal with the Diana engage, and then win the longer team fights. Lethal Tempo, Yone, who's going to pick up this turret as well.
Yeah, trying to open up that map a little bit further as Lehens does have Abyssal Dive, as the flash from Faker actually looking for it. Trolled by Vision a little bit here as the Chaos Storm goes down, and that will deter T1. They get the flash out of Lehens though, and he's going to get bombed underneath this turret. Shock Blast comes in, and Gen.G looking to trade here on the other side of the map, and T1 have to back away. They run out of minions. This is what we were talking about.
Yeah,
Victor has a lot of wave clear. Owner is going to be able to take this Rift Herald, but in a turret is worth so much gold.
And the value of the Victor is going up here because T1 have kind of left him to his own devices. Doran's trying to slow this down. I don't think you could ever look for a team fight turn here. But, you know, Chovy has teleport, right? So you have to be very careful about overextending. You can't get this turret. Chovy picks up inner turret gold, and that's massive. You know, Yone's not getting a lot of kills, but he's getting value in a side lane because T1 are elsewhere. And if they're matching the Yone and trying to punish him, maybe this doesn't go as well. But I think the value Chovy gets here is better than what we saw in terms of a second Rift Herald here for T1.
And that's also an entire minion wave that dies to a turret here at the same time. I believe it was similarly happening on the top side as Faker was able to push this wave into the inner turret, but they didn't manage to take the turret. And yes, they got the Rift Herald. Let's see what they can actually do with it to maximize the value, because as you can see, Gen.G have pulled into the lead when it comes to the gold.
And this is why you put Ophelia on a champion like Victor here on the bottom side. He doesn't mess up the laning phase, and now he's playing mid lane again. He's just like, oh, I'm side laning as Victor. There's nothing different about this.
No, exactly.
Like carry.
They've hit comfort zone.
Yeah.
Because even when Chovy's playing mid lane, he's side laning after the mid game comes through. As you can see, he's hacking the CS.
He's just been untouched, right? He's been left alone to his own devices because T1 have been trying to really tunnel the top side of the map, and he's kind of taken the gap there on the bottom side. And it's very difficult to fight off a very, aggressive Yone player early on, as we'll see a stun come through. It's hard to fight off Chovy in the lane without the rest of your team because he has the ability to make it a trade at worst case scenario. Before he starts getting put down. And because T1 have looked for turrets elsewhere, he does have a nice lead.
Yeah, it's nicely done. Of
Now
course, it's been funneled, as here on the bottom side of the map, you've got one turret falling down, and now that equalization that we were talking about is likely to come in as T1 able to brute force this one. Good Moonfall comes down, a fair bit of damage, but Peanut will turn up and save his top laner. But that should be another charge for Shirley.
It is.
As turret falls down on the top side, but this is 2-for-1 traded the other side.
Yeah, now also Yone is not going to be able to get the top turret this time around, so it's going to be an inner going over to T1, whereas Gen.G not quite able to trade it back themselves. A lot of farm going over to Chovy here, but he's not going to be able to get the same amount of permanent damage on the map. That extra charge being pretty huge because it's an open window for T1 to threaten inhibitors later on in the game, especially when we're talking about Baron exchanges. Now Gen.G do have a 2 Drake lead here, and they have the opportunity to have a good team fight around Soul Point because their Yone is well and truly online. Wit's End done now for Chovy with his Immortal Shield Bow. He's going to be very difficult to kill, can go in deep, and can turn a team fight extremely well after the Diana engage. So T1, this could be an opportunity where Gen.G could solidify their lead if they win this fight. But T1 also don't want to give over that Soul Point, don't want to give Gen.G the ability to dictate upcoming fights with the, the power to either walk away in side lane with a Victor that got away with it, with a Yone that got away with it, right? And a Gwen that will just be relevant in the side lane because that's what she does.
Yep. Certainly looking like Gen.G have the game plan sorted out. Ophelia taking a lot of damage there from that Infernum, so reminding us that Gumushi is going to do a lot of damage as this game goes on, but 0-2 right now. Not in the greatest of positions as Peanut's going to get the kickback. 0-3 make it, but he is going to get into the Chrono Shift as Doran's trying to fight this one out. That's the flash away. Gumushi will survive. They do have to invest a fair bit. 2 seconds on this Drake and Soul Point. Now Gen.G have a great position.
Chovy's got the choke.
This up.
He's got the choke point.
Well, let's see whether Owner can stop this one as Ophelia's going to get devoured. That is now a big cooldown that T1 have extinguished. Chovy moves in. The Unbound Soul will help lock down this dragon. And now can Gen.G get away? Owner down to 50%. Peanut looking to see whether he can keep him alive. Gumushi Not with as many defensive tools now that flash is down. But my Vigil comes down. Ona's going to grab the kill onto the Catfish as Chovy dive forward. But now Doran finds himself having to try and get out. Chovy finds yet another knock-up though. And they're just in and out, darting throughout this fight. But they haven't locked down a kill just yet. It's only the Hens that has fallen down. And T1 have used all of their health bars to the fullest.
They've used all their health bars to the fullest, and they're not going to be able to turn anything else on the other side of the map into their favor. It's a one-team fight here for Gen G, despite the death of Lehens here. Ooh, getting a flash. That's the one extra bonus you'll take as Zeus here. But look, the situation here now for T1 is they're up against Mountain Soul Point, which is fantastic into the Jace, which is fantastic into the Diana. It's going to give you a little bit more survivability. As once this Drake is secured, you feel pretty fantastic here as Gen G. You've got the wall you can operate around here with Chovy. You could go, has so much mobility into the backline, almost executes Gumayusi here, which would have been massive. They could have actually chased further. Doran helps the escape happen for Gen G. And this is the exact fight Gen G were looking for. They're hitting their biggest spike right now. They've got Soul Point online. And even though they lose a Tom Kench, this is a huge win for them.
Yeah, being able to lock down that Soul Point, like you were talking about, very, very valuable. T1 weren't able to back off and get a Baron or anything like that because they were literally limping out of that fight with health bars very low. As we have a look at this flash, and Ophelia had a second to consider whether he needed to flash, and I think he made the right choice. Committing to it there, but getting a Victor's flash, absolutely fantastic. Chovy flashed in the last fight as well. Faker still has his, so can make that Rune Prison play potentially.
Critically, no flash for Diana. Herzonius is coming back up, but that's one extra engage tool that T1 will be missing after that last fight. No flash for Guma either.
Yep. Chovy, Unbound Soul comes through, does have a little bit of added safety here as Carrier over to the side. They are going to be able to lock down this turret. Ophelia isn't going to be able to flash that one, but also didn't need to. He did have enough of a health bar. Doran in the side lane.
Doran is pushing this. He does have teleport available, and Chovy has the opportunity to look for an engage. He's so mobile.
Yeah, Lehens has to flash again, though. Doesn't have a turret here as the Realm Warp will come through. There's the Abyssal Dive, though. And Lehens gets himself to relative safety. Chovy now hunting for even more. Doran comes in, and Ona is the one caught out of position, but he does have E available, and he disappears.
Okay, Gen G, once again, trading up in health bars here.
Yeah, Owner is going to go golden as Lehens dives on forward. They do manage to grab the Catfish, though, as he's a little bit off sync with the rest of his team.
A little bit too far forward here. If he lives and gets out of here, there is a real possibility Gen G just group up and look for the Baron with all of the health bars on T1 low. And Chovy can be around this space very freely because he can split his soul off, get some information, get some vision, look for an engage, and if he doesn't like it, he just gets out. Skooma, no flash.
Oh, he's able to Gale Force, gets himself out of the way. As now Faker down below half health. They are looking for the priority target here. Gumayusi will be taken down, and Chovy locks up that kill.
Now you've got a Baron opportunity here for Gen G. They've got this on lock. Gumayusi not available for 30 seconds here. Owner doesn't have flash, will have his ultimate available, but they've got no vision control here.
Yeah, Chovy trying to lock down. Faker grabs the kill before the Unbound Soul will pull him back into the Baron Pit. Owner does have his flash available. This is still stealable for T1. And now they're looking for that desperation play. Lehens trying to make his way in, eats the gray health, but I think he'll still be biting the dust. And it will be a lockdown from Carrier to grab it. And now Owner's trying to take down Doran. They look to try and get out of the fight as the Moonfall is going to secure it onto Doran. Yes, they grab the jungler, but it's Zeus that's looking to lock this one up. Chaos Storm comes in, and now it's a party on the gravity field. Carrier trying to run his way out, and he will be able to do so just barely, as the Leandris is not enough to get the kill.
Ophelia's waiting for it, though. He's got a ward here.
Yeah, well.
Oh!
Chrono Shift comes up. Okay,
hey,
that's a big cooldown.
That's huge. Yeah, that's a huge cooldown he's going to pick up here. Ophelia played that so well. He played it like, as much as an 80 carry AP Victor can play it, right? Like, he was
an awesome dude in that fight.
He was definitely an awesome dude. As this ended up being an overextension from Faker, a lot of low health bars here. Gen G are quick to punish, and Chovy gets 2 executions before this attempt to take Baron, which is so massive. And this is where you could start to see the composition of Gen G has hit its spike, and they're rolling the ball down the hill. They're trying to snowball this so well. As yes, they do end up getting the kill onto Carrier, but Chovy finds the pick onto Guma. After the Gale Force is gone, then he's able to get Faker right afterwards. And T1, with these low health bars, can't contest, but they come back, catch Gen G as they're trying so desperately to burst this one down. Meanwhile, on the other side, or in live, I think we got to jump back.
Yeah, there's a potential fight happening here as we're having a look at the Baron. That wasn't going to be 50-50 here by Gen G. They do end up backing away. But here is the live fight on that Mountain Soul point for Gen G. T1 have positional advantage in the river. So we are going to catch back to this one. The poke advantage is going to be there. You can see the fans set up by T1 as Doran trying to get this engaged. But Faker is so tanky. Not really the optimal target, and they will be able to deny the Dragon. I think Gen G giving that one up made a lot of sense.
Yeah, they just didn't have enough control over the pit to actually look for this fight, and it's one of those opportunities where Owner has his Zhonya's and his Flash and his ult, right? So you can't fight in this. Now they're going to start to take the Baron.
Yeah, teleports come through here as Chovy can get towards this pit. Unbound Soul will get in there. They're trying to burst this one down, and they will be able to do it. Owner gets himself out. Chovy ults forward. Not going to be able to lock anyone up. The back comes through from Faker, who does eventually have to flash.
This is well worth it, though, to secure this Baron.
Well, Peanut's going to get the kickback as the bait was so nice from T1. Chrono Shift comes down, and Doran, he's trying to run out of this one. Oh, man, that was thinking so many steps ahead. Doran not going to be snipping anyone from the death chamber. It is going to be a dead catfish as well, as it's a double kill. And now Faker just launches himself into that mid lane. Man, that play was so sick from T1.
So sick from T1. They defend once again one of these all-in attempts from Gen G to stop the backs from going through. And it's a massive trade-up. Now they have a Baron buff, a 4,000 gold lead, and they're pushing down the mid lane. T1, no real vulnerabilities in this composition once it starts to come online. With all the tools they have these Zhonyas on this extremely fed Diana now. They have the ability to use a Zillion ult when the picks are attempted. When you see Chovy ult in like that, T1 are like, well, now they can't wombo us. We can just kind of run at them, and what are they going to do about it? Even if they get a pick first, we win that longer fight every time.
And that pick doesn't even exist because Chrono Shift exists.
Exactly. So you get the attempted pick here. As you watch this happen, kick goes down, and Zayas is like, yeah, try to kill me. I'm invincible. He gets rezzed here, and the turn is so sick from T1. And I think Gen G really starting to feel the pressure.
Well, we're going to see a fight here towards the top side of the map. Faker in a bit of trouble as Doran's going to turn up. Q connects from Peanut, and that will be the end to his ex-teammate. So Faker dead in a side lane. See whether Gen G can further capitalize on the fact that they will have a man advantage for the next 40 seconds. This is actually big.
It's huge. Because now T1 don't have, like, Faker doesn't have teleport, does have his Realm Warp, of course, and Chovy will use his ult to get away here. But Gen G should be able to really neuter the remaining part of this Baron buff without the Faker here, without the Rise here. As we'll watch how this happen. Peanut going really far with that safeguard, so Faker just thinking he was a little bit safer than he actually was.
Yeah.
And now you have, as Gen G, an opportunity to finally get some vision back on the map. You know, Ophelia's items starting to come online here. He's going to be hitting harder. Still anyone's game to take.
Well, Ona's just showing Chovy that he is extraordinarily strong. Level 15 right now. Level 16 for Chovy does manage to have that. But yeah, Ona's a level above the Gen G top laner.
T1,
it's pretty impressive.
They group up bottom. Chovy backs off. And now they've got a Gwen pushing top side. So Gen G maximizing the advantages they have. This one tiny window while Faker is dead to try to get some extra side laning done.
Yep, so this is 4v4. Faker still making his way down. Doesn't have teleport available. You can see the siege is still there for T1. Zayas does a lot of damage with these shock blasts, but T1 not wanting to risk it in the 4v4 underneath the turret.
They only get one inhibitor out of this, T1. Could have been, you know, a lot stronger had Faker lived there, had Gen G not punished well.
It's still relatively early in this game, as the Baron does just barely wear off.
Yeah.
So getting that one inhibitor is still fine. And 1 minute 30 on the Drake.
T1 here just posturing, trying to get more, trying to force an engage here from Gen G that will not come so they can try to turn. So they will get the turret as the wave crashes through or get a little bit more hits on the turret. It's not actually enough to take it out. But T1 can just operate like this until this Drake spawns because they have so much prio, they have so much vision. Look at all the control wards above this. No one can flank them. And they can just crash waves into this turret until it dies. And if they need to back off, they just go take the Drake.
Yeah. Okay, that's a kickback, but felt like a bit of desperation there as the tower will fall down. Gen G just sort of had to watch it happen.
Just as long as T1 have that vision and there's no flank possibility, the ways that Gen G can engage are so one-dimensional, right? A flank from the Lee Sin, oh, you see it, you react. Okay, it's going to be a Yone ult, we just split, part like the Red Sea, and then you just turn on him. It's super easy to react to the opportunities Gen G have on the defense here. So T1 just kind of used that last bit of Baron power play to actually get those minions stacked up, take out the inhibitor turret. Now there's an opening for a second inhibitor to go down. and they could just group up for the Drake here. They give Gen G prio on this, which I think was, because they're buying items, but I think it's probably not the right call. But it's not like it's going to be a fight T1 can't win even if they don't have prio. Again, because of the one-dimensional style of engage that Gen G have. Against a team that has a Zillion, who can just instantly ult the person who gets dove on.
Yeah, that's the thing. Any sort of pick is immediately denied as Ona dives in, but just going to back away, testing the waters right now.
Okay, they're just going to try to rush it.
Yeah, they've started this one up. The old Soul for Nexus is never a trade you really want to take as the one sacrificing the
Realm
Nexus.
Warp.
That's going to be a Realm Warp right underneath this turret. They've got super minions in here, remember. The rest of Gen G will make their way back. And if T1 aren't able to get anything for this, it's not worth it, as Chovy is going to dive in immediately. The Unbound Soul will bring him back out again. And T1, they have to leave. That is not the trade they wanted. Of course, the amount of burst potential on the Dragon that was available for Gen G and the positional advantage they have, certainly a good thing.
So T1, I mean, they decided, okay, we gave the prio over, we wanted to go back and buy, we didn't get back to the Drake fast enough, and their speed of clearing the Drake is too fast, so we're going to try to go for the Realm Warp all in on the Nexus. That fails. We've seen a few of these Faker Rise games, throughout this year and last year's summer, everybody remembers, where T1 make a decisive call, but unfortunately aren't able to end the game or trade anything back. So now Gen G have 2 Drakes of Mountain plus the Mountain Soul buff into Jace Poke, into Diana ults, and this makes Chovy a lot more survivable. Look at the items he's starting to build up on. He's getting very tanky, he's very difficult to burst down, so he, with his lethal tempo, is going to have a lot of longevity, actually, in these fights, more than a Yone normally would in a game like this, because usually, at this point, the Yone's either won the game or actually has lost it. But in this case, he's actually quite relevant.
Yeah, and he's also been farming extraordinarily effectively, and that means that it is going to further increase that advantage that he personally has. It's the 3,000 gold leads in the jungle and the top lane that I'm looking at. Zeus, let's see whether he can continue to have relevance against this Mountain Soul as Faker finds a bit of a rune prison onto Peanut, but he is going to get himself out of there again. Safeguards away, avoids the double bomb. Doran not going to be so lucky, who does go golden. The Moonlight Vigil sails past as Ona now down to half health as the Devour is going to be used. But T1 looks like they bullied them out of the mid lane. Ophelia also going to get snagged by that shock blast, but still hurt because this Jace is so far ahead. Chovy over the wall will just go back to his soul.
So no Moonlight Vigil here. That's the big ultimate that's down right now, but also no Devour. It's going to be hard to keep these carries alive for Gen G, and T1 have the choke point and so much Baron clear time. Here we go.
Yep, faking it to get knocked up, but again, it's more just tussling, testing the waters.
But that's a huge move from Gen G to try to get this choke point control. If they can actually break out of this and look for a real 5v5 fight, they have an opportunity to take T1 out here. T1 so desperately wanting to hold on to that control of the choke and then get this mid push so they can just back up, back to the Baron, contest around the fact that they have the choke control, they have the Diana, they have the Jace Poke, and it's just kind of a rinse and repeat. Push that mid wave over, take back control of the choke point, don't give Chovy any angles here. That's why that, attempt to jump in from Chovy was massive, because it actually got him into the river, but the rest of his team has to go back and clear the wave. It's a tussle. You're not winning as Gen G.
Well, Doran's going to have to try and dash his way out of this one. Zeus looking to the skies and get him as the gravity field goes down, but it's not going to save the Gwen. And that's going to do it. The Chrono Shift was used there just preemptively to make sure that Zeus was never going to die. The insurance policy comes through from the Zillion. And that means the top laner will go down. Ophelia also, man, like these shock blasts. Yeah, there's a Mountain Soul, but this Jace is still so huge.
He's still, he is, and it is a Victor, right? So you get hit by too many of these, and yes, the Mountain Soul does help, but it's not going to be a cure-all here. Chovy's going to go clear some more vision around this Drake pit. T1 just grouping up. Right now, they have a huge man advantage, and they're looking for more.
Well, look at this lumbering Tom Kench. He is not going to... Oh, he is. Thought that wasn't going to interrupt. As Realm Warp, once again, back towards the Baron pit. Chovy over here, able to check things out with the fact that he does have that extra flexibility. And now Peanut off to the side. They are looking for a turn as Peanut's going to safeguard. The slow comes through as Faker is so extraordinarily fast with the Zillion speed buff. Peanut will be able to queue his way out with a resonating strike onto a minion, but the Baron went down in basically the blink of an eye, and now Zeus is taking pot shots. Peanut is just still trying to run. I feel like he's been running for like the last 15 minutes.
Oh, well. Now, how do you defend your base here as Gen G? You need a Chovy all in. He's got a flank angle here. But once like I said, the one way you can engage as Gen G is so predictable that it's really easy for T1 to play around it here. Just use their speed ups and just
Well, yeah, that zoom in from Jonah Strong, I felt that one too. As Peanut moving forward.
Just outmaneuver.
Feel like the right move, yeah.
Yeah, T1 outmaneuver here. They get out. And Jonah Strong is highlighting the damage. The poke here is real.
Yeah, the potential as Needlework comes in. Once again, the engage onto Zeus. Let's see whether they can actually get a kill here as Doran. Yeah, Shock Blast. Yeah, cool guys don't look at Explosion. Zeus makes his way out, and I think that's like the 5th time that Gen G have made that play onto Zeus, and the 5th time it has not worked.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of attempts to kill Zeus this series, and look at his damage dealt this game. He's way ahead of anybody else, over 10,000 above Ophelia, and it's just going to continue to get worse the longer this one goes on. As for Gen G, you know, you're hoping for a prayer, or you're hoping that you could defend long enough to get one Elder fight. And I don't know if that T1 gives them enough time. This is just, once again, Doran makes a play attempt onto Zeus and is punished for it.
Yeah, as, okay, Lehens is also dead. Peanut going to make his way through the base gate as Chovy looking to get out of here as, yep, ult has to be used.
Well, now you have no ult, so T1 just walk towards the Nexus, and that should be the game, basically.
Yeah,
what do
not
you
to
do here?
mention no inhibitors. And T1, yeah, they were basically, Gen G were forced into playing T1's game throughout this situation, but man, the way they navigated the end of this game, certainly very, very nice. Gen G, you could feel the desperation, especially from some of Doran's plays. T1 will close in. Here's the last ditch effort. That's going to be a chrono shift onto Gumush. He's underneath a couple of Nexus turrets as he flashes away. Peanut looking for him, but he's just going to get tidied up. And now the flash forward, the Moonfall actually held onto here. Good knock up, but he's also got a Zhonya's. The Nona's going to keep himself alive. Chovy trying to be the hero. He picks up an exhaust though. As Carrier will go down, but so will the enemy Nexus, and I think he'll take that trade as T1 secure another 2-0 and 13-0 here in the LCK. One more to catch up to their record that they held in 2015 as SKT.
And Gen G put up the best fight they could with the circumstances they were dealt. They put Ophelia in the bottom side, put him on the Ziggs, then put him on the Victor. And yes, the early game was a little bit rough, but he started to actually pop off through the mid parts of that game. Chovy saw opportunities where he could on the Yone side, laned extremely well, was never really shut down by T1. But the ability for T1's comp to operate later on in the game, the vision control they got with that Baron was the big winning moment for T1. And from that moment on, Zeus had so much control over the map with Shock Blast. T1, they will not be stopped at 13. And that was their toughest opponent remaining. They've already defeated Damwon Kia now. Gen G's down. And T1, I mean, what stands in their way of the perfect regular season, the double round robin 9-0s? It's hard to say right now. It's hard to criticize this team. It's hard to find weak points, and no one is really putting up a fight against what is right now the strongest team we've seen in LCK in so long.
Yeah, this is, it's really starting to look more and more like that dream run. The 18-0 still on the table, but hasn't happened just yet. We're not going to be counting any chickens too early this time around. But, I mean, man, I already tweeted about this a while back when I just let everyone know about the streaks and the records and the things that we want to be breaking here. This was definitely the one. This was the one where it's, in all likelihood, looking like a T1 that are moving towards what could be a perfect season.
Yeah.
But still, don't want to get ahead of ourselves. And there are upsets that have happened, and T1 are a team that have been upset by teams that shouldn't necessarily upset them. There was that 92 minutes of game that you could go and watch if you want to talk about T1 getting upset. It was a different time.
Some teams, when they have an incredible win streak like this, start to get nervous, start to break down, and the cracks do show, and it's usually broken by a team you don't expect. But I don't see that with T1 right now. I don't see them looking weak at any moment. I don't see their lack of preparation even for weaker teams. And when it's a strong team like Gen G, even with the Ophelia in the bottom lane, the preparation was real. The drafting was great. They outplayed their opponents in every aspect of the game. And yeah, I think that we are looking at the beginning of a miracle really happening here. This is the crest of the hill for T1, the last tough opponent they have left. For Gen G, their opportunity for revenge is very likely going to be in the grand finals. If they can keep their second place spot here, recover, you know, they'll be on the opposite side of the bracket of playoffs for T1. If they can win their semifinals, the next time they will face T1 will be in the finals, or it won't be at all.
Exactly. It's this made me feel like even if, I mean, it's just so hard, right? But even if Ruler was here, I feel like with the amount of discipline that T1 showed, with the mastery that they demonstrated, I don't think that the result would have been different. I think what we learned would have been more decisive, right? It's certainly an absolute... It really is disappointing that Ruler was not there, of course. I mean, he is a world champion AD carry, and having a sub mid laner instead is always going to be a negative. But from what we've seen from Gen G already with their main roster, this T1 is looking like the better team right now, and that's indicated in their scoreline in the standings. But I really do hope that we do get that rematch, and I really do hope that we finally get to see both of these teams at full power.
Well, that's the cool thing about what could happen in the finals, right? Like that's right now the expectation is that Gen G will not lose their second place. They're looking overall a stronger team than Dam1, and T1, we're not even sure if they're going to lose a game. So yeah, that's the trajectory we're on. So we might get that sick third rematch. Maybe the third time will be the charm. And I'm not trying to call it early, but right now that is the expectation. So, you know, T1 will maybe for the most important one, the MSI slot fight, will be a third rematch against Gen G. And as Gen G, you know, you can at least take solace in the fact that if you play the rest of the season extremely well, you will probably get that one more chance.
No, absolutely. And I think that Gen G aren't too worried about a regular season game, right? Like, this is... They're not going to catch up to T1. That's just not going to happen. No one's going to get there to take that first place away, and Gen G are pretty secure in second. So as far as those playoffs are concerned, they're not too worried about the outcome of this game, but as a precursor to the playoffs, this is worrisome if you're a Gen G fan, because T1 look nigh unstoppable.
They really do. I think this series just makes us feel like what we, you know, it kind of confirms our suspicions, what we already knew, which is that T1 might just be in a tier above. Like, we can't call this team a part of our top 3. They're in our top 1 in the LCK. Like, they're S. Maybe Dam1, Kia, and Gen G can argue about A, but T1 are just on a completely different tier.
And I think ㅣ is finally going to get his POG as well, as he needs to, like, he's had quite a few of these performances back to back to back to back to back, and hasn't picked up as many POGs as I think a lot of people think he deserves, and I believe he definitely deserves it this time.
He was the only question mark on this team when the roster was rebuilt, quote unquote, but he had already played with the team. He was one that people were going, okay, well, he still has some weak points. He's still a little bit young. He's still a little bit inexperienced. But every best of 3 that goes by, guy looks more calm. He's playing the top lane so well against Doran's extreme pressure.
Yeah, no, he's just been absolutely amazing. So that's going to be my vote, but I don't have a vote. And thankfully, there is a gentleman. Yeah, okay, there we go. Wolf's got one. And now we can throw it over to Valdez and Chronicler to find out who Chronicler voted for.
Zeus. He voted for Zeus. Welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. What an enjoyable game. So back and forth. I mean, that's kind of what we were waiting for. I think that Ophelia really held his own. You know, it's a little shame that Ruler is not here again, but man, that was really, really fun to watch, and I wish we could have had like 7 more games like that.
This was a game with a lot of emotion for me, because while I loved what happened in-game, I am one who in the past have been upset about Gen G drafts. That was a completely different roster in completely different circumstances, and I don't want to get too upset, but I do really need to reiterate is that why that Gwen pick? You just spend the game getting absolutely demolished by Zeus's Jace. Like, he didn't get the PUG, sure, but like, he played incredibly well. And then you blind pick Gwen, knowing that, again, it gets countered by Jace. It's like what the one pick, like Akali you can kind of get away with, but like Jace is a no-no. And shocker, what do T1 do? They counter pick Doran, and I don't get why 2 times in a row we have Doran counterpicking themselves. Yes, I don't think he had the best the game today. This is a player that we have seen in the past can be emotional. Last couple of deaths were just straight up not good. But why do we keep putting him in this position? Like, I don't get it. Like, in the LCK game, Jace doesn't get counterpicked, so just pick Jace yourself. And if you wanna, you have Victor. You can do this, right? Like, that's the one thing. Everything else I thought was great. I thought that Diana was a little weird, but Owner played it well. Obviously, the Zillion is great. I thought that Ophelia actually did a...
Or Zillion, please.
Yeah. I like punishing Kench, right? But I thought the Kench Victor also had a great job, and it did so well, though the hands had a couple of happy moments, but he was also the main engage, so it was a little tricky. But again, I don't get why Gen G put themselves in a position where the top lane get counted twice, and as we have seen, Zeus is really good at the video game.
Yeah.
Giving him free leads should not be a thing.
I mean, we used to talk about how he's a really smart player, he's really developing, he's very reliable. Now this guy is just straight up dominating mechanically as well, and as you already pointed out very nicely, he's in a winning counter matchup for him, so he's going to take that to the moon, and he absolutely did. So, I mean, that was the biggest part of the draft for us. You know, I thought that Ophelia played really well on the Victor. I like that. I think he looked even better on that than the Ziggs. Yeah, good build as well. More Zillion, please. He's very strong, very overpowered, especially in counter matchups too. This was very impressive.
This was the win condition, right? And yes, it's impressive. Chovy CS's very well, but also he was straight up funneled. Like, Peanut was dropping camps, I think, like 10 minutes in. And it's understandable because this was the main win condition. And we saw is that if it wasn't for Chovy's Yone, I don't think this game would have been particularly close.
Yeah.
You saw how much Gen G continuously tried to force skirmishes because that's where Yone excels, right? Go in, go out, and a couple of those messy fights against literally any team besides T1 would have won them the fight, right? Like, he got to Wits and Shield Bow so quickly, he did insane amounts of damage, then did delay because he was building towards Death Stance and then went for IE instead, but at that point the IE spike was too late, so that was unfortunate. But honestly, I think any other team, once he reached this point, those skirmishes, they would have lost it.
Absolutely. I think that Chovy nearly was able to win some of those fights by himself, which is saying a lot. But guys, we do have our first and only highlight. There was so much stuff that happened in this game, but we're going to go with this one.
Because it really showcases us how insane the amount of like back and forth skirmishes are that we had here, and it's understandable because there is a lack of a real hard engage available here, right? With like it only being a Kench really, and then on T1. So you get this constant ebb and flow, this back and forth in the fights. When Lance does go, it doesn't end up very well. And that is exactly, I think, the type of skirmish that you're looking for with a Yone. You're not looking for straight up 5v5s, you're not looking for clean fights, you're looking for these type of scrappy situations. And this is honestly the point where, again, I hold against any team other than T1, this is a game-winning play, right? They get this, then they will be able to, at the very least, pick up a Baron or get more than that. But that doesn't happen. And the one criticism I want to levy here towards Gen G is that I think they're here fueled by a desperation that isn't necessary. I think they're still in a pretty decent spot, but they decide to go in really hard on this Baron. Lahens, as mentioned previously, not having the greatest of games, getting caught out there. And then they don't get the Baron. And this, to me, was a game-winning point for T1, although even afterwards it was still quite close. So much gold was funneled into Zeus, and from that point on, he just took over the game. So this was really the key moment. Even if he ends up dying, even if Ophelia plays it out nicely, this was the key scrappy fight out of a game that was effectively just 30 minutes of brawling.
Yeah, it was kind of insane. But guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up for this one. I don't think this should be a surprise to anyone. 1,090 DPM. The guy just had an insane game today.
I've been hyped for Zeus ever since, even before I started at the LCK, so it's like a year and a half ago. And it has been a pleasure to have seen this player develop from someone who looked a little bit blue at times. Obviously, at his Nari, he looked really good. He had kind of the hallmarks of inexperience, to then becoming a really smart player that was able to play weak side well, know when to give up, know when to play aggressive. And here is just straight up, again, with some help from Gen G.
Carry a highlight.
Matchup-wise. No, Valdez. Not this time.
Yeah, he got really fast.
Straight up demolishing, not only in the lane matchup, not only in the team fights, but just from start to finish. And okay, he was helped. Yeah, yes, Harry Zillion was great. I just want to get that out there before Valdez comes across the carpet space and sucks me in the face. I don't want that.
He actually got some votes. I think that he did have a really nice game. I think that Carrier can kind of make any champion look OP, but this one does go to Zeus in my heart as well because, I mean, the guy just essentially did the huge bulk of the damage and was a huge carry in that sense. But good on both of them, I suppose. We do have the interview ready. I'll hand it over to Ji-sun now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Faker and Zeus from T1. Congratulations! You guys are now on a 13th match winning streak. How do you feel, Zeus? Would you like to start off? I think Genji, you know, we were pretty worried because they are one of the best teams, but I'm happy that we were able to pick up a very clean 2-0. And Faker, not only the victory, but also the 2,500 kills in the LCK was a thing as well. How do you feel? I'm gonna make it to 3,000. You know, Faker, you have so many signature picks. However, you were able to pick up the 2,500 kill on one of your iconic champion, LeBlanc. Is there any other picks you want as your favorite? I played Zoe, and I lost in my 2,000 kill. But today, you know, I was able to, you know, get not only the 2,500 skill, but also a victory and make a good memory. Moving on, Zeus, what do you feel watching your teammate making such great milestones together on the same team? It's just awesome. Congratulations, Faker. Thank you, Zeus. A little bit awkward conversation between the solo laners of T1. Hope you guys can have more celebration after this interview in the backstage. In game number 1, Genji decided to play a poke comp, you know, AD carry Ziggs and also other picks. What was your goal to deal with their comp? We wanted to, you know, end the game fast before Corky hits his power spike. And also we had some decent pokes as well, so we weren't too worried about it, to be honest. So we have a highlight ready. Let's take a look at it together. This was the point where you guys are able to snowball really fast early on. Did you see that gank coming? Not at all. However, the cover and backup from T1 was so fast. The moment we saw the opponents, that's the point where we kind of realized. So we just like wanted to teleport in order to, you know, go for some counter gank play. Faker, what about you? I was pretty sure that he was not going to die there, so I wanted to TP in and punish their play. And Corky didn't have teleport as well. Were you aware of that? I mean, even if he took his teleport, I was pretty confident that I can still kill him. Game number 2, we had some off-meta comp. Could you break it down for us? You know, we could outrange the opponents, you know, we had some high mobility, very fast movement speed in order to kind of annoy the opponent. Zeus, you had 1,090 DPM on your Jace in game 2. What do you feel about your performance these days? I mean, Jace, he can always do a decent amount of poke when his teammates are doing a great job for him. So I would like to say thank you to my teammates. Indeed, says Faker. However, the Jace as a counter into Gwen was really effective. Jace is in a huge favor in terms of the champion matchup. What's the key thing in that top lane matchup? I think level 1 or level 6 trade coming from Gwen is the most kind of significant play, you know. As long as you can dodge and avoid that play coming from Gwen, Jace always has the priority. And T1 actually let the opponents take the soul and try to seize down the opponent nexus. It was apparently Genji loving the Drakes, so I thought we could not actually kind of find a breakthrough around the objectives. If you pick up another victory against KT in your upcoming match, you can tie with the 2015 Summer SK Telecom. Our teammates are doing a fantastic job, and also the coaching staffs as well. So, I mean, making new records is cool, you know, but even if we cannot, you know, I just want to solely focus on keeping our form on the best level. What about you, Zeus? You know, I actually try not to pay attention to the records. I just hope we can, you know, keep the great form. And this will be the end of the interview from Zeus, Faker, and back to the endless carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the awesome translation there. as obviously they're very, very happy with their current standing here. We're going to take a look here at the standings, actually, as 13-0. Incredible so far, but there's still work to be done. And honestly, we saw a list of teams that they are going to have to face. We did, at least, and so not a lot of teams on that list that look like they can even come close to matching T1 right now.
No, T1 is in a position now where they're basically their own worst enemies, right? They dispatched of their main two opponents, and the team that comes closest, so, barring Gen.G and DK, is DRX, which has a slew of own issues. So, undefeated Split is looking pretty good, but as has been mentioned a lot, at some point you stop competing against your opponent, start competing against yourself.
Yeah.
For Gen.G, it's unfortunate. I think Ruler would have helped, but also there are some decisions again in the draft that they need to go through and that need to be ironed out before playoffs, because otherwise, Ruler or not, gonna see something similar happen if these teams would face one another again.
So it's not only Zeus that can play Jace, that's all I'll say. There's a lot of Jace players here in the LCK, this Korean Jace after all. But guys, we do have a actually really great matchup for the second one as well. Make sure you guys are tuning in about an hour for Nongshim up against Kwangdong Freaks, and we'll see you then.
For Faker here, but if he goes too deep, he's going to lose out. Faker gets hit so far away to do his damage.
Yeah,
look at the roots!
The light binding is so good from Carrier. Kellen taking a lot of damage here as well as Faker just tidies up the Jinx. That is going to be the ace. This guy could actually probably settle life on another planet because he moves so quickly as Morgan tries to go in. But yes, Jeff just runs his way around it. And now Umpty, yeah, caught in no man's land. Can't heartbreak your way out of that one, but your heart definitely going to be broken as everyone's diving the fountain. It's a triple kill for Def in the end. Quadra kill make that, and the Nexus will go down. TRX. Let's see where the Karis is actually going to make his way in. Immediately does start the teleport off. That is the Everfrost to come down. On Fleek is going to get the knockup. That's a three-man Nah into the backline. Onslaught of Shadows, triple kill instantly from Ice, but he's going to get murdered by the Baron. That's so scary, but he stays alive. Johnny now 1 versus 4. Zeri definitely is not.
So, given the setup, go for it, I say, for KT.
Now the here is the follow-up as Ari gets in the backline. Lobby's just gonna blow up aiming. Where was the peel? The Yuumi looks like he was
on Cuz, and unfortunately that's all she wrote for this fight. Is Lava even gonna be able to flash?
Done one too, you try to go for Teddy.
Okay, they're just gonna go for it here as Teddy does immediately cleanse and flash away. Here's the turnaround, Showmaker with the stopwatch, but immediately now you're not getting away from Canyon as you don't have anything else. They immediately burn all 3 summoners, and they immediately burn.
얘네 집인 것 같은데? 네, 해볼게 이거. 앞에. 앞에 로플이야.
롤도 보고 LCK도 복습하고 영어도 배우는 레알 월드 클래스 콘텐츠.
새학기에 인싸가 되고 싶은 당신 제대로 찾아오셨습니다. 나만 아는 롤 영어로 힙해질 수 있는 찬스.
울프쌤과
정연쌤의
레알 클래스
지금
시작합니다. 매주 LCK 중계에서 나오는 표현을 가르쳐주는 Call of the Week. 영어 해설 듣다 보면 경기에서 나오지 않았는데 언급되는 선수 한 명이 있는데요. 과연 누군지 살펴볼까요?
Now going to get hunted down by Lava. Morgan lumbers his way towards his mid laner's face, doing the same thing. Henna, absolutely fantastic. Captain Jack loves that. Lumbers his way towards his mid laner's face, doing the same thing. Henna, absolutely fantastic. Captain Jack loves that.
Absolutely fantastic, Captain Jack. 갑자기 캡틴 잭 이름 나왔죠. 영어 해설에선 정화 쓰는 반응 속도가 엄청 빠를 때 CC기 푸는 타이밍 엄청 좋았을 때 캡틴 잭이라고 해요. 2012년 롤 챔피언 서머 경기에서 캡틴 잭이 11호로 CC 4개 한 번에 풀면서 이런 재미있는 표현이 생겼어요. 이렇게 어떤 선수가 슈퍼 플레이하면 그 선수 이름으로 해설 표현이나 스킬 이름 만들어줘요. 예를 들면 인색킥도 있죠. 리신이 와드 사용해서 배달킥 하는 걸 인색 선수가 2013년에 올스타에서 보여줘서 생긴 말이에요. 이제 캡틴 잭과 인색 선수 둘 다 은퇴했지만 그 사람의 멋진 플레이는 아직도 캐스터 컬이 남아있어요. 이후에 생길 다른 재미있는 표현들도 같이 기대해봐요.
롤 챔피언 대사로 영어를 배우는 챔피언 세스. 이번 주는 꽃피는 3월 개강 시즌을 맞아서 교수님 한 분을 모셔봤는데요. 바로 요들과학자 하이머딘 겁니다. 아무래도 과학 발명가라 그런지 대사에는 코사인, 벡터, 엔트로피, 문과에게는 괴로운 단어들이 많이 나오는데요. 그중에 이런 표현도 있더라고요.
Try not to get toasted.
Try not to get toasted. 한국어로는 토스트 대신 누룽지가 되고 싶으신가요? 라고 재밌게 번역이 된 대사인데요. 토스트라는 단어에는 우리가 흔히 생각하는 토스트빵 또는 노릇노릇하게 굽다는 뜻 말고도 다른 의미들이 있답니다. 게임 시작한 지 몇 분도 안 됐는데 미드에서 솔로킬이 벌써 3번이나 났어요. Wow, that looks bad. I'm toast. 라고 하면 큰일인데? 나 망했다. 라는 뜻입니다. 비동사에 토스트를 쓰면 큰 문제가 생겼다, 박살났다, 망했다 라는 표현이 되고요. 토스트에는 또 만취라는 뜻이 있는데 I got toasted after my graduation ceremony 라고 하면 나 졸업식 끝나고 만취했잖아 라는 문장이 됩니다. Try not to get toasted. 맥락에 따라 여러 가지 뜻으로 바꿔 쓸 수 있는 토스트였습니다.
협곡에서 자주 쓰는 단어나 표현을 딥하게 파고드는 rolling in the deep. 가끔 게임하다 보면 자기 마음에 안 든다고 막 던지는 나쁜 유저들 있잖아요. 운 나쁘게 그런 외국인 유저들 많을 때 야, 제발 그만 좀 던져! 라고 하고 싶으면 뭐라고 해야 할까요? 바로 stop inting입니다. int, intentional feeding 줄임말인데요. intentional, 의도적인, 고의적인, feed, 먹이다. 두 단어가 겹쳐진 표현이에요. 우리 팀 지게 하려고 일부러 죽는 트롤링을 feeding이라고 합니다. 한국어서 길 먹여준다랑 뉘앙스 비슷해요. I lost the game because my teammate was inting. 우리 팀원이 자꾸 죽어져서 상대 팀한테 골드랑 경험치 자꾸 먹여줘서 졌어. Stop throwing도 번역하면 던지지 마라는 뜻이지만 throw는 무리한 플레이 하느라 안 죽어도 되는데 죽었을 때 줄었어요. 예를 들어서 우리 팀 이기고 있는데 누가 계속 죽어, 계속 던져. Hey, stop throwing. Why are you throwing? Why are we throwing? Why is he throwing? 이렇게 쓸 수 있어요. 기분 나쁘다고, 재미없다고 절대 인팅하지 말고 다들 꼭 매너 게임 하세요. 게임도 보고 영어도 배우는
울프쌤과 정연쌤의 레알 클래스.
오늘은 캡틴 잭, 토스트, 인트 배워봤어요.
다음 시간에 또 만나요.
See you next time.
LCK 역사에서 나비 효과를 불러온 명장면을 뽑아주신다면
진짜 여러 가지가 있는데 일단 저와 가장 밀접한 사건 중 하나인 뭐 갱만의 벽을 넘었다면이
게다가 쇠사슬 도끼를 갖췄기 때문에
룰러 선수의 요우무를 뭐 키니마니 뭐 요우마 이런 것도 있고 혹은 스피릿이 막 배치기를 또 막 어떻게 박았더라면 안 박았더라면 뭐 이런 것도 있고 있는데 저는 이게 떠올라요.
자, 그러면 경기 하나 두 팀을 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 여러분, 큰 박수로 맞주시기 바랍니다. SK텔레콤 T1입니다.
네, SKT T1 2라운드 전승이라는 엄청난 기염을 뽐냈고 이 모습은 흡사.
그냥 15년도가 더 합이 잘 맞았었던 것 같아요.
왜 잘 맞았다고 생각해요?
그 15년도는 다 캐리력이 좀 있었던 것 같아서 미드탑, 바텀. 네, 그래서 누가 하나씩 좀 실수해도 나머지들이 좀 커버해서 좀 쉽게 이겼던 것 같아요.
자신감 있었지만
네.
좀 경계되는 팀. 어떤 팀들?
아무래도 그 당시에 CJ 팀이 엄청 잘했었던 것 같고, 그래도 유일하게 일방적이지 않았던 팀이 CJ 팀이랑 쿠타이거즈 팀이었었던 것 같아요.
어게인 2012 CJ 엔토스입니다.
네, CJ 엔토스 어게인 2012. 와, 진짜.
CJ는 팬덤이 많은 만큼이나 총적 자체는 꽤 준수했어요. 끝까지 뭐 상위권을 유지를 했으니까 그런 상황이었고, T1은 T1대로 뭐 페이커 선수 필두로 해서 팬덤이 굉장히 커진 상황이었죠. 그래서 막말로 큰 팬덤과 큰 팬덤의 그런 최고 인기팀의 맞대결이었다라고 보시면 될 것 같아요.
그러나 타오만 여기 까지 한번 지인이 있습니다만 넥서스 게임에서 CJ. 네. 그래 이거야 우리 CJ. 우리 할 수 있다니까. 하잖아. 딱 이 표정. 예.
저희가 아마 2대 0으로 지고 있었을 거예요. 저 제외하고 다 4명이 이길 것 같다는 거예요. 그래서 도대체 무슨 소리를 하는 건지 좀 이해가 잘 안 됐거든요. 막 웃으면서 이거 근데 우리 이길 것 같은데? 막 이러는 거예요. 그래서 원래 지기 전에 이러는 건가? 약간 이런 느낌이 있었어요. 약간 그냥 분위기라도 좋게 하려는 건가? 약간 이런 느낌이었는데,
일단 2대 0으로 지고 있어도 그래도 저는 그 당시에 주장이었고 선수들 멘탈을 잡아줘야 되는 입장이었어서 어차피 우리가 더 잘한다. 네, 이길 수 있다. 네, 그렇게 말했었던 것 같아요.
CJ 입장에서는 그 경기가 굉장히 치열했거든요. 처음에 승승으로 기세를 올렸다가 3경기에서 한번 크게 얻어맞고 4세트에 임했었는데 4세트는 굉장히 장기전으로 질질 끌리면서 좀 진행이 됐어요. 양 팀이 정말 이를 악물고 한타를 하면서 좀 경기가 장기전으로 흘러갔는데, 당시에 CJ는 미드의 코코가 직스로 딜을 계속 우겨 넣었고, T1은 뱅의 루시안이 진짜 거의 액션 영화 찍듯이 딜을 폭발을 했는데,
한 명이 죽어야 이기는 그냥 빨리 가나요. 그러면서 자, 2명 잡고요. 이거 죽어라. 드디어 잘큰댕이 역할을 해주네요.
그렇게 둘이 붙다가 마지막에 이제 용 앞에서 최후의 한타를 펼칩니다. 아마 제 기억이 맞으면 그 매드라이프 쓰레쉬가 싸움을 시작을 했었는데,
나도 열받았어요. 나도. 자, 에디가 이제 보입니다. 최고입니다. 그리고 에디가 대박. 근데 룰루가 뒤에서 끊겼고요. 자, 하지만 뱅이 좋았어요. 울프 도망갈 수 있으니까 울프가 모르고 와요.
좀 파고들기가 쉽지 않았던 것 같아요. 나르가 메가나르여서 저희 딜러 2명이 이니시 호응하기가 힘들었던 상황이었던 것 같아요. 호응하려다가 이제 룰루가 죽으면서 좀 전투를 지속했을 때 좀 질 확률이 높은 상황이 됐던 것 같아요.
제가 좀 뭐 아무것도 못 쓰고 죽어가지고 좀 이거 끝나겠다라고 생각을 했는데,
한타에서 상현이가 이제 엄청 실수를 해서 뭔가 좀 자책하고 있더라고요. 이거 너무 잘못했다 내가, 이런 식으로. 팀원들 중에 누군가가 그 말을 했던 것 같거든요. 졌다.
끝낼 수 있습니다. 다음 오더 뭡니까? 다음 오더 50초. 넥서스로 50초.
끝났다는 생각이 딱 들었죠. 그냥 이거 이겼다, 어디를 밀 거냐, 그런 얘기를 했었는데, 이제 그때 저는 딱 봤죠. 미드에 갑자기 텔을 타는 거예요, 누가.
집 가자마자 이제 텔포를 누르면서 이제 애들한테 물어본 것 같아요. 야, 내가 미드 텔 탈 건데 어떻게 생각해? 이러면서. 그랬더니 이제 울프 선수는 이제 아 이거 형 이거 아닌 것 같다고 별로다라고 말했었고 뱅 선수는 아 이거 좋은 것 같다고 라는 의견을 냈고
저는 개인적으로는 뭘 해도 비슷하다 생각했어요. 그래서 하고 싶은 대로 하라고 했던 것 같아요. 아무튼 상대가 좀 어떻게 보면 실수를 했죠. 마오카이를 잡으러 갔죠.
야 저거 잡고 하면 되겠다라는 생각을 했거든요. 그래가지고 이제 그걸 잡고 이제 밀려고 하는데 이제 미니언이 없고 막 그랬잖아요.
마린이 뒤에서 최대한 봉을 끊고 있습니다. 자, 마린을 끊고 있는데 50초. 예. 이거 중요하죠. 네. 플레이도. 자, 마린을 잡고 가겠다. 시간은 가고 있습니다. 멀어지는데요. 네. 30초. 네. 숫자도 있어요. 네. 아, 그리고 바로 먹습니까? 마린이 한 턴 번 것 같습니다. 그렇죠. 마린이 한턴 시대를 했고요. 예.
억제기 앞에서 막으려고 했거나 혹은 쌍둥이 앞에서 막으려고 했다면 어땠을까요?
아마 그랬으면은 그냥 무조건 졌을 것 같아요.
그 장면 없었으면 밀렸죠.
아 내가 이거 미드 말고 무시해서 그냥 바텀 가자고 할 걸. 그때 심지어 저희 미드가 직스였거든요. 타워 깨는데 되게 일가견이 있는 챔피언이어서 과거를 돌릴 수 있다면 미드를 버리고 가지 않았을까라는 생각을 합니다.
제가 취재차 여기저기 관계자분들 만나면 여쭤보면 지금도 이렇다 할 정답을 내려주는 분은 거의 없었어요. 그 장면을 천천히 돌려보면 그 마린 선수가 마오카이로 미니언한테 텔레포트를 타는데 만약에 거기서 한두 마리 정도만 CJ 본대 쪽으로 삐져나왔으면 걔네를 데리고 밀고 나갈 수 있었을 거예요. 근데 마린 선수가 텔레포트를 정말 기가 막힌 위치에 타면서 미니언이 안 삐져나왔고 그 말은 CJ가 맨몸으로 그 T1의 본진을 밀었어야 된다는 얘기인데 저는 솔직히 잘 모르겠어요. 그냥 이 장면의 정답이 무엇이냐를 고민하기보다 그냥 마린이 역사에 남을 만한 슈퍼 플레이를 했다라고 그냥 정리를 하는 게 맞는 것 같아요.
78초 아웃 세이 끝났습니다. 이렇게. 자, SKT 이거 잡고 5경기 가면 SKT가 잡았습니다. 더블킬! 이제 킬만 남겨두고 있습니다. 이거는 못 막습니다. 네. 5경기를 간다는 거죠. 이렇게 해서 SK텔레콤
이제 그때 다른 사람들은 알리스타 꿈에 나오겠지만 저는 아직도 그게 꿈에 나옵니다. 침체기가 있었거든요. 2013년, 2014년 이제 NLB 리그도 많이 가면서 NLB 리그에서 심지어 광탈도 했었던 기억이 있었어가지고 은퇴까지 많이 결심했었던 내가 과연 경쟁력 있는 선수인가까지 생각을 깊게 했었던 시기라서 진짜 그 경기를 이겼더라면은 선수 생활이 좀 더 건강하게 이어지지 않았을까라는 생각을 합니다.
그 나비 효과가 되게 컸던 게 근데 CJ가 결국에는 나중에 하향 곡선을 계속 타다가 추락하다가 나중에 팀이 결국 없어지는 상황까지 있었잖아요. 근데 그때 당시가 그래도 좀 반짝할 때였거든요. 뭔가 활활 타오르던 다시. 그래서 만약에 어떻게 승리해가지고 또 올라가고 뭔가 했으면 뭐 역사가 또 바뀌지 않았을까?
그 요즘 유행하는 멀티버스가 열렸을 겁니다. 지금의 어떤 담원기아나 그 T1을 CJ가 하고 있지 않을까라는 뭐 우스갯소리도 해보고요.
기록까지 네 취재. SKT는 솔직히 지는 건가라는 생각은 있었을 겁니다. 말하면서 좀
아니 아무리 웃고 있어도 아무리 최종 랭킹가 기다리고 있어도 지는 건가라는 생각 분명히 했을 거예요. 하지만 결국 최종 승자로 우뚝 서는데 성공했고
스프링 CJ 경기가 제일 위험했었던 것 같아요. 그 큰 위기를 한번 넘으니까 좀 다른 작은 위기들은 더 쉽게 대처할 수 있다?
15년도 때 우승하고 서머 때 쭉쭉쭉 갔기 때문에 좀 분위기가 좋았던 것도 있어가지고 그래도 15년도 뭐 이프란 게 없긴 하지만 그래도 그 분위기를 이어나갈 수 있게 좀 의미가 큰 경기라고 생각하고 있긴 해요.
저희가 그걸 이기고 기세를 많이 탔거든요. 그래서 결승전까지 아마 더 쉽게 이겼던 걸로 기억하는데 결승전은 그 이후로 좀 성장을 많이 한 것 같아요.
모든 것들을 완벽히 성공으로 이끌면서 영광의 우승 트로피를 차지했습니다.
far, and is there anything you want to say to all the fans here and all the SKT fans around the world?
Thank you, everybody. I love you.
본인에게 이 장면은 어떤 의미일까요? 그 마린 상용처럼.
롤드컵 우승할 수 있게 만든 원동력? 네. 아니면 뭐 롤드컵 MVP까지 탈 수 있게 해준 뭐 자신감을 심어준 그런 장면이었었던 것 같아요.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. out through my veins. The oil, the bones of my trepidation. Let's shake the ride. I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and we're here for a final match of today. Of course, Week 7, day number 2, and Kwangdong Freaks and Nongshim Red Force are neck and neck when it comes to their game score right now. And whoever wins here, it's a very important match because these matches, we've said it before, but the matches in the bottom 6 really will determine our final few spots in the playoffs.
That's right, and both of these two teams that we're seeing face off in the second series, Nongshim and Kwangdong Freaks, are, in my opinion, the two teams most likely to actually take those last 2 spots. But a loss here does put you in a little bit of danger territory, especially if you're Nongshim Red Force right now, trying so desperately to fight your way back to top 6.
It's exactly right, but this is a Nongshim Red Force that got ganked by COVID more than I think the majority of our other teams. I think Gen G fans will probably argue that Gen G have struggled in that department as well. However, Nongshim have had so many players play so many positions, it's absolutely insane. And they're against the Kwangdong Freaks, who have never changed their roster. They have not had one sub throughout this entire season, and it shows. They've gotten so much better, so much more coordinated. Let's jump into the points of the match here to get into this one. As we see, determined to win for the sake of playoffs. It's exactly what we're talking about today.
It is the main point of the match, as Nongshim here, on paper, their roster looked really strong, but it didn't live up to expectations then. As you mentioned, it was shuffled around quite a bit. Whereas for Kwangdong Freaks, they never shuffled, but they started to look stronger and stronger. So this is going to be, I think, a really great series. I think it should be a close one for sure, as both these teams are kind of hovering around 5th, 6th power level right now in the LCK, as we will have Teddy versus Ghost. So a rematch of the summer finalists 80 carries, of course, on the bottom side of the map here on different teams. So really cool to see how this evolution of the 80 carries on the bottom side has come.
Yep.
And Kana versus Keen. The first time Kana will actually take the stage against Keen because he was not there last time around.
Yeah, actually, I really like the fact that we haven't actually seen this match yet, right? And finally, we actually have both of these teams with their full rosters at full power. Peter has been equipped to the bottom side of the map, right? Everything is as it should be here for Nongshim Red Force, and now they will be able to do full battle against Kwangdong Freaks.
Keen 12 kills away from being the second top laner in LCK history to hit 1,000 kills. So certainly could be a thing in this series, especially if it goes to Game 3. As if you look at the team stats here, the big highlight that we're kind of pushing forward here is both of these teams do very well if they have an early lead and are somewhat dependent on having an early lead in order to succeed. You can see the win rate with a gold lead at 20, very high for Nongshim, but also pretty high here for Kwangdong Freaks. So getting that important lead early, taking an advantage around the early to mid game is how both of these teams are operating. And that has often been around the jungle, right? LM very up and down in that regard, whereas Dread has been, I think, a strong point for Nongshim Red Force, outside of when he had to substitute to top.
Yeah, and also Dread, I think, has suffered a little bit at the hands of, the COVID ganks and things like this. We saw that it did affect his mental in a few of those games, but now they've had some time to stabilize, and they get to go into this matchup fresh, looking to see whether they can clap down on a Kwangdong Freaks that are a little bit wounded after their loss to Damwon Kia. Let's introduce Nongshim Red Force to Lol Park now. Kana, Dread, BDD, Ghost, and Peter will be taken to the stage. Of course, Peter is just a really lovely soul. Very excited to have him back. It was a little bit of experimentation there towards the bottom side of the map, with Vitals staying in for a little bit longer than he otherwise would, Ghost moving to the support role, Effort having another game or two, but then we have settled on Peter being back there.
I think another key player for this team is going to be BDD in the mid lane. Last match they had, it was a target on his back in the pick and ban phase from Live Sandbox, so a lot of his champion pool was removed. And, it felt like, as a result, Nongshim had to flex around BDD's champion pool, whereas I think in a series like this, the opposite may be the case. We may see more of a focus on Kana now that he's back on the top side of the map. So I think BDD, a little bit of opportunity to be unleashed in this best of 3.
Well, we'll see whether it is what's going to happen. Oh, Wakana Forever was also what was on one of those signs. Actually fantastic. As we introduce Kwangdong Freaks, Keen, LM, Fate, Teddy, and Hoyt. Definitely a team that if you had have put them in the dark horse category at the beginning of the season, no one would have blamed you. Their start may have, made you look a little bit silly, but things are starting to come together for this team. They are slightly ahead of Nongshim in the standings, sitting at 5th place right now.
And so much of this team has been around whether or not Hoyt and Teddy dominate lane or not. And there are some crazy pivotal stats for Hoyt. For example, his most played champion is his Leona, which he has 1 in 7 on. And then his Nautilus, which he is 6-0 on, is his second most played champion. You don't see stats that are that widely, opposite of each other in terms of toply picked supports in a meta like this. And so if Hoyt gets the Nautilus, he pops off. Teddy looks fantastic with him. He makes really proactive plays around the map. If it's not the Nautilus or the Thresh, it has looked very miss for Hoyt. So I think for the bottom side of the map here, prioritize a good champion for Hoyt. Let him play something he feels comfortable on. As a key player matchup here will be the top lane now that Kana finally gets his chance to face off against Keen. I think the strong point for Keen, outside of these stats, will be that he has a much larger champion pool than Kana, and it gives Kwangdong Freaks an opportunity to try to ban out some of Kana's comfort and put Keen in the lead. Yeah, we've seen that actually targeting Kana can be a good strategy for success. It was the case when he was back on T1 last year as well. Sometimes that champion pool can be a little bit of an issue. However, when he does get these comfort picks, he is so extraordinarily good. Keen, though, bit of a champion ocean. So very much looking forward to seeing how this draft is going to be navigated, because you don't have as much flexibility on the red side, and that is precisely where Kwangdong Freaks are going to be starting this one off. As, Keen probably still not worried about it, though. He's not worried about a lot of matchups here in the LCK. He certainly is not. I think it's going to be a fiery one, and it should be very exciting, especially in terms of who gets the counter picks, right? Kana's Jace, always something to be feared. 0-3 on it so far this season, but I think that's a product of the lack of success Nongshim has had rather than his individual ability. As there's just so much to break down here once we get into the draft. I think this series is going to be, even though it wasn't the match of the week, like of the two, like a closer one, a much more interesting one in a lot of ways, just because of the implications of what happens to the winning team and how much of a lead they will get and how close this series could become. I think it's going to be very back and forth.
No, I agree. I'm looking forward to seeing one of these teams establish themselves. That's the thing that I really want to see, because we need a fifth and a sixth team that are starting to look like they're coming together. I think the rest of them, maybe DRX, a few question marks hanging around there. We will be checking in on them tomorrow. But outside of that, I think our top four absolutely set in stone. And these are the two teams that I think are coming in with the most promise for locking down those next two spots. Nongshim still have a ways to go, though, catching back up to some of their competition after some of their struggles with their rosters and things like that. So all of these wins for this team definitely are going to feel absolutely imperative, because I don't think even Nongshim feels like they belong in the area that they are. I think a lot of us had this team well and truly into playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. With the roster they built is very important. So here are the stats here actually for side selection for these two teams. Notice that Nongshim Red Force have fared way worse on red side, but the same to be true here oppositely for blue. Or actually, no, sorry, I think I got this backwards. Yeah, Nongshim Red Force very poor on red side, Kwangdong Freaks very poor on blue side. Both these team logos being very reddish color.
Yeah,
it's off there for a second.
To be honest, like I even after it came down, I was still confused as to how to read that. So never mind. Yeah, there are stats based on the side selection. I, in fact, have it ready for us as, red side not great for Nongshim, and they do very much like the blue side. So let's see whether that's actually going to work out for them, because, of course, as you saw, Kwangdong Freaks do fare nicely if they manage to get counterpick for Keen. There we go, managed to nail it.
Yeah, there we go.
Got it in the end.
So, yeah, I think that Afrika Freaks may, if they lose game one, stick with the red side just because of that, and that has kind of been the theme, and that's why that stat comes over here. Nongshim Red Force having the home advantage this time around will get to choose blue side first. You could, as Kwangdong Freaks, take away the blue side picks. Nongshim have looked much stronger on it. It's another strategy you could employ, but we'll have to wait and see to game two as to how that's all going to go down. And, I feel like this series could be a big turning point for Nongshim, because it has been such a near miss for them all season long. There's the many shades of wolf.
Okay? I liked it. Anyway, let's hop into pick and ban here for game number one. Nongshim taking on Kwangdong Freaks, seeing who can solidify themselves towards the playoffs area of the bracket. Nongshim under a little bit more pressure because they have fallen ever further.
No white
towards the
Nautilus.
bottom.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah, I think that's
off the table.
That's a great first ban from Nongshim here. Identifying 100% win rate. If you get said champion, let's take away said champion to give us a % of win.
It's
win
also
chance.
the strongest support right now individually in the LCK in terms of what we're seeing in terms of priority, how much utility has defensively playing bottom lane, setting up engages later on. Just so multifaceted in a meta like this. So.
Yep.
Off the table, Hecarim taken away from Dread 2, and they will actually ban the Jinx early. We're starting to slowly see this trend of first ban Jinx, or first ban phase Jinx, that is to say, and I do like to see it because she's been so powerful right now in the LCK.
Yep, I think that this is definitely the right kind of ban to go with. I wouldn't even mind if you left up Zeri and things like that. I feel like Jinx has really started to eclipse even that, although we have only seen one game on this patch of the champion. So it might be something that they do want to get rid of anyway. Is Twisted Fate going to be taken away as well? I actually thought Nongshim might leave that up. BDD, not a bad Twisted Fate player, but still, let that one go through.
You can leave the Lee Sin up here as Kwangdong Freaks if you want to take the Aphelios yourself, knowing that the Jinx is going to be gone. Also banning the Caitlyn, a very strong option here. First pick
yes.
Samira, not really a thing that I want to see ever, but...
I think it'll be the Lee Sin.
I think it will be as well.
Kind of feeling.
So Lee Sin is the main option here you want as Dread if you want to control some of the early parts of the game. Now, Zeri was up, and because Caitlyn is banned, the Zeri feels very strong here. Unless Kwangdong Freaks want to run a Karma Ezreal or some sort of aggressive Jhin lane here, you know, Zeri should be able to farm pretty well into an Aphelios without major problems compared to some of the other matchups she can face where she just gets outranged.
Yep, we got the years off here as well. We've actually seen Aphelios do quite well into the Zeri. It's why I wasn't necessarily leaning towards her being the priority pick, just because even though she has been very high priority when it comes to bans, her win rate has really not been there so far here in the LCK. So, especially after, you know, the adjustments that she's had over the last couple of patches that have sort of evened her out a little bit. Not bad by any means, definitely still one of the priority picks, but I think that there have been answers that teams have pretty comfortably got to within these drafts. As Aphelios and Xin Zhao, certainly powerful picks, but it does mean Dread does get to just lock away his Lee Sin.
He does.
Like it.
I think you want the Xin Zhao over the Lee Sin into the Zeri here as Kwangdong Freaks because you need a little bit more direct lockdown. You can just kind of point and click, get on top of the Zeri with the Xin Zhao. You have follow-up CC with the Aphelios also, just generally speaking, by the nature of how this comp is going to work. So I like that because the Lee Sin is going to be much more reliant on his kick, doesn't necessarily lock her down even when he does do that, whereas Xin Zhao will just be able to get on top of her Crescent Guard, etc.
Yep.
As for Nongshim here, Yuumi is available. And Yuumi, Lee Sin, Zeri sounds very strong here, but also the Tahm Kench that we've seen very successfully paired with her is also open, but they'll take the Leona instead. A little bit of power back in the lane, and it's Rakan into this?
Yeah, not a huge fan of that.
Not really either, especially because this is not a Hecarim comp. You don't have anything to pair with Rakan's engaged in later team fights necessarily. And Zeri can just outmaneuver the Rakan. Like, he can't flank her around objectives.
Plus, it's not a great laning matchup, right? Leona into Rakan is like, that's
a
one
counter.
of the oldest ones in the book. As Hoyt, definitely one of the first champions that I noticed he was good at was Rakan. This was like 3 years ago when he was still on Damwon. And he is definitely a guy that has put so many games onto this champion. They rely on him to get engages happening, and if you can't have your Nautilus, you may as well get a different engage champion to go down there. But it does mean that, yeah, I think the lanes are going to suffer, but they will have that ability to go in alongside the Birdman in the bot lane. It's Syndra banned.
Yeah, it's so interesting because I feel like they could have definitely waited until later and then still picked up the Rakan, as it wasn't a priority moment for support here. There's so many other options he could have taken.
I think because they wanted the engage, they understood that if Nongshim banned away their engage, they wouldn't have it, and therefore it could have been a really big problem. But I think it has revealed a weakness here for this team.
Because Syndra and the Azir bans here targeted towards BDD is never a shock, and with champions like the Tryndamere still open and available for Nongshim to play into for Kana, it's a pretty easy choice to lock away all the initial or the extra engage that both of these champions would provide to a top laner like that. So they have an insane front line, plus the Tryndamere potentially going in, and Zeri is free to do damage in the back line. Like these bans quite a bit, and BDD has always been the target of a lot of these enemy teams, and when his champion pool is somewhat small, like we were talking about earlier, in terms of what he's been showing us here, You take away his 2 most picked champions, and you feel pretty good about it.
Yep. I really want to see Jace here, but it will be Vex locked in instead.
Yeah, it's a very interesting choice.
BDD, do it, man. Do it. This champion is broken.
It's very interesting to see the Zilean pick again into the Vex, because it's hard to kill the Zilean. There's a lot of mobility.
And it is one of BDD's, favorite champions, one of his more successful.
The problem with it, I find, is that, if you're rezzing anyone on your team that Nongshim has put together so far, like, you've got a problem. I prefer the Ahri here because I'd like to see more threats in the front line here for Nongshim, because they're going to get the Gwen, right? And this does go into face-up Keen's Jace, potentially.
The problem I have is that you went from counterpick to self-counterpick. Like, that's a big transition. I really, not a huge fan, just because, Vex will be able to get a few fear charges off with Ahri dashing around and things like this. Certainly you are going to be mobile, right? If you keep your distance, then you're not going to run into it. And Ahri is still going to have all of that power in the mid-game, but I personally would have much preferred the Zilean.
So, talking about what the Gwen is going to provide here over taking something like a Jace is that she's going to give a stronger front line and some follow-up damage to the Ahri. And it's kind of tricky here for Kwangdong to operate around this, because on one hand, you could just pick the Jace counterpick for the lane, but when you look at how the composition of Kwangdong Freaks works together, they don't really want to be operating around Shock Blast damage per se, because they don't have enough consistent follow-up. Yes, the Vex can sometimes follow up on that, but it's not easy to do, especially when there's Elisa and a Leona and Ahri, etc. You don't want to be going in on this, following up Shock Blast. So I do like the Akali into the Gwen in that solo matchup and what she will provide with some of the Vex poke, the engage that Xin Zhao has. There's a lot of kill pressure. My problem with this draft for Kwangdong Freaks overall, though, is that there's a bit of a disconnect between what Hoyt is going to be able to do and how the follow-up is going to work, because Rakan is a very squishy engaged champion. So he ends up running into an Ahri, he dies, right? He ends up running into basically anything else in this comp. He gets near a Leona, he dies. He's not going to have a lot of power in lane. And it all goes back to the Rakan for me, because they didn't build up a draft after the Rakan was locked in that sold it better. Whereas Nongshim Red Force have great late game scaling with this Zeri. They also have pick potential. They have great side laning. Like, this comp kind of does it all.
Yeah, I like the 1-3-1 for it. Still very low range and things like that, which is one of the reasons why I was leaning towards Jace being an option, just because you can sort of catch them milling about in the river, trying to look for a dragon, something like this. However, I love the collapse that Kwangdong Freaks do have available to themselves. So I think a lot of it will come down to an execution situation. And judging by this, you can understand why Hoyt's on the Rakan, right? Because nobody else is going to be engaging outside of a Xin Zhao just going face first into one of these fights, and has opened the door for these double assassins to come in from Kwangdong Freaks.
I think it's going to be a bloody game, and I do think that Kwangdong Freaks will fight hard and will fight often around objectives and try to set up really nice engages. They have what they lack in terms of their range is they have strong initiation, which will allow short-range Aphelios to get in there. The Akali from... She's a short-range champion, but she has a lot of mobility, so she can then collapse in and follow up the fears, the Xin Zhao ults, the Rakan charms.
Yeah, I feel Nongshim will be very good getting picks and things like that. Being able to move from one target to the next, also one of these phenomenal things, because both Ahri and Zeri love resetting around these fights. So will certainly be cool. And Nongshim getting that initial pick, which is why, like, what reset champions rely upon, right? Should be something that they should be able to get done relatively comfortably.
I think what Ahri will do for this comp for Nongshim too is will provide a lot of utility and peel for the Xin Zhao, the Akali, the Rakan. And I think that we don't need to necessarily see BDD. If he sees an opportunity and has Peter with him, yeah, of course you go for that pick. But around objectives, maybe you just wait for Kwangdong to come to you, and then you use your charm on the support, lock him down, make a 5v4 fight happen. Zari has so much mobility around Drake pits, Baron pits, and things like that, as Kana will, of course, do the brush gaming, dash first.
Yep, the classic, precisely what you want to do, waits for another one. Good backflip comes through there as Keen almost wins out on the trade. But it's Gwen, so he doesn't. That's sort of just how this one goes. We have seen that this matchup can take a drastic turn around the level 6 mark, so Keen just going to be patient in this early game, do his very best not to fall too far behind, especially in experience.
Yep, that is going to be the kind of name of the game. As long as he doesn't lose out too hard, he will have some kill pressure later. He's got a Xin Zhao that can follow up very easily here in the lane. And it's going to be an Ignite matchup between the two, so there's a lot of kill pressure. It can be very volatile, actually, as we've seen before. Is Rakan on a 5-game winning streak here. Look at the supports playing it.
Yeah.
You
the
know,
light,
so
of
far
course, very, very good.
And it is Hoyt's most played champion historically. This season he's only played it once, but he's 1-0 on it.
Yep, 6-4 now. Was only 5-4 after his time on Damwon. I actually was expecting that to be slightly higher. Might have played it a couple of times for, you know, T1 in more recent years, but I don't seem to remember it too much of seeing Hoyt. As, yeah, Gwen struggles against the Akali. Not in the early game. That's why you see Keen paying so much respect, but this is definitely one of these matchups that we can see Akali moving into much more handleable territory.
Ellen
here for it, yeah,
off.
counter gang.
Definitely has a really strong opportunity for that. Peter's got to be careful about trades like this. In this early part, he'll be able to use his potion to survive through. And they do not commit to the top side of the map here. Keen just going to catch the wave. A lot of respect shown for Kana. Dread's just backing off. Yeah. The big action here will happen, of course, once we start to get all these ultimates online, because then that's when the fireworks hit. That's when Kana can be more aggressive. That's when Vex can engage from a long way away. He gets his mobility options. Like, basically, both of these comps are super ult dependent, so it's going to be a bit of a slower time here. And whenever Elise ends in the game, you always have to track that, but this time it's like extreme across the board here.
Everyone sort of wants it. It's interesting because the Gwen sort of doesn't want the game to get to that because that's when you start losing the matchup. But of course, Needlework is very, very powerful. As we are going to see a bit of a battle here. Ghost taking a fair bit of damage there from Teddy, who just throws a Q. Yeah, that was pretty Narnian as to where that one was going. But now Hoyt wants to go in for that grand entrance. You can see, he can feel it. He's ready. Teddy standing on his minion wave and Hoyt holding onto that trigger finger.
This stage in time, Zeri does not do a ton of damage, even though he's squishy, you know, on this Rakan. Even if Peter stuns him, he should be totally fine. He's got his Ignite button ready. Teddy will be much stronger, has the follow-up Gravitum here, so Hoyt has a lot of pressure right now. Dread actually going to come down here because they're starting to feel it.
Yeah, his Q's just not quite enough range as BDD walks over a ward. Actually, really good vision here from Quandong Freaks to make sure that BDD isn't doing that early game maneuver. Good sidestep, avoids the Q from Fate. As backfoot from Keen, just sending a message here underneath the turret towards the top side as Keen stacks this wave up and is able to go for a bit of a reset.
Yep. Nicely played here from Kana, clearing almost every single minion. Down here, the bottom pressure continues. Zeri will be fine against Aphelios eventually as long as no big errors happen and you don't die here. And part of the reason why Leona is going to be the pick, Nautilus was gone, right? And we could have seen the Tahm Kench, we could have seen the Yuumi, but Leona can actually give you the opportunity to turn things back if a gank comes down there while you're kind of farming under turret. So I respect that choice for this reason. And, you know, Zeri will eventually start catching up, but in the early parts with that Rakan, there's a lot of pressure to hold that off.
Yeah, Dread was actually unseen as he moved up there towards the top side of the map. So, possibility for him to move around, but will be spotted on this ward as he comes in, and Kanna's health bar is way too low. As we can see, Dread actually moved himself back just to see what was going on. Peter wants to hold this wave as Teddy's backing on Vision, no mana.
Hoyt says thank you for the Spell Thief gold.
Yeah.
Really appreciate you hanging out over here. And we'll pick up 60 more for his trouble and head back. As Ghost, you know, going down that very common path to Trinity Force that we see the Zeris take, and
yep,
she's so difficult to pull off in the early game unless a big error happens. You know, you just kind of sit back and farm, which is why Aphelios feels very good into this, because by like proxy, he feels very long range actually in this matchup. He feels very oppressive in the lane.
Well, in this game as well, I feel like Aphelios is absolutely enough range, and range advantages are relative, right? So when you've got lower range compositions like the one that Nongshim does have available to themselves, certainly is good news. Their engage range is actually quite high though, so I think we need to be paying attention to Dread and Peter Flash Zenith Blading, things like this, grabbing themselves some Solar Flare options and stuff like that. Certainly is going to be a way to get on top of Teddy in a game that we haven't really seen that much of, right? Like, we see a lot of these games with Caitlyn's and Jinx's much higher effective range for a lot of these, like the last series, especially with double Jace games, right? Like,
yeah.
One of those examples of a champion that is so much higher range than a lot of the champions in this game.
Neither of these teams really have great poke damage before a team fight, outside of like Vex, you know, poking with her Q. That's about it. And an Aphelios ult maybe. So yeah, it is going to be slow going. It is going to be very bloody, like I said, around objectives, because there is no way out for either of these teams once the fight starts, and getting in means you have to get up close and personal. You have to be ready to press your engage buttons, and for Hoyt, that's going to be the name of the game. You know, how he finds angles to fight over objectives is going to be so tricky. Is neither of these teams want to leave the bottom lane for the Rift Herald because the cost is high. Zeri blows up turrets very quickly, so does Aphelios.
Yeah,
Charm
Fire comes in, great Charm is going to connect there as the electrocute, going to do a fair bit, but not going to full commit. Dread going to move on back. That is a decent Q to try and even things out, but as you can see, Fate's going to have to chug through some of these corrupting potion charges, make his life feel better. Top lane control for Keen. Hoyt's going to move over. Peter's here as well.
Yeah, it's a support rotation up because the AD carries can be left to their own devices here. Just want to make sure neither of these AD carries hit the turret. You feel pretty good about rotating up. As vision control right now is definitely in Nongshim's favor. They also have the faster prio here on the Drake. And with Ghost rotating up, Kwangdong Freaks need to think twice about looking for a fight.
Yep. Pretty dangerous, the route that Ghost is taking, but BDD is still here in the mid lane. Wanted to try and help out. And it is going to be the Rift Herald going over to Nongshim because they had the shove on the bottom side of the map. It all comes down to the fact that Ghost was able to push that wave in as Kwangdong Freaks are going to chase him down to get towards this lane. Possible dive opportunity, but no, Ellen's just going to go for the Drake instead. A much safer play as Peter was making his way over.
Yep. Ghost is here, so Teddy will be able to get one plate, but it's split with Hoyt, who had to come down and help out. And I don't think he quite gets the next one before Leona gets there. If they force it, he will, but again, split gold with the Rakan, so not as massive as it could have been. Drake does go over to their favor, though, so that's pretty nice for them. And the question for Nongshim now is, where do they put the Rift Herald? As putting it on the top side of the map would give Kana a lot of breathing room and a lot of gold he won't be able to freely pick up otherwise through the mid game. You obviously want to give it to the Zeri if you can, but that's just so difficult into a lane like this.
I feel like mid lane as well would be very valuable, mainly because of the map control, right? It's like, yes, you give it to the Ahri who does want to get that mid-game control, but you also open up the map and allow those picks to be a little bit more comfortable. It's a little bit more difficult to guarantee mid priority than it is on the top or bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I think
see what decision they make.
About the Ahri is like it's more about, yeah, as you say, the turret being dead more than the gold that she picks up, which is definitely a really true thing to consider here for Nongshim. As, you know, I mean, if they were able to find a hole in the bottom side, dropping that one down would be easier. And I think this might just be a case of the only lane we can put this in is the top side. And you see the ping going down there onto the Akali. And for Nongshim, sometimes the easiest way is the best way. You know, the least risk. And opening up the top side of the map for a Gwen is also massive.
Yeah, clinging on to relevance in the matchup as well against the Akali is important. So I respect that. Sometimes you got to shore up your weaknesses rather than double down on your strengths. Even though generally the latter is somewhat more effective.
And I think it is important that we note, since we see Zeri so rarely, that it's normal for her to be 10 CS down in a matchup like this and just farming under turret. This is how this goes. And she doesn't, she's like actually doing fine. She doesn't need help per se right now. It's like, well, if she doesn't get those plates, it's over. It's definitely not the scenario here on the bottom side.
It's interesting, though, because it's sort of like the opposite situation is still true in the way that Aphelios is ridiculously powerful later in the game, and against a lower range composition, he will have even more effective power. So it's a double-edged sword. It's like, yes, free ride for Zeri, but then also free ride to the other amount of years champion there on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it's going to really just be about execution with these two teams in the later parts. As Ellen's going to engage.
Yeah, that is the quickness popped as well. No, actually, Hoyt's held on to it as Dread's also in a lot of trouble. Peter will go down, but can they get any follow-up? The answer is no. Ellen takes a fair bit of damage. He's burning down, but that is not going to help him out. And First Blood goes over to Kwangdong Freaks.
So First Blood going over to the Vex here in the mid lane. Also taking the support off the map means Zeri is going to have to get under that turret ASAP. Try to get as much farm as you can, but that's a Hoyt coming behind you. Ghost.
Yeah, there's the grand entrance, but Ghost is just going to dash his way out, and he'll be fine. Misses a whole bunch of skill shots, but that's all right. Not really the main thing. He needs to survive.
I think that's a different player piloting the Rakan, or if that CC chain hits and there's a Gravitum follow-up. That might be a dead Zeri, but in this case, totally fine. Yep. It was a very scary moment there for Ghost, as we will see this dropped in the mid lane because they have enough prio here with Fate backing to actually force this to happen.
This is what we wanted though, right?
Yep.
Get BDD, a bit of value, as well as start to open up that mid lane as much as you can. As Riftmaker completed for Keen. You've got Merc Treads for Canna, but only a Leeching Leer as far as an equalization in that department. So certainly Quantum Freaks looking fantastic, and just a bit of a credit to Keen being able to stay ahead, even though he got through the difficult part with flying colors, as this was in fact the it was a bit of a late quickness, but Void made use of it, and the chain CC 2-stroke.
Fate's flash was really good there. He just got a nice angle. Just better, 2 CCs better than 1, basically, at the end of the day here for Kwangdong Freaks. Nice punish. And we are seeing a lot of Leona punish here in the LCK, because we've seen so many Leona players feel like they're immortal and they can just walk forward and deal with anything because they have their Eclipse button, but with enough focus and a planned move like what we saw from Kwangdong Freaks, she will eventually go down. Yeah. So nice proactive play here for Kwangdong Freaks. We'll get prio on this Drake with a Scuttle now off of this. And Fate's really starting to take control of this lane as well. With that kill he's picked up now, he's starting to trade well with the Ahri. You mentioned Ahri into the Vex, definitely a challenge.
Oh, I like this. Fate as well as Peter dives on to 2 members of Kwangdong Freaks, unbeknownst to him. He's now without a flash and he's going to get taken down once again. Orbit Deception does a fair bit of damage, but it's not enough. Spirit Rush is going to answer the Shadow Surge that Fate threw out. Now 22 seconds on that Dragon, and Kwangdong Freaks in prime position.
You know, Ahri can be great for picks, can be great for scrappy skirmishes in the early parts of the game, but she's not online yet. Kwangdong Freaks were better set up for both of these fights, and Vex is more mobile than Ahri when they have prio like this on a pick, on an initiation.
It was a really smart counter pick by Fate.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hang on a second. BDD picked it into the Vex.
I mean, the problem here, too, is that, you know, BDD's not in a position where you can actually threaten the Vex or start putting damage onto her to keep her away. Like, this can change later on in terms of side laning, too. Ahri will have a lot of power. She has way more mobility. And if you dodge the fears, you have a lot of power. But this is just Nongshim, I think, thinking their competition is stronger than it is at this stage of the game. And without vision, they're making some poor judgment calls in terms of how to fight. And I think Peter also just misjudging how tanky he is. Yes, again, you're on Leona, but you can't be walking up like that. We've seen a few early game mishaps from him in Nongshim's last 2 series, but he's often turned it around in the mid game. So we'll see if that happens once again here.
Yep, well, here is BDD joining Dread, looking to see whether they can lock down Keen. It is, of course, Lee Sin into the Akali as he gets into the Shroud. Perfect execution. Dread is just dead. 1v3. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Kwangdong Freaks will say goodnight to the bottom lane. Oh my God, write it down. Write it down.
I mean,
that was just so sick.
That is basically a game-ending set of exchanges that happened here at the same time. Kwangdong Freaks making the win happen 1v3 topside, while they're 3v1 getting a kill on the Zeri, eliminating 20 of her CS here is what they've been able to do so far in this laning phase, taking a turret out as well. Now the Aphelios has so much extra gold. The Zeri being removed from the map slows down her spike later. And let's watch Keen play this out perfectly.
Oh my God.
By the way, flashless, as the kick here from Dread, not followed up on. Somewhat of an error from him, actually. More. I mean, Keen played this really well, but
cool guys don't look at explosions, by the way. Focuses on the CS. Let's Dread just go down. He's like, oh yeah, we used to be friends when you were on this team. Not anymore.
And over here, you end up just taking out 2 kills. Zeri goes down second. We missed the Leona pick, but there was just nothing you could do here. Under the turret, unfortunately, man, Kwangdong Freaks just snapped Nongshim's neck.
Yeah.
At 2 places at once. Somehow that's not how neck snapping works, but in this game it is, I guess. Whew.
It sounds like a pretty bad accident, you know, like, yeah. I don't want to go into it because it's a bit morbid. But yeah, it's currently a 3,000 gold advantage, 3.5k. And that really felt like absolutely. Kwangdong Freaks and like Nongshim was relatively competitive leading up to that moment, and now it feels almost over. Like it's crazy.
That's what I'm
acceleration,
saying, yeah.
right? Yeah, exactly.
Because it also led to 2 objectives being taken: the Drake and the Rift Herald and bottom turret. So 3 objectives actually theoretically here. The big one's and a turret, and
Yeah, BDD's dead. See, mate?
Yeah, this is
Fate's gonna grab that.
This is out of control now.
Yep.
Fate is exploding. 1,200 gold the lead now on this Vex. And I don't know what to say, Nongshim fans. This one is looking
Now the
pretty
knockup
done.
goes. Not going to get Wind Becomes Lightning, but there it is. Teddy finds the Moonlight Vigil, and now Shirley's going to pop down to the mid lane, and she's going to say, what the heck? What have you done, Kwangdong Freaks? There's nothing for me to charge into.
And
Give me a job.
Both of these teams, we talked about it before this series, really took off before we even got to the draft. Both these teams are so reliant on getting an early lead before 20 minutes. And Nongshim, before the 18-minute mark, find themselves 6,000 gold down. Their inner turret is dead. Their inhibitor turret took a charge. And Kwangdong Freaks have so much control over the map of the composition that now is a pick comp. Because before, yeah, there were some opportunities to get picks, but there were some defensive options, some utility here for Nongshim. We're later on hoping that, we have some poke, or rather some peel for this Zeri to pop off. But now Kwangdong Freaks have so much control over the map, they can just look for the Ahri. Like, the Ahri is supposed to be looking for Kwangdong. Like, BDD is supposed to be the hunter, but he is the hunted in this game now. As this is a great play from Hoyt here to actually lock down the Zeri. Ult here as he fades away with the shot taken out by Teddy.
Beautiful. Love to see it. It's enough years, This is the thing. It's kind of beautiful. The Kwangdong Freaks, they get the amount of years that peaks at the right time. The vintage, just perfect. Because right now, this is when Teddy is able to take control. Ghost doesn't have a couple of items yet, but you've got Collector now on Teddy. He's feeling absolutely fantastic. And against a comp like this isn't one where Teddy will be neutered at all. Because everyone's short range, and therefore Teddy now feels like a Caitlyn on this Aphelios, except he does way more damage.
The one thing about, Kwangdong's comp that we didn't talk about too much earlier on was that it is extremely high and reliant on magic damage. So you can see all the magic resist being built across the Nongshim roster, but the lead is so high at this point, those, puny boots, the Merc Treads are not going to be enough to stave off the power of these AP champions.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again. As he's going to try and get out with the ulti. Perfect execution is going to be there as he dives back. So incredibly fun. Now trying to fight it out with Peter. The Shield of Daybreak isn't there. The Ignite's ticking down. He does it again! Oh, Keen! Absolutely amazing from the top laner of Kwangdong Freaks.
I mean, he turns this one around, gets the Ignite, gets a kill here against all odds, against an Ahri who has a charm, against a Lee Sin, and, Lee Sin struggles to get the picks onto Akali's. But, I mean, this was extremely well played, and Keen was so ready. Stop watching the inventory now, so next time they try this one...
Don't give him more playmaking.
Yeah, I mean,
there's enough already.
This is just disgusting. And now, 8 kills to 1 here. It's a 1-for-1 trade on the top side of the map. Akali gets a second kill here that she shouldn't have been granted. Kwangdong Freaks casually just picking up Soul Point the fastest possible at 20 minutes here.
Yeah.
As Nongshim spent so many resources on the top side of the map where they got a trade. And basically, Nongshim are losing on both sides of the map twice now in a row, giving Kwangdong ultimate control and a lot of extra gold as Dread.
Well, Hoyt is going to look for him. Q not going to connect there from Fate, and there just wasn't quite enough opportunity.
No vision.
Also a lot of darkness, yeah.
알이 내려가는 부분이야. 예색이 안
Let's have a
한다.
look at it again. This is just ridiculous.
Look at his face, too. Look at how calm he is.
Bye-bye.
Doesn't say a word.
나 죽는다.
I actually couldn't understand what he said there. I don't know if he said I died or I liked it. Like I think he said 난 죽었다, like I liked that, or 난 죽었다, like I died. Sounded like he said I died, but I think the comms that were happening elsewhere on the map were on the bottom side player on the Drake.
Well, it's
why
equivalent. Maybe he died and he liked it.
Yeah, he did say I died. Jason got the confirmation. Like,
Yeah.
I died. That was all he said.
Yeah.
Oh God, Keen.
Yeah.
Okay. Killer in the top lane.
Here's the quickness, and that is a very dead Zeri. She hasn't been able to play the game, but the same can be said for Teddy, who gets wiped out very, very early. Now LM trying to stay alive. He's not going to, but into the fight comes Keen. Misses the backflip, and now he's trying to fight this one out. BDD almost lands the charm, but it's a great stopwatch from Keen now as Peter's slowed down by the 5-point strike. He will be taken down in the end. The Vex also is going to get out of there. Backflip again, not going to connect the Shuriken. As
And
that
Keen,
was real messy.
Keen has 4 kills now. It's very messy here for Nongshim, and they're fighting over vision here around Baron. There's no other objective to really push the fight for. And they're walking into a Kwangdong Freaks with a little bit of vision control, but not enough. As you see, Baron is being taken here from Kwangdong, so they come over here. They're like, all right, we got to fight over this vision. We got to come in here. But do you have the damage at this stage to look for this fight? If you can get a pick on the front line, or if you can find Keen, then yes, the Zeri will carry the fight. But unfortunately, it's just not enough here. Yes, they do pick off the Xin Zhao and they take out the 80 carry, but the top laner, who dodges the charm deftly here with the stopwatch, is ready to pop off. And for Nongshim, yes, they were arguably fighting for the Baron here, but I think there were better ways to slow play it, actually be there faster. And, you know, this is kind of a death wish at this stage, giving this many kills over to the Akali. I mean, 2 of the first top picks that they attempted failed, and now they're just trying to running headfirst into team fights they can't win yet.
I mean, they did win it. Like, Nongshim did win the fight, technically. Like, they got more kills. So
I guess
it
so.
can't be that bad.
I guess so, but they gave all the kills to the Akali.
Yeah. There's pros and cons. Pros and cons to the situation. The
Zeri's not picking up.
Situation.
Yeah, she's not picking up any of the money. Like I had to have you tell me that was a win fight for Nongshim for me to actually fathom it. I'm like, yeah, I guess technically, like, we do say the one who trades better wins the fight, but
they did more killing than their opposition.
Yeah, I guess so. As LM is also, you know, he has 0 kills in this game, but he has 6 of the 10 assists. He's been such a great setup for the Aphelios to do damage, helping set up follow-up for the Rakan. Is now Kwangdong Freaks again has control over a Baron and can start this up.
If at first you do not succeed.
Zeri didn't get stronger in the interim, I'll tell you that.
Well, Fate looking for some opportunities here as LM and Teddy. They're the ones trying to stave this one off. I like this positioning from Kwangdong much better. Keen waiting on the flank, ready to get in there. As Kwangdong backing away, they want to try and find that pick as in goes Keen, finds the backfoot this time. And he connects it to Dread, gets over that wall, and BDD is already dead at the same time. Peter now just trying to save some of his carries. Canna's out of there, but the Zeri not so happy. Ghost 0 and 4. It has not been it, and this is what happens when Teddy survives. It is a much better team fight. Keen still looking for Dread, as he will connect the Q to this Gromp. And Kwangdong Freaks, you might want to just take Baron. Really make the most of the situation, I reckon, as Keen's not even going to let him get the Gromp.
Nope, not going to let him get that. They will get the Baron with this, and look what else comes with it. 25 seconds until Ocean Soul comes up for Kwangdong Freaks.
Oh, it was all planned.
And, you know, the other thing about this is that the Ocean Soul is not that great for either team, you know, in this particular game. It's extremely low range, no poke game. But look at how deftly these team fights are handled by Kwangdong Freaks and how patient Hoyt and LM are to look for the turn. And once the 80 carry fight is over, the fight comes with it. You can't get out very easily either. Dread at least pulled Keen away this time and was able to survive, but if Keen and Teddy are alive, it doesn't matter who's alive on Nongshim in the scrappy fight like this, you just win it because they're so fed. 4 kills apiece.
Yeah, Dread, you gotta get out. Yeah, he is able to do so.
They did.
And yeah, you're exactly right. Like the fact that like both of these teams are like the point of no return team fighting comps, right? So once you go in, like we're fighting to the death. It's sort of how it goes.
Kwangdong didn't have a lot of time to use their Baron buff to get Prio. They're getting some of it in mid now, so the response will have to be swift for Nongshim as the charm misses. Where's your angle now, Nongshim? This is going to be a really tough one.
Yeah, well, Keen looking for the flank. There is decent vision here from Nongshim, though. So if they can start this fight on their terms, they're not going to, though, as Hoyt's already popped the quickness. Now looking for his opportunity into the back line. Peter's immediately going to go down. Can they actually get Ghost, though, who's starting to pop off? Fate goes down first. BDD grabs the kill, and now man advantage. Definitely there for Kwangdong, but Ghost this time is actually doing things. BDD flashes in, grabs the kill on the jungler, but will sacrifice himself for it. It's the Dragon that's taken, though, for Kwangdong Freaks, and now they've got an Ocean Soul, and Ghost is trying to live. Keen, yeah, he'll guarantee that Ghost is not going to be able to Jet Set Radio Future his way out of this one. And in fact, he's just gone straight to the death chamber. Kwangdong Freaks now will push down the bottom lane.
Keen's flank angle was so superb because they couldn't lock him down. There was no way to know where he was going to be. And if Nongshim engage with their front line, then Keen actually takes over and kills the back line. What happened, though, what we got to see from Nongshim was a glimpse into how their composition would work if they were not now 10,000 gold behind their opponents, how their comp could work with the front line if they survive the early Akali initiation into the fight, getting into the back line. If Ghost gets the opportunity to fight for 7 seconds, 8 seconds freely, you could win these. But the problem is, in the end part of this fight, they're on a Drake, right? And they're trying to actually secure that. That's what's more important than anything else. So the turn happens. And look at Ghost here on the backside. Again, completely untouched. But Guangdong Freaks have a nice redemption here. They have the ability to collapse onto the enemy jungle. And Ghost can't actually get those health bars to 0 because of the redemption. Even when the charm comes down, yes, it's a kill. But Ghost is now 1v3. The Drake goes to them. Yeah. And I mean, what are you going to do as Ghost? He's like, I'm doing everything I literally can with the items you guys gave me. You know, what am I supposed to do? Gets over the wall too, but it's not enough.
Nope. It was never really going to work. And you could just see, like, he's completely outranged. Can't really do anything unless everyone goes all in at the same time. As in goes Hoyt. He's found them yet again. Wind becomes lightning, becomes death. As Guangdong Freaks will bear down onto both BDD and Peter. Keen's not done yet, as there's the Shadow Surge. The follow-up is just so powerful. And Guangdong are done with this game. They're looking to push down this top lane and finish it off.
Yep, there's nothing else to say about this one. Guangdong Freaks defending top side, getting that bottom side turret, then trading 1-for-1 a second time. There were 2 really pivotal moments for Keen in this game. He absorbed so much pressure. He's definitely got my POG vote. Might be a 13 for 13 with how well he played.
Like, we wrote that one down after that first play, and the plays only got better.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a great effort from Ellen as well. As here's the last fight.
Yep, going in for it as Canna is immune for the moment. Ghost trying to do some damage here. Needs to watch out for one auto attack from Teddy, which does take the majority of players' health bars to almost 0. They are trying to push them out, though, and it is going to work. Peter gets chunked. Moonlight Vigil goes down. Yep, that's Gale Force, and that is a very deadly owner. If you were surprised, you shouldn't have been, as Keen looks for the backflip. Does not quite connect it. Dives forward and gets the Shroud down. But Nongshim have respawned now, and despite the fact that Peter is dead, they still have access to the Fountain, and Guangdong Freaks now trying to push on this naked Nexus. Phenomenal quickness is going to get right in there, though, and there's the Shadow Surge. There's the cleanup, and Guangdong Freaks will now deal with this Nexus. As, yep, the Fountain is the only place that looks safe here for Nongshim, as the Crab Rave will happen, you know, with Boris, but the Nexus will be taken out.
Guangdong Freaks winning out so hard because their top laner absorbed 3 players worth of pressure twice while they made aggressive plays themselves. Bottom side, a glimpse into Guangdong Freaks' ability to macro getting better. The ability to make a strong play, alert Keen about what's going to happen, rely on him to play weak side on the Akali, then he gets fed and he pops off. But what this game was all about was just a lack of ability to actually cross-map against a player who's so mobile and who is going to absorb that pressure so perfectly. There's very few top laners who survive there, because if Keen dies, then you get a turret with that, and it's an even trade, and arguably a trade up for a Gwen who starts to get fed and can then actually properly team fight and side lane very aggressively. But if Keen handles that so well every time, then, like, as Nongshim, you feel so frustrated. Like, we should have been able to make this even at worst case, right? But no, not against this player.
Yeah, I actually think that even if Kane dies there, they still win because they got a double kill bottom lane. Like, and they're getting their Aphelios ahead, right? The more you can put the Zeri behind, the less useful she's going to be. And she was 100% useless in that game for the majority.
There were also some small errors with Thread's execution on the Lee Sin kicks and his ability to follow with the Q to get the execution. And it's hard, right? Because it's Akali versus a Lee Sin, which is part of the reason I think why she was picked here. You're like, okay, we're going to play strong side bottom, play around the Zeri that has no range and is going to be farming under turret. And then Akali into Gwen feels pretty good once you get your level 6 online. Then Akali into Lee Sin, like, Keen should have the ability to fight for himself up there on the top side, and he certainly did. Like, this whole game was about Afrika knowing their win condition bottom, and then Keen being like, well, I'll hold up my end of the deal. I'm going to stay on the top side, and I'm not going to fail you. I will not fail you, Afrika. And Guangdong Freaks, because of his heroics on the top side, will win on every aspect of the map. Fate had a fantastic game on the Vex, too.
I think it was a redeeming game for Fate, because I believe he picked back-to-back games on the Vex in their last series and didn't do so well. I think that was against Damwon Kia. You might have to correct me if I'm wrong there, but
it's his first game of Vex, actually, of the season.
Oh, really? Okay, so it must have been something else completely that I was misremembering. But Fate just having a great performance here, and the follow-up with the Shadow Surges, the way the composition worked Really, really beautiful stuff. So, Guangdong Freaks now move to 1-0 in this series. Nongshim, they had side selection, so it might be same sides. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it's the Analyst Carpet Space with the breakdown.
이빨 조심해. 야 많이 나면 보자 얘네.
나 08초 08초.
진짜 이거 봐도 될 것 같은데.
너 보자. 나 08초.
음파 맞을게.
나 들어오는 거 맞을게. 들어오는 거 맞을게.
리신 음파 빠졌어. 나 8초거든. 좀만 천천히. 나 공파였어 이거.
이거 하고.
미드라인.
탑라인. 탑 봐줘. 나 그냥 락한 먼저 박아 좀 연결해줄게.
나 피 박게. 이번에 박을게. 대리.
아무나 잡아 아무나. 나이스.
다운 치면 끝나.
치겠습니다.
다운 쳐 주라. 이거 연계되나? 다운 쳐 주라.
오지게 이거? 나 공포 없어.
타워 쳐줘.
타워 칠게. CS 좀 먹고.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Chairs. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. We're going to break down that first game. And speaking of breaking down, we did have some of that in this game. A bit of an unfortunate one for Nongshim. Gwangnong Freaks, they showed up to play, but it really felt like the other side of the rift did not.
Yeah. So it's one of those games where you're just sitting here going, oh, it was a whole lot of that. Yeah, like a lot of that. Again, can we cool it with the counter picks? The self counter picks? Actual counter picks? Good. Self counter picks? Bad. Why would you pick Ari into Vex? And then you can see BDD can barely play the game, like he does effectively very little because you can't dash in because you're playing into Vex. Why would you pick Gwen when Jace and Akali are both open? Why would you do these things to yourself, teams? Because I look at this game and we need to always be careful to not tunnel on draft, because with the forms of both these two teams, I don't think it would have mattered. Nongshim looked completely lost. But at the same time, maybe we can stop putting ourselves one step behind right from the get-go. We've seen how important lane matchups are, and I don't know why we keep putting ourselves in these awkward positions. Yes, power picks are important, but they're not so important that you can just completely ignore whatever is happening. And that is something that Nongshim did here. And then once they fell behind, it was over immediately.
Yeah. And I mean, Gwen herself, I was feeling okay with like the Ahri just because I feel like she is really strong, but the Gwen, I'm not so sure. You know, Ahri is a bit unproven as it stands right now, but the Gwen, it's been like almost 100 games or something like that. She's got like a 35% win rate. Like people here in the LCK counterpick themselves over and over with that pick. Like it's kind of, we kind of like got that locked down now. You know, we kind of have that information unlocked now.
Gwen's really good. That's not the problem. Like the champion's win rate isn't low because she's bad. It's because you keep counterpicking yourself.
Maybe next time something different. But didn't come down to only the draft. Let's take a look at the highlights here and see what exactly went right for Kwangdong and what went wrong for Nongshim.
It's the complete lack of communication, right? Because what happens here is Peter goes in, but the rest of his team isn't actually there, even if they had gone for this. Might have been maybe a little bit better. And here, if Peter goes for this play, the rest of the team needs to follow, right? That BDD is not joining this fight. Dread is sitting there with a full health bar, and
Full energy bar too.
Nothing's happening. And if you don't want to go for that because you know Phelios' Roman Zeri isn't that strong, right? Like all those things, that's fine. But then call it off.
Yeah.
and that just kept happening the entire game. Nongshim, they just went for a couple of plays early. They all collapsed. And that was it.
Yeah, and it was a couple of times, like the first one especially, they specifically cleared out vision with BDD, and then Dread hopped over the wall, and they were all like ready to help out Peter, and then Peter went in, and then they just left him to die. It was like, oh.
And like
okay.
Dread, he caught the Shadow Surge, right? Like they were trying to turn it into a collapse on the Vex, but Vex is so hard to collapse upon. Whole point of the pick.
Absolutely. Well, we do have highlight number 2 ready as well, which we will take a look at just how insane Keen was playing in this game and how he was able to 1v3 this.
And there's just so much that goes wrong here, right? From start to finish in terms of execution for Nongshim. But the real kicker is if you invest 3 people on top side, then it's the freest dive that you could possibly look for. And this is also Ghost and Peter. If you know your top side is trying a 3 versus 1 dive, don't engage. Just sit underneath that turret, keep those health bars full, and it might have still been a disaster, even if they not done this. But like, it was just mistake after mistake from Nongshim, and the team just looks completely lost.
Yeah.
It's just sad. Like, these are really lovable players that we know are much better than this.
Yeah, I mean, Peter by the end of it was like 0-8, 0-9. Yeah. Ghost was like 0-6. It was rough. It was actually rough to watch for those guys. And Nongshim, it hasn't been their split, what with the COVID issues and, you know, struggling to get back on their feet even with the main roster. And Guangdong Freaks, I mean, they're looking better every day. So they absolutely stomped on this, especially one guy. And speaking of one guy, let's see who the player of the game is going to be for this one, as it will be Keen, no surprise, with his incredible highlights this game.
I really wanted to vote for Hoyt, because I thought Hoyt's early game was great, and Hoyt has been one of our most improved players, but it had to be Keen. He just couldn't really get around it, because the amount of pressure that he was able to absorb was just simply too much. Like again, why is Dread tanking this turret when he's level 9, and you have a Gwen that can easily do it? And then the fact that plays like this actually work out, it's just ludicrous, right? Like, he actually has the Shuriken, stays alive throughout all of this, and then it's the Ignite that gets and then he dies, but who cares, right? Like, on the flip side of the map, they're winning everything. And at that point, Keen was monstrously fed, and as soon as he found backline access, he would absolutely demolish. Wonder what the voting split is going to be here, because as I said, I do think that Hoyt had a nice game.
You got a couple of your desk mates there, the Korean
I like it
side.
a lot.
Couple of votes there for Hoyt and one from the Observer team. That's a really nice split.
Yeah,
it's a really, really nice split. Kind of reminds me of Game 2 where Zeus got some votes and then we got 3 other votes there. But either way, guys, it's going to do it for us here on the desk. Back to Atlas and Wolf for the cast.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and yeah, kind of agree. Let's hope that Nongshim can put that game as far behind them as is humanly possible and move on. I think the draft needs to be looked at the most, but that is something that they can deal with right now.
For sure. They will have their side as Effort will be subbed in.
Oh, wow.
Peter out, Effort in. So the first time this has actually happened within a series. Now we've seen actually, so Nongshim actually bringing him down to the arena, subbing him in. Very rare to see this.
Yeah, not something that we've seen from this team, especially like, we're used to it with Fred Brion and stuff like that, with Sword and Morgan swapping positions, but that seemed like something that was a little bit more premeditated. This feels like a 0-9 response.
Yeah, Peter definitely dropped the ball in the early game. And it's not the first time recently. I think Peter has actually lost a lot of his confidence in terms of, you know, making plays in the early parts of the game, is overextending a lot. So I think it's important that we mention one more time, as we talked about briefly when the walkouts happened, is that Nongshim Red Force, their ability to grow like Guangdong has been really stagnated by the COVID issue, and now the substitutes that we're seeing here on the bottom side of the map is, as well as we see Peter kind of struggling here and failing a little bit in the early parts of these games for Nongshim, I do worry about switching supports at this stage in the critical time of the rest of the season. Like, are you sending a clear message that, you know, Peter isn't it, or is Effort going to stay in? Like, how do you build synergy when you keep switching these moving parts around? It's tough, you know?
Nuclear just hanging out here. Bit of a fan of a lot of these players, especially Ghost, of course. Ghost, of course, came in for Nuclear on Damwon back in the day. He's doing content. He's doing content. You know, he's making sure that he gets all of these the Nuclear family clips done. He's got to do it. So here he is. I'm glad that we got to experience part of the show live. You know?
Yeah. Notion will choose red side here. So bold choice for them, considering how things have looked for them on the blue side of the map. Interesting to see, how this will affect some of these counter picks, right? Having red side means you won't necessarily be walking into the Gwyn, into a Kali, or the Vex, playing against the Ahri that you picked into it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it solves that issue.
Well, I mean, you will have some opportunities to make better choices on the red side of the map here.
Yeah, I kind of like just changing it up anyway, because sometimes just going into what feels like a remake of the same game just feels not great, right?
I am very worried for Nongshim here. Losing a series like this, especially in 0-2 fashion, in 2 dominant games from Kwangdong Freaks, could be a mental blow that Peter, Effort, maybe, for example, don't recover from when Nongshim are really out of time to rebuild synergy here. We're sitting at 4-8 right now in the LCK, at number 8 in the standings. This is a team that looks stronger on paper with the names you see than it actually is right now, and that's scary.
Yeah. Kwangdong Freaks have a pretty low win rate on the blue side. So this was not only a good decision for trying to get some of these counter picks to work out, but also just instead of going for the side that they have been more successful on, which is blue side for Nongshim, they're like, well, no, let's just make sure Kwangdong Freaks are as uncomfortable as we can get them. But I don't know whether it's going to be enough after that game 1, as Hecarim's still going to be banned away here, going to be the first ban actually on blue side, which I find quite interesting, as Caitlyn will be the follow-up.
Yep, Zeri is off the table this time around, so we won't be seeing her in this second game. And the Caitlyn follow-up here is that there's not a lane that will be really hard controlled range-wise here. Now the Jinx is something that we saw banned last game. I would like to see it banned again here, potentially for Kwangdong Freaks on blue side. And if you ban the Jinx here with the Zeri gone, the Caitlyn removed, first pick of Elios, actually a thing you could see is, once again, the Nautilus ban, but this time against Effort. So another famous player for his Nautilus, just not so much this season.
Yeah, I quite like that ban, that takeaway, because making sure that Effort is kept honest is certainly going to be a good move when he is the X factor moving into this game.
He went like 0-3 on Nautilus at the beginning of the season, and then they like, subbed him out for a really long time, and now he's back, and he gets the Nautilus ban.
Ooh, Lee Sin. So I'm wondering whether it's... yeah, so Jinx or Ryze are kind of the picks that my mind is going towards. Looking forward to seeing what they actually do decide to go with. And I respect this the most, because now, yeah, Nongshim, they get Ryze and Xin Zhao, but both of those champions get pretty heavily outranged by good old Jinx.
Yeah. Ryze has never really been a staple pick for BDD in this meta. I mean, we went 0-2 on it, but didn't prioritize it even when it was open earlier on this season, so I think you're not as worried about BDD's Ryze here. We'll see the Xin Zhao come through. Yeah. And, it feels like almost every team would lock up the Ryze with this and be like, okay, we have a lot of power in the early parts of the game. Can even maybe make some dives happen with Realm Warp on the Jinx, who's going to be farming very carefully under turret. But, with BDD, you don't feel really confident that's going to be the style of play here. It doesn't feel like the move. BDD has been more towards Syndra picks, right? The Azir, both of the champions that were banned away last game. Kind of old school 2021 BDD. Really being, in some ways, very clutch, but often very predictable. There's kind of an issue here, as the Jace will take these ones blind.
Okay, so Jace going to come in. There are options into the Jace, as has been illustrated on the desk. There you go, Chronicle. I hope you feel better. Let's see where the Kwangdong Freaks do go for them. The Ryze stands out like a sore thumb. Likely that Fate will lock that one away. Keen has been known to play it as well, but certainly has fallen out of fashion when it comes to topside. Don't know whether I like it into the Jace either.
You have the ability to play Ryze Thresh here now, where Jinx becomes very difficult to kill. You have extreme mobility with the ability to like Thresh Lantern into a Realm Warp. You can get out of pretty much any situation.
Ooh, volley there.
Because they want They want LM on a champion that he's great at playing, where you can snowball the game with the Rise, and that's what they're going to pick instead of the Thresh.
I actually really like the Volibear. Really, really cool choice. As of course, the jungle pool was relatively thinned, so it was more like the fringe picks that were available, but Volibear does give so much extra power early on, and then you rely on Teddy to carry later. The classic Aphelios into the Jinx. Oh, okay, it's Jhin. Never mind. Okay,
And
this
it's
is much
Jhin.
better. Ghost is, he's got a skin for this champion, so I like this one a whole lot more.
It's going to be a lot easier to play with this one. You have the Jace poke that goes well with Jin's range into, you know, what is the decent comp with Jinx in terms of range, but you're kind of compiling longer range champions, so the range advantage now currently in Nongshim's hands. We'll see what they ban with this. I think the Thresh is a pretty easy call. There it goes.
Yeah, Thresh Tahm Kench could actually just be the bans here to make sure that Teddy is as vulnerable as possible.
I wouldn't hate to see a Rakan ban here too for Nongshim, just because, yes, Jinx being survivable is really important, but also Rakan can start to snowball things with the Volibear and the Realm Warps around mid-game fights. So just take away either stability in the Tahm Kench or the initiation that Hoyt would provide with that Rakan again.
I think one of the interesting things about banning Rakan is Nongshim then pick Leona, and then what do you pick for the engage? And I think they still want Hoyt with an engage option. So banning mid laners here, in my mind, makes a lot of sense because you get to pick one of them, right?
Yep.
So now Nongshim get to decide, like, they'll probably ban, I would say Tahm Kench sounds like the best option to me, just to make sure that Teddy is vulnerable, like we said before. But then both Rakan and Leona are available, as that is a Lucian to be taken off the board. So
that is definitely a question mark for me, because I don't think that you're thinking about mid-prio right now. Like, also, like, Rise is already locked in, Jinx is locked in, like, top Lucian into Jace, also, like, that might have been a miss done, because Rakan and Lucian both start with the same Korean character. That might have been what was going on there. Either way, it will be the Leona pick away, as you mentioned, which is the common way to play the Jinx here on the bottom side, or the Jhin, excuse me, on the bottom side of the map. To do what you want, you save that final counter pick for BDD.
Yep.
The Rakan is banned, actually, from Kwangdong Freaks, so almost a bit of a brain fart for me there. As I was looking at Lucian, like, what is going on? Trying to explain it in my mind. Yeah, Fiora here, very strong. If you do have
like
the Realm Worm.
Yeah.
Akshan blind, though.
No, it's not. It's into the Jace.
Oh, I'm just falling apart here.
Oh, I don't know about the Rel. I think Tahm Kench being available and something to really help Teddy out is a really kind of cool option. But I guess with the amount of range that Nongshim have, it's probably like all of your teammates are going to be falling down low. And so therefore, Shock Blast and things like that will get a lot of value. So it's not about limiting one pick, as Rel will be locked in to give that little bit of extra security.
Extra security, also a lot of power with Volibear, Rise. You know, like, there's engage potential, there's defensive opportunities here with the Rel.
There's a lot of dive in and do damages on the side of Kwangdong Freaks, and a lot of sit back and do damages on the side of Nongshim. And we've seen that there's a lot of these teams that have made the latter work so much better because you can punish so much more effectively, as Kwangdong Freaks will have the onus on them to go in. But that's a Graves.
Azir is the easy call here, right? It's BDD, you have great late game scaling, you have team fight initiation, you have peel for the Volibear, these Realm Warp plays become a lot more difficult, Rel engages with the Magnet Storm become a lot more difficult, so BDD's Azir makes it through the draft with that Rakan ban going over here.
Yep.
So Nongshim Red Force now have great poke, great scaling. Now, they have a lot here if they can weather the storm of this Volibear early game. And a lot of this game, I think, is going to be decided by how much damage Fate gets done on the map. But I feel like because they have the follow-up damage and Jinx later on, like that follow-up scaling, Graves is going to be very good later on. They're not, like, priced into, we have to win the early game and get a bunch of kills or we lose no matter what. Like, it's not that black and white for them. There's a lot of backup plans here.
Yeah, I do really like the Azir for Baron damage. Jhin, as soon as he gets picked, I'm like really worried about teams being able to do Barons around that, 25 to 35 minute mark because you really don't have that consistent damage. Azir, he kind of does. So it does mean that it gives Nongshim the window to go for that, even though they have the Jhin available. And Jhin is brilliant at that turn as well, because you can sort of find yourself in a safe position, and when the team tries to collapse in, you set up the curtain call and you zone them away from the area. So a lot of options here for Nongshim.
If you hit a Shock Blast and you have the Jin to help follow up too, like you can also get picks with this composition, and if they try to turn, you have so much peel, you know, between the Reverse Divide, the Xin Chao, the Leona. Really like this comp a lot better for Nongshim than we saw last game.
There's a lot of get away from me. A lot of get away from me options. However, do you know who does not care about get away from me options? Bears. Bears will jump at you no matter what you do. You can throw as many Sandy Pigeon men at him as you want. He will jump right over the top because he's Volley Bear.
Yeah. That Lucian ban broke my brain. I still can't figure it out. I mean, hopefully maybe we'll get something. Maybe if the interview comes through later, we'll get the answer to that one.
He was somewhat buffed on this patch. I believe it was like mana on the Q. Doesn't really make him now a great solo lane choice, which is what they were banning him for. But has historically been a decent pick into Azir as far as early pressure is concerned. But there was already a Rise on the map.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, then I'm like, when the actual
maybe it was Kane,
like,
maybe it's like, yeah, no, I don't think it was necessarily going to be the pick no matter what.
And then my brain went to, well, it's got to be a Rakan because of the spelling, but no. Anyway.
And then we might ban Rakan anyway, so.
Yeah, we might get an answer one day, but not for now.
Not yet, not yet.
So Eri picked up here for BDD into the Rise, as you do. You're going to have really a nice ability to harass and be obnoxious here in the early part of this lane. As you can see, he's already looking for it.
Yep, a very happy BDD. Now back on his Azir. His Fate's going to sidestep the soldiers, move his way around. Not the most massive of win rates, but as you can see, he's getting very close to 100 games on this champion. Currently sitting on 85, which is pretty insane.
Yeah. You know, it's crazy. 15 kills was the number that Kane needed to get to his next milestone, and he got so many last game.
He got 6, I believe. 6, 2, and 5 or something like that.
So it's definitely possible.
Yeah, he needs some quick maths. Needs about 9, I reckon.
Yeah.
I can do some basic subtraction
I was
on
just,
stream.
I couldn't remember.
I nailed it.
I was like, I think it was 15.
Yeah.
As yeah, the early part of this matchup is going to be very frustrating to play as the Rise, but because Rise's clear is so good, even when the waves are pushed into turret, he's fine. He's happy with this. Finding an opportunity for LM to gank is going to be where Kwangdong are looking in this early part of the game, as about 5-1 is a pretty surprising stat here. As Volibear is picked in so few situations, but he's very niche, and when you do get the Volibear pick, it always feels like, that's the perfect pick for the situation. And once again, with this Rise pick, he looks really good, as LM is 2-0 on this champion.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's all the pieces are coming together here.
I really do love I love the fact that Volibear has so many re-engage options, and by so many I mean he just presses ult after all of these abilities that can get him out of there are going to be on cooldown, right? And so you can always get yourself amongst it. He is pretty reliable for getting that engage, but certainly is far more of that early ganking jungler who wants to get things done at the beginning stages of the game rather than the later stages.
Definitely
see whether
true.
he can do that.
Well, the Rel has a lot of power here in this matchup too, and the Attract Repel setups here are going to make Teddy very scary.
Yeah, I do like it. The anti-dive ability of Attract Repel, certainly a big option, as LM's waiting in the brush.
Kana's positioning here very respectful at the moment. Let's see how far it goes, though.
Yeah, quick draw comes on through as LM has set himself up the shield, gets himself the stun now as well. End of the line comes through, but Kana gonna flash, and that is enough for Kwangdong Freaks. Kind of getting a fair bit of damage back here as the Conqueror will proc Dread up here as well. Lower health bars for Kwangdong Freaks, but the wave not in a great position for Dread to do anything.
Kana on his Jace, man, handling the situation well, knows that he's positioned to where he has just enough time to get out with his acceleration gate and flash. If there is a commitment, he's hoping there isn't, so he can continue to push his lead on the top side. Trades it back extremely well, does a ton of damage, and now is back in control of the lane. Yes, he lost his flash here, but this is a comp that is looking to take a flash away the first time around. The second time, maybe it's deadly. So Kana will definitely play a little bit more respectfully the second time. Or, you know, the next time he could be potentially ganked by that Volibear, the second pathing up to the top side. As Dread is actually going to stay here.
This is pretty sinful, as Kana's down relatively low, looking to bait. As Zin moves back towards that top side, Keen getting some vision down, and he may overstep here, but the wave not in a great spot for Kana. As okay,
he's selling it
Keen,
so
yeah,
well.
Possibly out of position, and now Dread's just going to walk on over. No mana on Canna, as Keen's trying to be a hero, but it's not going to work. To the skies and to the grave.
He gives him the kill, too. Perfectly done here. And the way that Kana sold that was so beautiful. I mean, he's like, I'm low on mana. I'm going to use my Shock Blast on the minion to clear it. So it looks like, oh, okay, I don't have Shock Blast. Like, come at me. Like, stop my back. I'm just going to casually set up a back right in the middle of the lane. And then he gets ganked by Dread. So after taking the flash away from the Jace, it's the Jace who actually picks up the kill. Yes, a little bit of farm lost for Dread because he had to stay for a really long time, but he's up against a Volibear, and he's still ahead in that regard.
Well, Ellen, he's up here as well, as he's going to Blast Cone himself and effort over here. Deadly Flourish comes down, Attract and Repel is going to be there, but you can see bears really do like Shellfish, so that is going to be the priority. Fate moves into the river, and I actually thought that maybe a bit of a tussle could have happened there with the fact that Fate does have inside track, but they're not looking for that. They want to get more plates onto Teddy if they can.
Another one.
Yeah, bit of an engage from effort. Hoyt trying to play defense as Teddy's been lit on fire. Ghost trying to catch up as it's now Hoyt. He might need to crash down in order to get out of the way of this one, and he is going to do so. Ghost moving forward, but he's not going to quite get there as Realm Warp is available here if Kwangdong Freaks can keep them interested. And now they're going to move on back. It's a pretty short range one, but Element Fate are going to move on over. And not going to be enough as Captive Audience was down. That gets the slow, and Ghost is going to show them a Poro.
Yep. This is going to give BDD a little bit more control of the mid lane, but it's nothing going to be too massive here, as this still means Kwangdong Freaks have a lot of control over this Drake right now, as BDD won't be able to collapse in and make anything happen. They have ultimate control over the bottom lane there. So nothing really lost here outside of a Realm Warp, which isn't going to be your most impactful ultimate heading into this upcoming Rift Herald fight. So you feel like, you know, that was a high or low risk, low reward kind of play here for Kwangdong Freaks, but still ends up working out for them in the end.
Yeah, they get themselves a plate, so that's certainly great news for Nongshim. It's going to equate to a 600 gold lead when compiled on top of the first blood gold that went over to Canna.
And they also did not actually secure, Kwangdong Freaks did not secure the Drake with that play, even though it looked like they were going to make the play for it. They just went back because Dread was taking away some of the jungle, and Elam didn't like that. Came over, and now it's going to be resets here 40 seconds before this Rift Herald spawns. A very even start to this game, with the exception of Kana, of course, having a little bit of extra gold here.
Yep.
That bait on the top side.
Pahage online here for Keen. Hullbreaker likely to be coming through for the Graves.
Yes.
And I expect Keen to play a lot of side lane and be pretty happy in that position as well, as Canna probably going to be necessary as far as sieging and controlling zones, and so that will give Keen sort of some time in the side lane to deal with it. Because if Canna's not there throwing down Shock Blasts, then in the 4 you're a lot happier as Kwangdong Freaks, so it could certainly be a great way to play around the power of the Jace after he's been set up so well.
Just makes it so frustrating to play into a Graves in general. It means that Keen is a lot freer to push up hard too if Kana does decide he wants to be blasting Shock Blast out instead of being with his team. As Ghost will catch the wave here. BDD going to look to rotate over with Dread here and look for this fight around his ultimate.
Yeah, Ellen does have his level 6 as well, as BDD is respecting, you know what we said about Ellen. Oh, the Shellfish going to be taken away. That's an angry bear right now. Don't want to make the bear angry most of the time, is what I've heard. But I come from a country without bears, Wolf. So
yeah, I've come from one with a lot, and you do just want to.
Don't want to make them angry. Was that correct? Okay,
that's
thank
correct.
goodness. Now I understand.
So, right now, BDD is trying to find an angle here for Emperor's Divide. Keen's rotating in. I don't think Nongshim actually have enough power here to make this happen. Ghost is still miles away.
Well, there's the crash down. It's going to find 2. Flame Chompers come in as well, and immediately the jungler is taken down. Ellen's going to have a very easy smite here as the curtain is going to be called, but is the curtain a little too late? Hoyt somehow going to get tagged in amongst that. But Ghost not going to be able to finish off the kill. That is going to be the Rift Herald going over to Kwangdong Freaks, and they get their kill. Teddy gets underneath this turret at the same time to try and defend. This is much better. Kwangdong Freaks turning things around.
I mean, this was Nongshim trying to spread too little butter over too much bread. You know, going in here, looking for an Emperor's Divide engage. The start of it looked great because they had BDD in a really nice spot. It looked like, okay, he's going to be able to set up for the play. This is after that, right? This is when they stayed too long. Ghost isn't here. They identify it. Keen gets the push through on the top side. and then they just go ahead and go in. And it forces a flash out of the Azir too, and this curtain call is so late because he's just not here fast enough, right? And that was the idea for Nongshim. Okay, Ghost can be here late because his function is going to be to follow up after BDD's engage, then Dread goes through, and then the ult comes through from the Jhin, and we actually win that longer fight. But Kwangdong were too decisive. They punished too hard before the Jace got in. Really nice rotation from Keen. And Kwangdong will be able to shore up that gold lead for the majority of it with this Rift Herald drop.
As well as the fact that Teddy is still free farming now. The fact that Ghost left the lane does mean that they lose even more, right? Because they weren't able to capitalize by having him down there, getting more experience and gold and things of that nature. The fact that there was no Crescent Guard used there, I wonder whether that was just good chain CC or unfortunately Dread dying faster than he expected. But that was definitely part of the problem in that situation as well.
Yeah, I think the fear was maybe if he Crescent Guards instantly, he pushes the rest of Kwangdong into like BDD, for example, and then BDD can't actually get out. Did blow his flash, of course, in that exchange. So it's a lot of things that could have been handled better there for Nongshim. I think backing out would have been the better play much earlier there if they were going to have the slow rotation up for Ghost. Yep. Or if they were going to Emperor's Divide earlier and look for the fight before this setup was there for Kwangdong. But either way, Rift Herald now in possession of the Volibear here, piloted by Ellen.
Yep, I really like that Keen's playing so defensively here as well. Doesn't know where Dread is whatsoever. Yes, has some vision in the river, but that's not going to keep him safe enough. And when his team's taking Dragon, it's not going to be your time to put on pressure. He's got his Hullbreaker though, so this is a very happy Graves. Staying very even on farm. If he continues to do that, that is job well done for Keen. Fate now with an Ignite online on this Spellbook Rise in the mid lane. And does have a slight gold advantage, given the fact that BDD lost his flash, things like this. That means that now Fate with a lot more agency in mid lane.
He certainly will have a lot more power here, as don't want to look for a fight here necessarily as Kwangdong free, something to fight for. Got to be so careful about overextending, but Ghost isn't here once again.
Yeah, Hullbreaker, pretty cool item, as we can see demonstrated there on the top side of the map.
That's when this can really swing very hard on the top side.
Unless you dove and you played Jace and build Hullbreaker anyway.
Yeah, well, luckily Kana didn't do that, but the Hullbreaker is going to make Kana's life a lot more difficult despite the early kill that was picked up there onto the Jace.
Yep, he's got his Eclipse, so, you know, goes for trades like this and still feels pretty good about it. But yeah, Kane's probably pretty happy as well. Does definitely want Shield Bow before he's A-OK, you know.
Kwangdong are really trying to squeeze the last bit of value out of this Volibear pick here. Even though they have a pretty nice lead and they've got a Rift Herald, they want more. They want to even be able to potentially ult this turret and go for a deep dive with the Realm Warp, but Fate backs away. It's a little bit too slow. Crescent Guard early, though.
Yeah, and that's going to deny the Rift Herald. Really nicely done from Nongshim. Well, avoid a lot of that gold going down. Teddy would have really liked some plates.
Yeah, they don't all in with the Realm Warp because BDD is pushing mid, and that little bit of hesitation there gives Dread the opportunity to look for a denial.
Cool. Now kind of diving on back. I do like the fact that he was out of turret range when he did that, because it could have been a little bit more dangerous.
Certainly could have been.
Yeah, Keen tidies up the minion wave, does have teleport. And he'll go home. Cannon will tidy this one up. Gets that last plate. Almost dies to the turret, but he'll be A.
Oh, well, Fate's here with Realm Warp, so maybe he doesn't get away.
Oh,
he realizes.
Oh, dear. Yeah, he is going to go down, though. And Fate was juked a little bit. There's the flash, and Cannon will go for the recall.
He might have just wanted to go for execute here, I suppose. Looks like he'll get away with this.
Yeah, the flash invested. Fate wasn't going to follow him with the flash, and now Dread might be able to punish. Yeah, Fate caught. Ellen going to come on in here, and that is going to be a brilliant solar flare from Effort. The flash forward from Dread, but he's taking a lot of damage. He's going to burn down as Fate grabs it. Super Mega Death Rocket comes in as well. Magnet Storm's fantastic, and Kwangdong Freaks will answer back. It looked dicey at the beginning, but the bear comes through.
The bear comes through. Yes, Kana gets out with his life, but Kwangdong Freaks win the war of attrition in what is basically just a face roll of a team fight. Don't know if I even want to call that one a team fight. It was just a brawl.
That was a choose your own adventure.
Yeah.
I was like a little bit worried about how it was going to go, and then I chose page 7 after that, and then things got better for Nongshim, but then I accidentally chose page 9, and then it went back to Kwangdong Freaks walking out with the victory.
Ups and downs here, but Kwangdong Freaks definitely the winners for this one, as Keen's got a whole wave up here too, and he is going to try to push the advantage. So Volibear once again with him. So when you're grouped up like this as Kwangdong Freaks, you have to, as Nongshim, really respect the power of the Ryze's pushing power and the prio he's going to have in mid. He does not have his Realm Warp because of the failed attempt to kill Kana earlier, but if he had it right now, for example, they could actually make another topside play. As Fate is punished, quote-unquote, like air quotes here, then you see the Solar Flare, and then LM's like, no, hold on, we could turn this. And then Fate does a ton of damage, and stopwatches here, and then Dread dies, Point re-engages, and it's just like every player who's able to come to this fight comes, and the AD carriers are like, wow, both AD carriers like look at the scoreboard, and then Jinx is like, yeah, well, I guess we win. That was really scary. I couldn't actually take part in this fight, but it looks like my team won, so that's a good thing.
And 2 assists now for Teddy, who was in that fight, a rocket.
Yeah.
Which was great.
He was technically helping, that's true.
Well, here's another teleport. Realm Warp's on cooldown, so Fate will find a way as he locks down the Jace, and you can see Keen just face tanking, having a great time. And yeah, he does have his Vampiric Scepter now online, but that was mainly Fate with a great teleport timing, really good deep ward, and they are looking to take down this turret now.
Fate making the macro plays. They will get the whole turret this time around. Nongshim really starting to lose control over the map. And this is when the Volibear that's, 2-0 and 2, starting to get the value you want to have out of a Volibear like this. And Nongshim will try to trade this for a Drake on the bottom side, so that's the consolation prize here. But these turrets being removed means that the Volibear, the Rel that's running around the map at high speeds here, and the Realm Warp plays that Fate can pull off make Nongshim so much more vulnerable. Side laning virtually impossible now as Jace.
Yeah, and they've got this gangster guy on the top side of the map with his Tommy gun just taking down these turrets. I mean, it looks like a Tommy gun. I'm pretty sure it's still a shotgun, but I don't know too much about that. These things are banned in my country. As Kane will take this one down very comfortably. Throws the shells in, and there it goes. So Kwangdong Freaks taking so much, and this was not that much of a lead for Kwangdong, but now they've stretched it out. It's about 2,000.
It was even for a little while there, dead even and a slight deficit for Kwangdong Freaks, but they've really turned this game around with the Ryze pick. And until BDD has a little bit more time to become scaling up, or become the scaling Azir we know he can be, as this is a really nice play from Keen, set up your, or rather nice play from Fate, helped set up by Keen. Until he gets a little bit more time and a few more items, like his Void Staff that he's working towards, he's not going to be as relevant, or until he hits a big ultimate, right? And his opportunities to do that were much earlier in this game, but with some decisive punishes from Kwangdong Freaks. He's been very invisible this game, sadly, on his favorite Azir, and I don't know if it gets easier from here now that so much of the map has been cleaned up.
Yeah, it needs to be, I don't know, something needs to change for Nongshim. It just doesn't look like they, showed up so much here today. I think they had opportunities. I think that they had the right ideas in the early game. But then things, as soon as the first thing falls apart, them picking themselves back up really does look like it's a bit of an ordeal. Counter up here is going to be able to grab this turret, so that is definitely good news. Keen will turn up to catch the wave, as Shirley is looking to try and get done what Shelly failed to do on the bottom side of the map, but here in mid.
Yep, we'll get the charge off here. There's a whole bunch of minions, so should be...
Yeah, that's a decent cleanse there from Teddy. Deadly Flourish comes down to stun him up, but he does make it out far enough. And this tower will be taken down in the end.
So they do get the turret in the end here. So 1 for 1, you could say. Rift Herald, of course, required here for Kwangdong Freaks, but it's another critical structure removed from the map here for Ghost, who wants to desperately farm, right? For BD, who needs to farm up and get those additional items online so he could be a real scaling force in the late game. And the tempo lead that Kwangdong Freaks have right now is starting to be felt not just in the gold, but in the structures. So Kwangdong can just continue to push these advantages, go for deep vision. Like, this is the part of the game in the past where we go, okay, Kwangdong, 20 minutes, they have a gold lead. How are we gonna mess this up? You know, like this is the moment where things start, where they start, K-ramming in the mid lane and we don't see wards put down, but no.
No, this is
changed
round 2.
Kwangdong. Yeah,
this
it's round 2 Kwangdong. So There's a little bit of deep vision going on. There's a little bit of good macro happening. We're using some side laning. This is what I like to see.
Yeah. I'd like to see them set up for potential Baron takes, things like that. They do have Teddy with his Kraken Slayer online. 2 minutes until the Drake, but it's a Cloud. And I do really like Cloud Souls, but they are less powerful.
I looked, by the way,
battle stats.
Cloud Soul, like we have 30 more Cloud Drakes than the next nearest Drakes before today's broadcast. I was like, all right, I have to check this. It's
That's
just,
what I'm talking about.
it's like not a meme. It's actually real. Like, what the hell is going on with that spawn rate for Cloud Soul and Cloud Drakes in general?
It's called I learned how to do some coding. That's what it is. That's what it is.
I just wanted to like back it up with stats. I wanted to be like, no, Alice, it's not actually a thing. No, it's a thing again.
No. I brought my USB drive to the server root, to the mainframe, and I plugged it in. You know, like in Perfect Dark. It was
uploading.
One of those screens that was like green, so I could click on it, and you know, I just went over and I clicked on it, and that gave me more Cloud Drakes.
I'm just the sidekick who's buying time for the hero to upload the Cloud Drake spawn rate.
Yeah. You were hanging out outside the door in your disguise or something like that, saying, "Oh, good day to you, sir." As people walked past, "Oh no, we're doing maintenance."
Can you tell me again where the bathroom is? I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch it the first time.
Yeah.
You said 2 lefts and then a right, or did you say 2 rights and then a left?
We're like every trope from those bad heist movies.
Or I'm in the van and I'm like, "You've got 5 minutes, Atlas." They're closing in on your location.
Yeah, and every time you say something, you hold your fingers to your ear. You're like, "Yes, I know. I roger that, Wolf from the car." Yeah. That's that was me. And I'm sweating a little bit. You can see the one single drip of sweat while I'm heading over to the green light up console and clicking my context-sensitive button on it.
I just feel like in real life you get there, they don't have USB 3. This is a really old computer, it's really slow. All right, well, right now Kwangdong have Cryo. Can they hit a nice rel engage, because their comp would absolutely love it. I mean, that's the name of the game here, because they're controlling these chokes. Keen's doing this Drake by himself. Look at Teddy's poke.
Yeah, they were thinking about going for it, sort of like 4v5, which is not exactly optimal. Keen is going to start this Cloud Drake, though. It's not exactly one that Nongshim are too worried about. They're going to set the Sand Soldiers up, just defending this. Fate's going to move in. They're not going to be able to grab this turret. They do grab a little bit of control vision-wise, but Nongshim sort of milling about, not with too much of an idea of how to actually crack Kwangdong Freaks right now.
They didn't have a lot of vision, but I think, frankly, with the comp that they have, with Emperor's Divide, with the poke they have, and the Leona, the ability to use that utility ultimate here for Ghost, I think there were a lot of ways that they could have tried to punish that while Keen was on Drake. They didn't have a ton of vision, but you can't just sit back and let Kwangdong bully you out of the map with this comp. I mean, you are starting to really scale up, starting to come online here now. BDD has his Void Staff. But if you just give these up without fighting, then you need to be side laning or something as well. You can't just group us 5 and then go, well, we give up, actually, because we don't have any vision. You have a comp that has nice initiation. You have really good team fighting. Use it.
Yeah, I think they have to. Especially, like, it's a weird situation, right? Because you look at Volibear, you look at Ryze in his current iteration. He's got his Fimbulwinter completed, looking for a Frozen Heart next. Like, this is early game type stuff, right? Low range, certainly a lot of gank potential, but does fall off late. But I'm looking at Quantum Freaks and I'm like, oh no, they're happy to cruise towards the late game. Like, Keen in a side lane will become nigh unkillable, especially after this Bloodthirster is completed. And Teddy outranges everyone. Outside of a curtain call from Ghost, but he's got bodies to go in front of him. Like, the Volibear then has a use, right? You stand on top of your Jinx, and you allow your Jinx to do a bajillion damage.
Yep. It's scary, you know, if you mess this up as Nongshim, you know, then the Jinx just gets excited and the team fight is lost. But if you don't do anything, you just lose anyway, so it's a bit of a rough situation here for Nongshim. They need to wrestle back vision control, that's step 1. Side laning is the way that you could try to pull Kwangdong Freaks around the map, but like you mentioned, the 1-3-1 here is so insane for them. Like, how do you outside lane this team? As Kana fell behind.
Build another Hullbreaker.
Don't do that. No.
Cyrilda's is actually done here for Kana, wanting to break through some of the defenses. Of course, you get a lot of stats. If he's going to be in a side lane, then that's one way of cutting through the Hullbreaker extra statistics.
Yeah, it's going to be very helpful against tank Ryze. The Volibear is becoming extremely tanky. And they can build a lot of AP because, you know, like, If you're Nongshim here, your main source of damage is actually going to be the Azir with the Leandries and the Void Staff.
Absolutely.
So it's really tricky to itemize right now as Nongshim, but we're seeing them try to figure it out. Void Staff second, you know, as I mentioned, the Sorelda second.
Yep. Transform comes through immediately from the Mirror Mana for Canna, so that is certainly a big power spike now with 3 items built up, some brown bags to augment it. And you can see Keen hasn't gone back in a while. 30 CS in the lead right at the minute. As LM's going to move on over, he can just ult underneath this turret. Like, Canna is not very safe right now, as he doesn't pull the trigger. A couple of animals just lying in wait, but not going to go in.
LM was very excited about the possibility of ulting that turret and stunning up a very weak and fragile Jace, so kind of shows the respect that's necessary, backs away. But this is the amount of control that Kwangdong have here in this 1-4 they're using right now, where they are like, okay, well, we'll come over to Keen, and we'll look for a pick. Oh, don't get the pick, well, we'll get the turret, that's fine. And we have full vision control. And Nongshim trying to find an angle here, trying to find a flank, trying to punish, but like the Rise clear is so good that you don't get mid-prio for but just a second, and then it's gone. And then you can't actually make any proactive plays. And when this Drake spawns in 90 seconds, guess who's going to have prio? Like, this problem just gets a problem, unfortunately. I like putting BDD up here in the side lane so he can maybe get that next item online. We'll see what he ends up building here. But, you know, you're just trying to play the late game and hope for some good shock blast, some Emperor's Divide action, and maybe the Volley Bear falls off. The Rise damage isn't going to be as good. You're just kind of playing the slow game here.
Yep, 2 items now for LM as he finishes his Force of Nature. That Bloodthirster we were talking about. Keen is a big deal right now with double Control Ward as well in his inventory. And yeah, I think this Graves is afraid of nothing whatsoever. There is no way to put fear into the heart of this man. He is just too scary himself. As BDD gets hit by a Zap, Super Mega Death Rocket does a lot of damage as well. Thankfully, Shifting Sands does have a shielding component. And BDD will not take too much damage, but still.
Has to back, and he will have to teleport back in if he wants to fight for this Drake, and he definitely does. But once again, just one play like this in the neutral, and now both objectives under control for Kwangdong Freaks. As Nongshim, you can neither take the Drake, you have no vision, nor can you come over here to Baron. This is a complete waste. Effort's ultimate here gets a cleanse, sure, but you need more than that. You got to get in here fast.
I mean, they had to get the cleanse, but you're right. There's so much more they also need to do. It's only the beginning of the exam as BDD. He's looking to make his way forward. This could be a flip as Kwangdong Freaks trying to make this one happen. That's the flash in. Hoyt going to crash down to get himself out. Here's the turn. Teddy untouched right now. Leona's going to fall. Curtain call unanswered at the moment. Hoyt goes down very, very low, but is going to survive. Teddy at full health as well. Should be the outer turret as there goes the Rel. Managing to get 1-for-1 here in this fight is Nongshim, and they deny the Baron. Should be able to move towards a Drake if they'd like to as well, but now Keen, just quick draws out of the way of the Emperor's Divide. That was pretty sick as he gets a big old shield from his shield bow, and he just walks it out.
They have a Realm Warp here. I don't think they have enough safe damage, though, to actually chase and try to punish this Azir. Kana's got another
Super Mega Death Rocket. That is going to stop the back, and that means BDD once again has to go back a little bit late. The flash forward from Fate. He really wants something here.
TP.
Teleport to come forward. There's the Realm Warp as Fate's going to get on top of Canna, and he realizes he's just dead. He's going to take his former teammate with him as LM goes down. That is Smite now removed, but Kwangdong Freak's still a little bit strong, and it's hard to get towards the Baron Pit. I don't think they're going to take it, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to just continue to push here. In fact, I think finally we will see the rotation over to Soul Point here. But Kwangdong Freaks, it looked like they lost the battle in that moment, but with the teleport coming through, the Realm Warp, it's really easy to win the war, actually, of attrition here long term, because BDD's health bar was chunked down. He was delayed on his back, wasn't able to participate in the fight. That's your main source of long-term damage in these extended trades. His ultimate as well, which was completely negated by Keen, is so important for winning these fights. And you know, Nongshim, not everybody's on the same page. They're a little bit slow to rotate, but it's also just a Rise. You know, Rise gives you the opportunity to make bigger team plays than what Nongshim have built together with this comp.
No, I agree. They're going to put their teleport on the bottom side of the map. Keen doesn't have his, of course. Teleport back from Canna, gets him towards this mid lane. And these are situations that Nongshim should be happy with, as Keen over to the side, throws down a smoke screen, as LM takes a bit of damage as well. But now Nongshim move themselves into their Fog of War. They should be able to utilize their extra range in order to push Kwangdong Freaks out of this area.
Kwangdong just need to collapse in here quick. They have the Rel ultimate available.
Let's see, there's the teleport from Fate, so this will be that 5v5, and here's the flank angle from Effort. Might have shown himself a little bit too early, though, as Keen's going to find him off towards the side, and now Nongshim. They let the Baron reset. They did get the teleport, so certainly still good news. But Teddy now has inside track to get himself towards this mid lane, and this inner turret is in trouble.
Yeah, because now as Nongshim too, you're just not really safe without any vision to rotate up to the
Chilling
top
with
side.
red buff, just going to get taken as well. Such a weird game.
Yeah, this is a really weird game. But Nongshim are too scared to rotate over because, yes, they see the Jinx, but she's long range. They don't know where anybody else is. They don't want to get caught walking into these brushes, so they take the long back path. They go up to the top side, take a safer back, and this gives over the mid turret. As over here, you know, Hoyt getting extremely low does end up falling down. And in this longer team fight, look at how much value the Ghost Jin actually gives you. You win this beginning part of the battle, right? That, as I mentioned earlier, is Nongshim. Hoyt ends up getting picked. Really nice play there. But then you lose the war because in this exchange, Guangdong Freaks are not actually as low in numbers and health bars as they look. Yes, LM is low, but teleport comes through. Fate has Realm Warp. You can't get out. There is no escape.
Yeah. LM, a little bit excited there. Dives on in, and Kanna, really smart, goes back in, understands that he's definitely dead, so may as well take one of them with him. And he's going to be able to do so. Still, 4,000 gold to lead, but Guangdong Freaks, it feels like they have found themselves back in it. Sorry, Nongshim have found themselves back in a modicum of control over this game. Teddy takes a shock blast as well, and this is what we're talking about. If Kanna actually lands these, then it's real scary for Guangdong, but we haven't seen so much of the sieging Jace actually working out here in these moments, and it's a lot of jostling for position that this time Nongshim wins.
Yeah, Nongshim win, they get a turret. The Shock Blast putting the 80 carry really on the back foot means that Guangdong Freaks slow to actually try to turn around and rotate. As we're playing a little bit of like literal ring around the rosy here as Guangdong now rotating around. Nongshim have Baron control, they're using the Sun Disc turret to great avail. And now they can just back off, take more vision control. They need to clear some of those wards, though.
They certainly do. And remember, their Baron is slow. This is 30 minutes into the game. Azir doesn't have attack speed in his build right now. Does have Leandris, which helps with the Baron take, but not necessarily a Baron-taking team, unless Jace is there, but I think Jace is probably going to be playing defense more often than not.
So another turret trade here on the ring around the rosy as Nongshim look for a little bit of Baron control. Shock Blast lands on the Teddy. We go again.
Yeah.
But it's really important here for...
Solar Flare is pretty good, but the Realm Warp is going to get them into the Baron pit. And now it's like actually fish in a barrel right now. As you can see, that Shock Blast did a whole lot of work. Flame Chompers as well, highly valuable. As Nongshim are going to pick up the aggro of the Baron.
I would like to see some wards
I'd like to see an actual team fight, Wolf. That's what I want to see.
Like,
the Sand Soldiers are coming on in here as now Guangdong Freaks are collapsing. Teddy nowhere in sight. Nongshim desperately want to get an engage on top of him. The crash down, but Hoyt cannot re-engage. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to get mitigated by the Crescent Sweep, or the Crescent Guard as it is now known. And no one dies and we back away. I'm losing my mind.
This is a movable force versus, or what is it? It's a stoppable force versus a movable object.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Also, neither team clearing vision either time they had control meant that there was always a counterplay, because both of these teams have long range. They have the ability to Guangdong Freaks Realm Warp in, right? And then play around that. They can also use the Volley Bear to flank. If they have vision, it's so important for them. For Nongshim, if they have vision, they can hit Shock Blast. So every time we saw one team take an advantage, they just pushed mid or walked towards the Baron and started without clearing vision. And every time you do that, you give the enemy team an opportunity to try to punish you. So yes, nobody dies in this crazy back and forth fight. Few summoners are burned, but
I'm like trying to work out what the replay was for. You know, I'm like, we're watching a thing almost happen, but a thing actually did not happen. As the Baron is going to start going down here. LM moves on over, spots that it's down to about 50%, and now BDD is doing a lot of damage to it. Teddy moving on in here. Can they actually commit to the Baron? As LM will be able to get towards the pit, but not get in there. Dread secures it. And now Keen trying to dance around the Thunderdome. Dread's going to flash, get himself out as there's the Magnet Storm, but Hoyt immediately destroyed. Now Nongshim finally going to turn on an attempted fight, but the Everfrost is too good. Dread's going to get taken down, and now Effort running for the hills. Keen looks for it, but it'll get swept back into the team. It's the ulti from LM though, and now Fate dives on top and mops up a couple of kills. Only 2 Barons remain, and Teddy looks for it, finds the Zap, the flash over! The shock blast was so sick! And now Fate's trying to get on in there. He will go down, but that's another Baron that has been destroyed. Can Teddy get rid of the other run is the question. But he's got Kraken Slayer. He's not going to be able to move any further forward. He doesn't have his flash.
Now, he can't actually take the kill here onto Ghost, as you mentioned. No Gale Force or anything like that, but they are going to be able to get an inhibitor with this. And Ghost is the last man standing with Baron, so yes, he does get to keep it, but what does it mean? Like, what does he gain from it? They might as well have no Baron buffs here because he won't be able to use it very well. And with the more control of the map that Kwangdong Freaks have here with some of these respawns coming through, they should be able to guarantee themselves this soul as well. So this fight here is Nongshim taking over the Baron buff. They have a lot of extra damage, but it's Teddy. Look at his position. Look how careful he is standing in this fight. Almost is able to execute Ghost, and when Hoyt goes for the engage, he blast cones back over, and when he gets that first kill with a nice root here in the setup here onto Dread, it's just like
so much value.
Yeah, and then effort's super low. He can't come back in. BDD's grabbing 1 Graves, but you can never get anywhere near Teddy. Teddy just carries this fight by himself. His positioning was so good. The Everfrost was fantastic, as you mentioned. It's a really great front-to-back team fight comp. The flash over the Shock Blast was pretty amazing.
Yeah, I really liked it. I don't know, like, it was almost, like, not necessary, but if they wanted to lock down that kill, he had to do it. And that means that Canna in a side lane. So actually, I think it was absolutely necessary because Canna wants to be the one in that side lane. If he has Baron, certainly good news.
So massive.
Really high value. Dread now trying to back. Does have a blast cone, but Keen's going to stop that situation from happening. And now the cavalry has literally arrived. A bear there as well as Keen drives on over. Going to make the vision a little bit difficult for the Xin Zhao, and then he's put into the death chamber.
So things get a little bit foggy because we were living in the replay moment, but obviously Nongshim were able to take that last Drake, is why they were so far up on the map. As Kwangdong has,
yeah, so that's why Dread was.
Yes, that's why he was out there like that, because Nongshim were able to take the Drake. I know this because I see the Drake in their Drake inventory, but we didn't actually see what happened there. Either way, it was a scuffle over the Drake. Nongshim barely got it, but the cost is they lost their jungler. They're losing so much control over the bottom side of the map, and it's going to cost them more inhibitors here, it looks like, because someone's going to have to deal with that top inhibitor push.
Yeah.
And that means that this, 1-4 is going to get some serious.
It was so close to a 0 gold Baron power play, which really is kind of the essence of this game. It's like things have happened, but have things really happened, Wolf?
Yeah, it feels like the
Solar Flare happened, but did it really happen? Curtain Call has definitely happened. That's going to be an ulti to get LM out of there. Hoyt taking a lot of damage. That was the last bullet. He's going to crash down, though, as the Realm Warp, and he just dips his tippy toe in, and that's going to be enough to get Fate out of there. That disengage was fantastic.
And Keen, he's got a hull breaker. He's happy to sit over here on the bottom side of the map and push down an inhibitor turret, so he gets away with that for free because Nongshim are tunneling on those potential picks. This is just the power of Rise illustrated in so many different ways this game, throughout mid-game fights, through escapes, through chases. And I think that's part of the reason why Kwangdong have had such a pretty stable lead throughout this game in terms of the gold graph we saw there, objective control, even though it has been a wonky one, and I would not call this a one-sided game by any means. The thing that pushes Kwangdong over the edge is the fact that the versatility of the Rise provides them, the Everfrost utility, the tankiness he has given Teddy so much power this game. And BDD, on the opposite side of things, when we were talking about the mid matchup, hasn't really been that useful for Nongshim at all. He got that one pick onto Keen, but otherwise hasn't provided that much damage, hasn't provided any utility. And Rise has just been so much more valuable. And this is a pick they gave over.
Yeah. And they this is also like a second pick on blue side Rise,
exactly.
Which is unheard of.
Which is why, we mentioned in the draft, like BDD, he's not a Rise player, not really. He went 0-2 on it this season. He doesn't like to play it. It's been skipped by him many times, but this is the price you pay for getting the Rise over.
Ban it, right?
Yeah.
I think that's sort of what you have to do. Definitely pay your respect, especially to Fate, who has taken these trades many, many times, often chooses the Rise instead of the Twist of Fate that he was named after, right? So look, BDD having faith in his Azir, I respect that. Didn't quite work out here, but we do have, I guess, the benefit of relative hindsight. Do you know what I want to talk about? The fact that Keen really playing into the immersion. He's built a collector, does mean Graves has a gun, and that makes me feel fantastic.
It's very blunderbussy.
Yeah.
Always put together here.
Makes me. It feels like Gangplank should just start off with Collector in his inventory because it's just so fitting, but also fits, I think, the Graves idea as well.
Got a lot of swords in MOBAs, you know. It's good to have some gun items for a change.
It's got a hammer with some spiky bits on it, and 2 swords, and a shielded bow. Like, man, he's got so many weapons. He's basically a walking armory.
He would still die to the first boss he encountered in the Elden Ring with all these equipments and weapons.
Yeah.
He would definitely die the first time.
At least the first time.
At least the first time. But even with all these, you know, he just has to learn the
He might survive the 13th time, though, which I think is pretty good.
Well, you know, the Drake was taken from Nongshim, so Kwangdong didn't get soul points, so the Elder is delayed. So we're instead going to focus once again on the Baron, and Vision is removed this time for Kwangdong Freaks. They got the choke point controlled.
Yeah, Keen going to play Bouncer right now. End of the line is feeling a little bit like that as Hoyt takes half of his health bar. Relevant damage there from Canna to try and stop the re-engage. But as you can see, the Baron is still going down low. That quick draw paid for itself. The Magnet Storm was so good. And this is the wombo combo they were looking for. Dread, nowhere to go. Well, actually, there was somewhere to go. As the Realm Wob's going to come on in. Ellen's trying to lock this one down. He's a bit of a sad bear. However, he'll be happy when the enemy Nexus explodes. And Teddy's going to flash on top of his own chompers as Dread is going to go golden. It's a triple kill for the Jinx. Undying this game once again is Teddy. And you know what that means? That means it's a Kwangdong Freaks victory. 2-0 here for the Freaks.
Another 2-0 for the Kwangdong Freaks here, and they have really, truly pulled ahead of Nongshim Red Force here.
I think that maybe KT are considered the team to come. Fred at Breon, maybe.
Yeah.
Because Nongshim, after a day like today, man, my faith is starting to wane.
It really is. You know, a lot of this game came down to both teams making mistakes, but Kwangdong Freaks made less, and Fate was my POG vote just simply because I thought some of his Realm Warps got them either into advantageous positions or out of sticky situations. And he had a great Everfrost. There's a lot of arguments to be made for Keen for POG as well as Hoyt on the Rel because that last ult was like, whoo-hoo! That was a game-winning one.
The bottom lane played so incredibly well. There were multiple great Magnet Storms, and we've seen Rels picked, and it looks like it's out of desperation. But this was out of, nah, man, I'm just real good at this champion. And he nailed it. I actually thought it was fantastic.
Kwangdong have really turned around a lot of the macro mistakes that we saw from them in the early season. The second game was definitely not the best example of this, but, you know, for Nongshim, we've talked about so many times about how the fact that they had the COVID situation, all these swaps of positions and things like that have really hurt their growth. But I think bringing effort back in was personally I think was not the right call, just simply because now you've added one more moving part, and who's going to play in their next series, and how is Peter's mentality right now? Is effort like playing because he wants to prove himself, or is he playing for his team? How much has he been scrimming with the roster? Like this is one of those series where you feel good about, you know, a 2-0 for Kwangdong if you're a Kwangdong fan, but if you're Nongshim, like, this is a really worrying loss. It was not just a loss, but it was a very messy series, some very weak drafting, and they just looked lost. And this is the series where even if you lose to Kwangdong, if you make a strong showing, you're at least saying, well, I'm putting myself a cusp above KT Rolster, Frederick Brion, all those teams you just mentioned, but this was not the proof that the Nongshim fans needed.
Nope, and you can see that Teddy is not ready to celebrate after this game either. He knows that there is a long way to go. He's used to being on teams that are in higher positions than this, and knows, especially after a series like this, he knows that he has the potential to go even further. Keen, another great game. I think that there's not too much to say, right? It's the same story that we've been touting about Keen for what feels like the past 11 years. He hasn't been playing for that long. I haven't been here for that long. But it does feel like a long time that he's just been real good. Demonstrated that, especially in Game 1. Was also in the right places in Game number 2. As Hoyt diving forward, even his first Magnet Storm of the game, just picture perfect.
Yeah. He really did have such a great game on the Rel, and it's a rare pick, but it works out so well when Nongshim are desperate and behind and walking into choke points repeatedly. There were so many moments where Nongshim, I think, really tunnel visioned and got very desperate to look for fights, like this one, right? And then eventually is traded back. This is the first of 2 big times this happens. Remember, this happens on the bottom side of the map, a second time where the teleport comes through. We're going to skip ahead of that, though, and go up to here, where once again, you just see Kwangdong Freaks better front to backing. Yes, Hoyt does end up getting sniped here, but at the end of the day, Kwangdong Freaks are like, well, you guys are going to stay a little bit too long. We have a rise. We have teleports up. You have to respect. As there's just so many ways that Nongshim could have actually tried to play around BDD's Azir in the early mid. and they didn't. And I think it's just a coordination and communication problem.
Yeah, there was a few misexecutions and also just misunderstandings of how their composition's supposed to function. And I just really didn't like the hesitation, right? Like, sometimes you just got to go in. Like Hoyt. Yeah, he might have died. It was pretty cool, you know? Pressed his R button, did all of that stuff. And if you just don't try to kill your opponent, often they take, you know, Dragon Souls and all sorts of stuff away from you.
Played this fight so well.
Yeah, the Everfrost was absolutely fantastic, especially.
Clean Realm Warp 2 there in the end. Get over there. I mean, if you're a Kwangdong fan, I think it start to feel a little bit hopeful, you know, because we're no longer able to be as critical of how they play their late games.
No, absolutely not. And I think that, like, this was a really, really promising sign. This four-man Magnet Storm really demonstrates that. Remember what we were talking about? We were talking about Hoyt and wondering, like, what the heck he was doing in the early stages of the season. And now he's picking up POGs. His Rakan looks fantastic. His Nautilus is undefeated. His Rel looks brilliant. And no one's looked good on Rel so far this season.
Yeah, Rel is super underrated with a comp like this too. He played it very, very cleanly. I mean, outside of a few mistakes in the mid game, but yep. I mean, that was the winning play from him to actually turn that fight and win the game.
Fountain Laser also doing his job fantastically. I wouldn't mind if Teddy got player of the game because he was absolutely the driving force here from Kwangdong Freaks. Didn't die, and he's always just so reliable on this team.
I think Hoyt will get it. I think Teddy will get some votes. I voted for Fate. I think it's going to be a split vote. It was a crazy game. Like, it was not clean by any means. This is definitely not the 2-0 nothing to see here. There was a lot to see in the second game.
It's the KT version of the 2-0 nothing to see here, absolutely.
Yeah.
The way that it was designed, the way that it was meant to be. 40 minutes of almost engages, and then eventually we did manage to get that amazing four-man Magnet Storm that worked out so well for Hoyt. Felt like, yeah, even Kwangdong Freaks waiting just a little bit too long, but it was not really it for Nongshim. A little bit of a sad situation here for a team that we really want to see get themselves back together. And it feels like the recovery from the recovery hasn't really worked just yet.
Yeah. Some rosters, you know, this isn't a super team per se, but it has a lot of high-profile players on it. We were calling it kind of like almost a super team. Sometimes the players you put together with the individual talent doesn't work out as a cohesive unit, and they've been stifled by COVID, etc. Just going to take a little bit longer. This might not be their season.
It might not, but of course there is always summer and all that sort of stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, to break down that Kwangdong Freaks victory, let's throw it over to Valdez and Chronicler for the post-game on the carpet.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for your wonderful casting today. We are here on the carpet. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler. And we're going to break down that game number one, or two, rather. Took a long time to get there, but interesting compositions as well.
When I saw the Zero pick, I was very scared for Kwangdong. They have an exceedingly short-range composition that doesn't necessarily scale well. And I think at Kwangdong in the first 3-4 weeks, also because, Kwangdong because they were worse, but also Nongshim in the first 4 weeks where they still looked like a decent team, would have been a completely different outcome. But I don't want to focus too much on the drafts because what we learn here is that one, Kwangdong Freaks are moving on from the mistakes that they made in the early game, or in the early weeks, the early parts of spring, where they looked indecisive. They are a very cohesive team. I think that the macro at times is still not the cleanest, but that's okay. They're a middle-of-the-pack team, but they're actually playing like it. Whereas for Nongshim, it's another heartbreaking game. It's a little bit better than the previous one, but still, it feels to me marred by, okay, so we have this draft. Okay, we have amazing range. I actually really liked Kana's build going for the Cyrilda second to make sure he can actually get through all the resistances. But then in the later stages of the game, they have no patience, right? Like, you look at Azir into this comp, and you're like, that's a freebie. But it didn't really come to fruition.
BDD's Azir as well. I mean, he got it in a really great spot. This was like, as you said, like if this were regular Nongshim, everybody's confident, easy win for them. And I like Wolf talking about Fate and his rise. I think that it really kind of shores up some of their macro issues. You know, everybody get in the Realm Warp and go where I say, like it kind of plays itself if you've got a leader that's actually playing the Rise, and Fate's not necessarily a leader, but that pick at least allows him to help out with that. But yeah, not too much else about the draft. I think, you know, pretty straightforward there. We're gonna go and take a look at highlight number one and look at this 14-minute fight.
This was the first of the type of fights I think Nongshim was consistently looking for that just didn't really suit them. They were really lucky that all this gold that is going to be picked up, it went to Allen. Because if this went to Teddy earlier, oh boy, this game would not have been as close as it was. And them going in this deep, when they were also at the risk, even if this had been a little bit slower, of getting out-rotated, because it was actually Keen that was way earlier on the play, right? We saw Kana still stuck in topside. Going that deep just shows kind of the disjointed nature of Nongshim. And then later in the game, you know how, like, we, as far as I'm aware, there's like specific type of matter that we don't actually witness, but we can see the absence of it.
Dark matter.
Yeah, there you go. That's this game where, like, there was gameplay, but it was more marked by the absence of gameplay, as it was just a continuous back and forth.
It's kind of like that thing from SpongeBob where it's like 12 hours late. Like, it's quite literally, we had a huge gap of, there were some Cloud Drakes, some stuff happened. I remember the casters were talking about some stuff. They were having some fun as well. We're going to take a look at highlight number 2 and see the lack of kills in this one.
It's really biggest defining characteristic for this one, but if you have the fountain laser on your team, then you're still going to feel pretty good about it altogether. As this, of course, a really big moment, everyone making sure they don't actually get hit. That's one of the most tragic Jin ults I've ever seen from Ghost, because usually he's extremely on point with these. And then it starts, and there's about 4 or 5 moments since we're like, oh, someone's gonna die? No? Okay, so now we re-engage. Okay, so Nongshim is in the pit. I don't think they should look for this. Really nice sidesteps as well. And if you hit a couple of shot blasts here, it might change the game. No, doesn't happen. Okay, so now Kwangdong gets control of the pit, but they also don't want to tank Baron. So there's the disengage, crash down.
Play-by-play.
Yeah, and I mean that's all that's happening, right? Like neither team wants to really pull the trigger here. I'd say that Kwangdong can't, because the shuffle is still available, and if you hard engage into shuffle or just into Emperor's Divide as such, then you just lose the fight. So Kwangdong can't actually fight, but Nongshim should fight. Like, this is where they excel, but they don't want to, because again, and it's heartbreaking to me, because these are, which we know, talented players that are also very likable. They wear their hearts on their sleeves, and you see Ghost in the player camera. You saw Peter in the previous game. Effort in this one as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough time for sure for Nongshim, but the clean, nothing to see here win from the Kwangdong Freaks tonight with the 2-0. We are going to take a look at the POG here for game number 2. It will be Hoyt on the Rel, as he did have some game-changing engages when they actually happened.
Yeah, and I think playing Rel in this game isn't easy. I actually want to give some credit to him, because Rel is much more so than Leon and a lot of other engage supports. Once you go in, that's it. Like, you are not getting out. Rel doesn't really have the capability of making her way out after she's gone for the hard engage. But Hoyt, especially in those team fights, I think was able to soak up as much damage as he really needed to, and then go for a lot of defensive crash downs. But he also had the game-winning play, which is the flash crash down Magnet Storm combo right here, which I'm pretty sure is like the main reason. Would like to see a split vote. I personally think that Teddy should be the other big benefactor, but I also really liked Wolf Skull, because Fate, his Rise play had a really big impact. But Hoyt really has been going through such a cool development, I personally say.
There you go.
Yeah, really nice when it comes to his play overall. On every single champion, he's just gone from looking like, I'd say, the worst support in the league, to just being very, very serviceable. That's up to him.
It's all you can ask for. I mean, him and Elam have really raised the bar. And, you know, before it was like, what is it, 3 guys playing here, where the start for them was incredibly slow. But now that they're actually becoming part of the team, it's really great to see. But from what I can tell, we do have the interview ready to go, so I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Hoyt and Keen from Kwangdong Freaks. You're holding on to that 5th place spot in the LCK with the 6th victory of the split. It feels great to pick up a 2-0 victory, and I hope we can keep, pushing forward with this winning streak. And Hoyt, why are you so good today? How satisfied are you with your performance? I was also not feeling well today, so I was coming to Lowell Park to get carried by my teammates, but somehow it worked out so well, and it feels great that I was able to perform so well. Game number 1, we could see your fantastic recon, especially the synergy with Fate's Fax was so on point. Could you tell us about that combo? We thought this is a really good kind of a duo, with the current meta, and also the synergy is really decent. This was something we prepared in advance. And Kian, your Akali, was just so scary. Do you remember that outplay you made on the top lane? Let's take a look at the replay together. Did you see this 3-man turret dive coming? Kind of, So I was like kind of organizing which skills I was gonna use first, so it went out pretty well. So in the end, because I knew they were gonna come for a turret dive, I wasn't too worried, and I was not nervous at all. So I was able to kind of counter their play really well. And did you see Zeus doing an interview in the previous match? Because he said, in terms of the Jace and Gwen matchup, he actually learned by practicing against you. So Zeus messaged me, can we 1v1? Can we practice? So I was like, yeah, that might help a lot. So we played some 1v1 with custom games, and we didn't really have a lot of communication. We just wanted to learn about the matchups. And then we didn't really have a lot of talk or communications. We were just trying to figure out how the things are going up on the top lane with the champion matchups. And after that, we were just like, GG, goodbye. In number 2, well, Nongshim got their favorite picks. So what kind of communication went back and forth after the draft? We thought we really had to play and make a lot of kind of points early on, and we really wanted to funnel all the gold into Jinx. There were some moments where things went in favor of Nongshim. So what did you think at that point? Still, Jinx has a very high carry potential. As long as we can kind of guarantee her to do free damage in the backline, we were still confident to win the late game. However, this game was going back and forth. When was the moment that you were confident to close out the game? Yeah, the game was so close. So not before we kind of aced the opponents in the end. I think we both played quite well. And also, kind of everyone has to play that well, so I wasn't too surprised by the outplay by my teammates, but Hoit, you did a fantastic job, so let's take a look at your outplay this time around. So how did you exactly see that dive angle? Well, Keen, got collapsed on. I guess the opponents got, way too caught to kill Keen, so we were able to kind of punish their over-aggression. I was trying to get vision. However, it feels bad that Hoi kind of thinks that I got picked. Still, Kwangdong Freaks is in the playoffs contention, and adding more wins is really crucial for Kwangdong. Your next opponent will be Genji. I definitely think that Genji is a strong team, so we really have to work hard for that series. I think Genji, all of their laners are really strong, so we really have to prepare as hard as we can and also kind of stabilize our play style. And this will be the end of the interview from Hoit Kin from Kwangdong Freaks, and I'm going to pass it back to Valdez and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. We're going to take a look at some of the standings after this matchup, and as you can see, Kwangdong Freaks with another win. They're 6-7, and they're in 5th place. And again, this kind of happens when you have especially not only a 13-0 team, but also another team that's extremely dominant in Genji with 10-3. It means all the other teams are losing to them and some of the other teams. So even at 6-7, 5th place right now, Kwangdong Freaks looking to try to get that playoff spot.
Poor thing here, of course, is that you are actually ahead of the biggest part of the pack, which is those 4 wins teams. Really want to try and stay ahead of them. Fred Brian, of course, the closest, but as long as you can clinch a playoff spot, I think you're going to be perfectly happy as Kwangdong, especially with the subpar start to the split that you had. It's looking like a good recovery here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They have totally turned things around. Still hoping that Nongshim can get some more luck in that factor. But tomorrow, guys, for Friday, KT Rolster up against DRX, and then we will have Dam1 Kia up against Hama Life Esports. Will be you and me, Chronicler, you and I, that will be casting that one. Should be a lot of fun, but that's going to do it for us today. Just 4 games here, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a great night.